discontents forward. The Angels. The Right Stuff. Yeager. The Labyrinth. In single combat. On the Balcony. The Cape. The Thrones. The Vote. Righteous Prayer. The Unscrewable Pooch. The Tears. The Operational Stuff. The Club. The High Desert. Epilogue. Author's Note. Forward. This book originated with some ordinary curiosity. What is it, I wondered, that makes a man willing to sit up on top of an enormous Roman candle, such as a Redstone, Ellis, Titan, or Saturn rocket, and wait for someone to light the fuse? I decided on the simplest approach possible. I would ask a few astronauts and find out. So I asked a few in December of 1972, when they gathered at Cape Canaveral to watch the last mission to the moon, Apollo 17. I discovered quickly enough that none of them, no matter how talkative otherwise, was about to answer the question or even linger for more than a few seconds on the subject at the heart of it, which is to say, courage. But I did sense that the answer was not to be found in any set of traits specific to the task of flying into space. The great majority of the astronauts who had flown the rockets had come from the ranks of test pilots. All but a few had been military test pilots, and even those few, such as Neil Armstrong, had been trained in the military. And it was this that led me to a rich and fabulous terrain that, in a literary sense, had remained as dark as the far side of the moon for more than half a century: military flying and the modern American officer corps. Immediately following the First World War, a certain fashion set in among writers in Europe and soon spread to their obedient colonial counterparts in the United States. War was looked upon as inherently monstrous, and those who waged it, namely, military officers, were looked upon as brutes and Philistines. The tone was set by some brilliant novels, among them, All Quiet on the Western Front, The Journey to the End of the Night, and The Good Soldier Squeak. The only proper protagonist for a tale of war was an enlisted man, and he was to be presented not as a hero but as everyman, as much a victim of war as any civilian. Any officer above the rank of second lieutenant was to be presented as a martinet or a fool, if not an outright villain, no matter whom he fought for. The old-fashioned tale of prowess and heroism was relegated to second and third-rate forms of literature, ghost-written autobiographies and stories in pulp magazines in the order of Argosy and Blue Book. Even as late as the 1930s, the favorite war stories in the pulps concerned World War I pilots. One of the few scientific treatises ever written on the subject of bravery is The Anatomy of Courage by Charles Moran, who served as a doctor in the trenches for the British in World War I and who was better known later as Lord Moran, personal physician to Winston Churchill. Writing in the 1920s, Moran predicted that in the wars of the future adventurous young men who sought glory in war would tend to seek it as pilots. In the 20th century, he said, they would regard the military pilot as the quintessence of manly daring that the cavalryman had been in the 19th. Serious treatment of the drama and psychology of this new pursuit, flying high-performance aircraft in battle, was left to the occasional pilot who could write, the most notable of them being Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. The literary world remained oblivious. Nevertheless, young men did exactly what Moran predicted. They became military officers, so that they could fly, and then flew against astonishingly deadly odds. As late as 1970, I was to discover in an article by a military doctor in a medical journal a career Navy pilot faced a 23% likelihood of dying in an accident. This did not even include deaths in combat, which at that time, with the war in Vietnam in progress, were catastrophically high for Navy pilots. The Right Stuff became the story of why men were willing delighted to take on such odds in this, an era literary people had long since characterized as the age of the anti-hero. Such was the psychological mystery that animated me in the writing of this book. And if there were those readers who were not interested in the exploration of space per se, but who were interested in the right stuff nonetheless, perhaps it might have been because the mystery caught their imagination, too. Since this book was first published in 1979, I have enjoyed corresponding with many pilots and many widows of pilots. Not all have written to pat me on the back, but almost all seem grateful that someone had tried and it had to be an outsider to put into words matters that the very code of the pilot rules off limits in conversation. These matters points add up to one of the most extraordinary and most secret dramas of the 20th century. T.W. August 1983. 1. The Angels. Within 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, no more than that, 3 of the others had called her on the telephone to ask her if she had heard that something had happened out there. Jane, this is Alice. Listen, I just got a call from Betty, and she said she heard something's happened out there. Have you heard anything? That was the way they phrased it, call after call. She picked up the telephone and began relaying this same message to some of the others. Connie, this is Jane Conrad. Alice just called me, and she says something's happened. Something was part of the official wife lingo for tiptoeing blindfolded around the subject. Being barely 21 years old and new around here, Jane Conrad knew very little about this particular subject, since nobody ever talked about it. But the day was young. And what a setting she had for her imminent enlightenment. And what a picture she herself presented. Jane was tall and slender and had rich brown hair and high cheekbones and wide brown eyes. She looked a little like the actress Jane Simmons. Her father was a rancher in southwestern Texas. She had gone east to college, to Bryn Mawr, and had met her husband, Pete, at a debutante's party at the Gulf Mills Club in Philadelphia, when he was a senior at Princeton. Pete was a short, wiry, blond boy who joked around a lot. At any moment his face was likely to break into a wild grin revealing the gap between his front teeth. The hickory kid sort, he was, a hickory kid on the deb circuit, however. He had an air of energy, self-confidence, ambition, joie de vivre. Jane and Pete were married 2 days after he graduated from Princeton. Last year Jane gave birth to their first child, Peter. And today, here in Florida, in Jacksonville, in the peaceful year 1955, the sun shines through the pines outside, and the very air takes on the sparkle of the ocean. The ocean and a great mica white beach are less than a mile away. Anyone driving by will see Jane's little house gleaming like a dream house in the pines. It is a brick house, but Jane and Pete painted the bricks white, so that it gleams in the sun against a great green screen of pine trees with 1,000 little places where the sun peeks through. They painted the shutters black, which makes the white walls look even more brilliant. The house has only 1,100 square feet of floor space, but Jane and Pete designed it themselves, and that more than makes up for the size. A friend of theirs was the builder and gave them every possible break, so that it cost only $11,000. Outside, the sun shines, and inside, the fever rises by the minute as 5, 10, 15, and, finally, nearly all 20 of the wives join the circuit, trying to find out what has happened, which, in fact, means, to whose husband. After 30 minutes on such a circuit, this is not an unusual morning around here. A wife begins to feel that the telephone is no longer located on a table or on the kitchen wall. It is exploding in her solar plexus. Yet it would be far worse right now to hear the front doorbell. The protocol is strict on that point, although written down nowhere. No woman is supposed to deliver the final news, and certainly not on the telephone. The matter mustn't be bungled. That's the idea. No, a man should bring the news, when the time comes, a man with some official or moral authority, a clergyman or a comrade of the newly deceased. Furthermore, he should bring the bad news in person. He should turn up at the front door and ring the bell and be standing there like a pillar of coolness and competence, bearing the bad news on ice, like a fish. Therefore, all the telephone calls from the wives were the frantic and portentous beating of the wings of the death angels, as it were. When the final news came, there would be a ring at the front door, and a wife in this situation finds herself staring at the front door, as if she no longer owns it or controls it. And outside the door would be a man come to inform her that unfortunately something has happened out there, and her husband's body now lies incinerated in the swamps or the pines or the palmetto grass, burned beyond recognition, which anyone who had been around an air base for very long, fortunately Jane had not realized, was quite an artful euphemism to describe a human body that now looked like an enormous fowl that has burned up in a stove, burned a blackish brown all over, greasy and blistered, fried, in a word, with not only the entire face and all the hair and the ears burned off, not to mention all the clothing, but also the hands and feet, with what remains of the arms and legs bent at the knees and elbows and burned into absolutely rigid angles, burned a greasy blackish brown like the bursting body itself, so that this husband, father, officer, gentleman, this ornamentum of some mother's eye, His Majesty the baby of just 20-odd years back, has been reduced to a charred hulk with wings and shanks sticking out of it. My own husband how could this be what they were talking about? Jane had heard the young men, Pete among them, talk about other young men who had bought it or ordered it or crunched, but it had never been anyone they knew, no one in the squadron. And in any event, the way they talked about it, with such breezy, slangy terminology, was the same way they talked about sports. It was, as if they were saying, he was thrown out stealing second base. And that was all. Not one word, not in print, not in conversation not in this amputated language. About an incinerated corpse from which a young man's spirit has vanished in an instant, from which all smiles, gestures, moods, worries, laughter, wiles, shrugs, tenderness, and loving looks you, my love, have disappeared like a sigh, while the terror consumes a cottage in the woods, and a young woman, sizzling with the fever, awaits her confirmation as the new widow of the day. The next series of calls greatly increased the possibility that it was Pete to whom something had happened. There were only 20 men in the squadron, and soon 9 or 10 had been accounted for points by the fluttering reports of the death angels. Knowing that the word was out that an accident had occurred, husbands who could get to a telephone were calling home to say it didn't happen to me. This news, of course, was immediately fed to the fever. Jane's telephone would ring once more, and one of the wives would be saying, "Nancy just got a call from Jack. He's at the squadron and he says something's happened, but he doesn't know what. He said he saw Frank take off about 10 minutes ago with Greg and back, so they're all right. What have you heard?" But Jane has heard nothing, except that other husbands, and not hers, are safe and accounted for. And thus, on a sunny day in Florida, outside of the Jacksonville Naval Air Station, in a little white cottage, a veritable dream house, another beautiful young woman was about to be apprised of the quid pro quo of her husband's line of work, of the trade-off, as one might say, the subparagraphs of a contract written in no visible form. Just as surely as if she had the entire roster in front of her, Jane now realized that only 2 men in the squadron were unaccounted for. One was a pilot named Bud Jennings, the other was Pete. She picked up the telephone and did something that was much frowned on in a time of emergency. She called the squadron office. The duty officer answered. "I want to speak to Lieutenant Conrad," said Jane. "This is Mrs. Conrad." "I'm sorry," the duty officer said and then his voice cracked. "I'm sorry he couldn't find the words. He was about to cry. "I'm that's I mean he can't come to the phone. He can't come to the phone. It's very important," said Jane. "I'm sorry it's impossible the duty officer could hardly get the words out, because he was so busy gulping back sobs. Sobs. "He can't come to the phone." "Why not? Where is he?" "I'm sorry more sighs, wheezes, snuffling gasps. "I can't tell you that. I have to hang up now." And the duty officer's voice disappeared in a great surf of emotion and he hung up. The duty officer. The very sound of her voice was more than he could take. The world froze, congealed, in that moment. Jane could no longer calculate the interval before the front doorbell would ring and some competent long-faced figure would appear, some friend of widows and orphans, who would inform her, officially, that Pete was dead. Even out in the middle of the swamp, in this rot bog of pine trunks, scum slicks, dead dodder vines, and mosquito eggs, even out in this great overripe sump, the smell of burn beyond recognition obliterated everything else. When airplane fuel exploded, it created a heat so intense that everything but the hardest metals not only burned everything of rubber, plastic, celluloid, wood, leather, cloth, flesh, gristle, calcium, horn, hair, blood, and protoplasm it not only burned, it gave up the ghost in the form of every stricken putrid gas known to chemistry. One could smell the horror. It came in through the nostrils and burned the rhinal cavities raw and penetrated the liver and permeated the bowels like a black gas until there was nothing in the universe, inside or out, except the stench of the char. As the helicopter came down between the pine trees and settled onto the bogs, the smell hit Pete Conrad even before the hatch was completely open, and they were not even close enough to see the wreckage yet. The rest of the way Conrad and the crewmen had to travel on foot. After a few steps the water was up to their knees, and then it was up to their armpits, and they kept wading through the water and the scum and the vines and the pine trunks, but it was nothing compared to the smell. Conrad, a 25-year-old lieutenant junior grade, happened to be on duty as squadron safety officer that day and was supposed to make the on-site investigation of the crash. The fact was, however, that this squadron was the first duty assignment of his career, and he had never been at a crash site before and had never smelled any such revolting stench or seen anything like what awaited him. When Conrad finally reached the plane, which was an S&J, he found the fuselage burned and blistered and dug into the swamp with one wing sheared off and the cockpit canopy smashed. In the front seat was all that was left of his friend Bud Jennings. Bud Jennings, an amiable fellow, a promising young fighter pilot, was now a horrible roasted hulk with no head. His head was completely gone, apparently torn off the spinal column like a pineapple off a stalk, except that it was nowhere to be found. Conrad stood there soaking wet in the swamp bog, wondering what the hell to do. It was a struggle to move 20 feet in this freaking muck. Every time he looked up, he was looking into a delirium of limbs, vines, dappled shadows, and a chopped up white light that came through the treetops. The ubiquitous screen of trees with 1,000 little places where the sun peeked through. Nevertheless, he started wading back out into the muck and the scum, and the others followed. He kept looking up. Gradually he could make it out. Up in the treetops there was a pattern of broken limbs, where the S&J had come crashing through. It was like a tunnel through the treetops. Conrad and the others began splashing through the swamp, following the strange path 90 or 100 feet above them. It took a sharp turn. That must have been where the wing broke off. The trail veered to one side and started downward. They kept looking up and wading through the muck. Then they stopped. There was a great green sap wound up there in the middle of a tree trunk. It was odd. Near the huge catch was tree disease some sort of brownish lumpy sac up in the branches, such as you see in trees infested by bagworms, and there were yellowish curds on the branches around it, as if the disease had caused the sap to ooze out and fester and congeal except that it couldn't be sap, because it was streaked with blood. In the next instant Conrad didn't have to say a word. Each man could see it all. The lumpy sac was the cloth liner of a flight helmet, with the earphones attached to it. The curds were Bud Jennings's brains. The tree trunk had smashed through the cockpit canopy of the S&J and knocked Bud Jennings's head to pieces like a melon. In keeping with the protocol, the squadron commander was not going to release Bud Jennings's name until his widow, Loretta, had been located and a competent male death messenger had been dispatched to tell her. But Loretta Jennings was not at home and could not be found. Hence, a delay and more than enough time for the other wives, the Death Angels, to burn with panic over the telephone lines. All the pilots were accounted for, except the two who were in the woods, Bud Jennings and Pete Conrad. One chance in two, acy-doocy, one finger to finger, and this was not an unusual day around here. Loretta Jennings had been out at a shopping center. When she returned home, a certain figure was waiting outside, a man, a solemn friend of widows and orphans, and it was Loretta Jennings who lost the game of odd and even, acy-doocy, and it was Loretta whose child she was pregnant with a second would have no father. It was this young woman who went through all the final horrors that Jane Conrad had imagined assumed. Would be hers to endure forever. Yet this grim stroke of fortune brought Jane little relief. On the day of Bud Jennings's funeral, Pete went into the back of the closet and brought out his bridge coat, per regulations. This was the most stylish item in the Navy officer's wardrobe. Pete had never had occasion to wear his before. It was a double-breasted coat made of navy blue Melton cloth and came down almost to the ankles. It must have weighed 10 pounds. It had a double row of gold buttons down the front and loops for shoulder boards, big beautiful belly-cut collar and lapels, deep turnbacks on the sleeves, a tailored waist, and a center vent in back that ran from the waistline to the bottom of the coat. Never would Pete, or for that matter many other American males in the mid-20th century, have an article of clothing quite so impressive and aristocratic as that bridge coat. At the funeral the 19 little Indians who were left Navy boys lined up manfully in their bridge coats. They looked so young. Their pink, lineless faces with their absolutely clear, lean jawlines popped up bravely, correctly, out of the enormous belly-cut collars of the bridge coats. They sang an old Navy hymn, which slipped into a strange and lugubrious minor key here and there, and included a stanza added especially for aviators. It ended with, "Oh, hear us, when we lift our prayer for those in peril in the air." 3 months later another member of the squadron crashed and was burned beyond recognition, and Pete hauled out the bridge coat again, and Jane saw 18 little Indians bravely going through the motions at the funeral. Not long after that, Pete was transferred from Jacksonville to the Patuxent River Naval Air Station in Maryland. Pete and Jane had barely settled in there, when they got word that another member of the Jacksonville squadron, a close friend of theirs, someone they had had over to dinner many times, had died trying to take off from the deck of a carrier in a routine practice session a few miles out in the Atlantic. The catapult that propelled aircraft off the deck lost pressure, and his ship just dribbled off the end of the deck, with its engine roaring vainly, and fell 60 feet into the ocean and sank like a brick, and he vanished, just like that. Pete had been transferred to Patuxent River, which was known in Navy vernacular as Pax River, to enter the Navy's new test pilot school. This was considered a major step up in the career of a young Navy aviator. Now that the Korean War was over and there was no combat flying, all the hot young pilots aimed for flight test. In the military they always said flight test and not test flying. Jet aircraft had been in use for barely 10 years at the time, and the Navy was testing new jet fighters continually. Pax River was the Navy's prime test center. Jane liked the house they bought at Pax River. She didn't like it as much as the little house in Jacksonville, but then she and Pete hadn't designed this one. They lived in a community called Northtown Creek, 6 miles from the base. Northtown Creek, like the base, was on a scrub pine peninsula that stuck out into Chesapeake Bay. They were tucked in amid the pine trees. Once more, all around were rhododendron bushes. Pete's class work and his flying duties were very demanding. Everyone in his flight test class, Group 20, talked about how difficult it was and obviously loved it, because in Navy flying this was the big league. The young men in Group 20 and their wives were Pete's and Jane's entire social world. They associated with no one else. They constantly invited each other to dinner during the week. There was a group party at someone's house practically every weekend, and they would go off on outings to fish or waterski in Chesapeake Bay. In a way they could not have associated with anyone else, at least not easily, because the boys could talk only about one thing, their flying. One of the phrases that kept running through the conversation was pushing the outside of the envelope. The envelope was a flight test term referring to the limits of a particular aircraft's performance, how tight a turn it could make at such and such a speed, and so on. Pushing the outside, probing the outer limits, of the envelope seemed to be the great challenge and satisfaction of flight test. At first pushing the outside of the envelope was not a particularly terrifying phrase to hear. It sounded once more, as if the boys were just talking about sports. Then one sunny day a member of the group, one of the happy lads they always had dinner with and drank with and went water skiing with, was coming in for a landing at the base in an A-3J attack plane. He let his airspeed fall too low, before he extended his flaps, and the ship stalled out, and he crashed and was burned beyond recognition. And they brought out the bridge coats and sang about those in peril in the air and put the bridge coats away, and the Indians who were left talked about the accident after dinner one night. They shook their heads and said it was a damn shame, but he should have known better than to wait so long before lowering the flaps. Barely a week had gone by, before another member of the group was coming in for a landing in the same type of aircraft, the A-3J, making a 90-degree turn to his final approach, and something went wrong with the controls, and he ended up with one rear stabilizer wing up and the other one down, and his ship rolled in like a corkscrew from 800 feet up and crashed, and he was burned beyond recognition. And the bridge coats came out and they sang about those in peril in the air, and then they put the bridge coats away, and after dinner one night they mentioned that the departed had been a good man but was inexperienced, and when the malfunction in the controls put him in that bad corner, he didn't know how to get out of it. Every wife wanted to cry out, "Well, my God, the machine broke. What makes any of you think you would have come out of it any better?" Yet intuitively Jane and the rest of them knew it wasn't right even to suggest that. Pete never indicated for a moment that he thought any such thing could possibly happen to him. It seemed not only wrong but dangerous to challenge a young pilot's confidence by posing the question. And that, too, was part of the unofficial protocol for the officer's wife. From now on, every time Pete was late coming in from the flight line, she would worry. She began to wonder if assume he had found his way into one of those corners they all talked about so spiritedly, one of those little dead ends that so enliven conversation around here. Not long after that, another good friend of theirs went up in an F-4, the Navy's newest and hottest fighter plane, known as the Phantom. He reached 20,000 feet and then nosed over and dove straight into Chesapeake Bay. It turned out that a hose connection was missing in his oxygen system and he had suffered hypoxia and passed out at the high altitude. And the bridgecoats came out and they lifted a prayer about those in peril in the air, and the bridgecoats were put away and the little Indians were incredulous. How could anybody fail to check his hose connections? And how could anybody be in such poor condition as to pass out that quickly from hypoxia? A couple of days later Jane was standing at the window of her house in Northtown Creek. She saw some smoke rise above the pines from over in the direction of the flight line. Just that, a column of smoke, no explosion or sirens or any other sound. She went to another room, so as not to have to think about it, but there was no explanation for the smoke. She went back to the window. In the yard of a house across the street she saw a group of people standing there and looking at her house, as if trying to decide what to do. Jane looked away but she couldn't keep from looking out again. She caught a glimpse of a certain figure coming up the walkway toward her front door. She knew exactly who it was. She had had nightmares like this. And yet this was no dream. She was wide awake and alert. Never more alert in her entire life. Frozen, completely defeated by the sight, she simply waited for the bell to ring. She waited, but there was not a sound. Finally she could stand it no more. In real life, and like her dream life, Jane was both too self-possessed and too polite to scream through the door, "Go away." So she opened it. There was no one there, no one at all. There was no group of people on the lawn across the way and no one to be seen for 100 yards in any direction along the lawns and leafy rhododendron roads of Northtown Creek. Then began a cycle in which she had both the nightmares and the hallucinations, continually. Anything could touch off an hallucination, a ball of smoke, a telephone ring that stopped before she could answer it, the sound of a siren, even the sound of trucks starting up, crash trucks. Then she would glance out the window, and a certain figure would be coming up the walk, and she would wait for the bell. The only difference between the dreams and the hallucinations was that the scene of the dreams was always the little white house in Jacksonville. In both cases, the feeling that this time it has happened was quite real. The star pilot in the class behind Pete's, a young man who was the main rival of their good friend Albine, went up in a fighter to do some power dive tests. One of the most demanding disciplines in flight test was to accustom yourself to making precise readings from the control panel in the same moment that you were pushing the outside of the envelope. This young man put his ship into the test dive and was still reading out the figures, with diligence and precision and great discipline, when he entered straight into the oyster flats and was burned beyond recognition. And the bridgecoats came out and they sang about those in peril in the air, and the bridgecoats were put away, and the little Indians remarked that the departed was a swell guy and a brilliant student of flying, a little too much of a student. In fact, he hadn't bothered to look out the window at the real world soon enough. Albine wasn't quite so brilliant. On the other hand, he was still here. Like many other wives in Group 20, Jane wanted to talk about the whole situation, the incredible series of fatal accidents, with her husband and the other members of the group, to find out how they were taking it. But somehow the unwritten protocol forbade discussions of this subject, which was the fear of death. Nor could Jane or any of the rest of them really have a talk, with anyone around the base. You could talk to another wife about being worried. But what good did it do? Who wasn't worried? You were likely to get a look that said, "Why dwell on it?" Jane might have gotten away with divulging the matter of the nightmares. But hallucinations? There was no room in Navy life for any such anomalous tendency as that. By now the bad string had reached 10 in all, and almost all of the dead had been close friends of Pete and Jane, young men who had been in their house many times, young men who had sat across from Jane and chattered like the rest of them about the grand adventure of military flying. and the survivors still sat around, as before and with the same inexplicable exhilaration. Jane kept watching Pete for some sign that his spirit was cracking, but she saw none. He talked a mile a minute, kidded and joked, laughed with his hickory kid cackle. He always had. He still enjoyed the company of members of the group like Wally Skirrow and Jim Lovell. Many young pilots were taciturn and cut loose with the strange fervor of this business only in the air. But Pete and Wally and Jim were not reticent, not in any situation. They loved to kid around. Pete called Jim Lovell shaky, because it was the last thing a pilot would want to be called. Wally Skirrow was outgoing to the point of hearty. He loved practical jokes and dreadful puns, and so on. The three of them even in the midst of this bad string. Would love to get on a subject such as accident-prone Mitch Johnson. Accident-prone Mitch Johnson, it seemed, was a Navy pilot whose life was in the hands of two angels, one of them bad and the other one good. The bad angel would put him into accidents that would have annihilated any ordinary pilot, and the good angel would bring him out of them without a scratch. Just the other day this was the sort of story Jane would hear them tell Mitch Johnson was coming in to land on a carrier. But he came in short, missed the flight deck, and crashed into the fantail, below the deck. There was a tremendous explosion, and the rear half of the plane fell into the water in flames. Everyone on the flight deck said, "Poor Johnson." The good angel was off duty. They were still debating how to remove the debris and his mortal remains, when a phone rang on the bridge. A somewhat dopey voice said, "This is Johnson. Say, listen, I'm down here in the supply hold and the hatch is locked and I can't find the lights and I can't see a goddamn thing and I tripped over a cable and I think I hurt my leg." The officer on the bridge slammed the phone down, then vowed to find out what morbid son of a bitch could pull a phone prank at a time like this. Then the phone rang again, and the man with the dopey voice managed to establish the fact that he was, indeed, Mitch Johnson. The good angel had not left his side. When he smashed into the fantail, he hit some empty ammunition drums, and they cushioned the impact, leaving him groggy but not seriously hurt. The fuselage had blown to pieces, so he just stepped out onto the fantail and opened a hatch that led into the supply hold. It was pitch black in there, and there were cables all across the floor, holding down spare aircraft engines. Accident-prone Mitch Johnson kept tripping over these cables, until he found a telephone. Sure enough, the one injury he had was a bruised shin from tripping over a cable. The man was accident-prone. Pete and Wally and Jim absolutely cracked up over stories like this. It was amazing. Great sports yarns. Nothing more than that. A few days later Jane was out shopping at the Pax River Commissary on Saunders Road, near the main gate to the base. She heard the sirens go off at the field, and then she heard the engines of the crash trucks start up. This time Jane was determined to keep calm. Every instinct made her want to rush home, but she forced herself to stay in the commissary and continue shopping. For 30 minutes she went through the motions of completing her shopping list. Then she drove home to Northtown Creek. As she reached the house, she saw a figure going up the sidewalk. It was a man. Even from the back there was no question as to who he was. He had on a black suit, and there was a white band around his neck. It was her minister, from the Episcopal Church. She stared, and this vision did not come and go. The figure kept on walking up the front walk. She was not asleep now, and she was not inside her house glancing out the front window. She was outside in her car in front of her house. She was not dreaming, and she was not hallucinating, and the figure kept walking up toward her front door. The commotion at the field was over one of the most extraordinary things that even veteran pilots had ever seen at Pax River. And they had all seen it, because practically the entire flight line had gathered out on the field for it, as if it had been an air show. Conrad's friend Ted Whelan had taken a fighter up, and on takeoff there had been a structural failure that caused a hydraulic leak. A red warning light showed up on Whelan's panel, and he had a talk with the ground. It was obvious that the leak would cripple the controls, before he could get the ship back down to the field for a landing. He would have to bail out. The only question was where and when, and so they had a talk about that. They decided that he should jump at 8,100 feet at such and such a speed, directly over the field. The plane would crash into the Chesapeake Bay, and he would float down to the field. Just as coolly as anyone could have asked for it, Ted Wellen lined the ship up to come across the field at 8,100 feet precisely, and he punched out, ejected. Down on the field they all had their faces turned up to the sky. They saw Wellen pop out of the cockpit. With his Martin Baker seat parachute rig strapped on, he looked like a little black geometric lump a mile and a half up in the blue. They watched him as he started dropping. Everyone waited for the parachute to open. They waited a few more seconds, and then they waited some more. The little shape was getting bigger and picking up tremendous speed. Then there came an unspeakable instant at which everyone on the field who knew anything about parachute jumps knew what was going to happen. Yet even for them it was an unearthly feeling, for no one had ever seen any such thing happen so close up, from start to finish, from what amounted to a grandstand seat. Now the shape was going so fast and coming so close it began to play tricks on the eyes. It seemed to stretch out. It became much bigger and hurtled toward them at a terrific speed, until they couldn't make out its actual outlines at all. Finally there was just a streaking black blur before their eyes, followed by what seemed like an explosion. Except that it was not an explosion, it was the tremendous crack of Ted Wellen, his helmet, his pressure suit, and his seat parachute rig smashing into the center of the runway, precisely on target, right in front of the crowd, an absolute bullseye. Ted Wellen had no doubt been alive until the instant of impact. He had had about 30 seconds to watch the Pax River base and the Peninsula and Baltimore County and continental America and the entire comprehensible world rise up to smash him. When they lifted his body up off the concrete, it was like a sack of fertilizer. Pete took out the bridge coat again and he and Jane and all the little Indians went to the funeral. For Ted Wellen, that it hadn't been Pete was not solace enough for Jane. That the preacher had not, in fact, come to her front door, as the solemn friend of widows and orphans, but merely for a church call ellipsis points had not brought peace and relief. That Pete still didn't show the slightest indication of thinking that any unkind fate awaited him no longer lent her even a moment's courage. The next dream and the next hallucination, and the next, merely seemed more real. For she now knew. She now knew the subject and the essence of this enterprise, even though not a word of it had passed anybody's lips. She even knew White Pete M. the Princeton boy she met at a deb party at the Gulf Mills Club. M. would never quit, never withdraw from this grim business, unless in a coffin. And God knew, and she knew, there was a coffin waiting for each little Indian. 7 years later, when a reporter and a photographer from Life magazine actually stood near her in her living room and watched her face, while outside, on the lawn, a crowd of television crewmen and newspaper reporters waited for a word, an indication, anything, perhaps a glimpse through a part in a curtain. Waited for some sign of what she felt when one and all asked with their ravenous eyes and, occasionally, in so many words, how do you feel, and are you scared? America wants to know. It made Jane want to laugh, but in fact she couldn't even manage a smile. Why ask now, she wanted to say. But they wouldn't have had the faintest notion of what she was talking about. The right stuff. What an extraordinary grim stretch that had been ellipsis points, and yet thereafter Pete and Jane would keep running into pilots from other Navy bases, from the Air Force, from the Marines, who had been through their own extraordinary grim stretches. There was an Air Force pilot named Mike Collins, a nephew of former Army Chief of Staff J. Lawton Collins. Mike Collins had undergone 11 weeks of combat training at Nellis Air Force Base, near Las Vegas, and in that 11 weeks 22 of his fellow trainees had died in accidents, which was an extraordinary rate of 2 per week. Then there was a test pilot, Bill Bridgman. In 1952, when Bridgman was flying at Edwards Air Force Base, 62 Air Force pilots died in the course of 36 weeks of training, an extraordinary rate of 1.7 per week. Those figures were for fighter pilot trainees only. They did not include the test pilots, Bridgman's own confreres, who were dying quite regularly enough. Extraordinary, to be sure, except that every veteran of flying small high-performance jets seemed to have experienced these bad strings. In time, the Navy would compile statistics showing that for a career Navy pilot, one who intended to keep flying for 20 years, as Conrad did, there was a 23% probability that he would die in an aircraft accident. This did not even include combat deaths, since the military did not classify death in combat as accidental. Furthermore, there was a better than even chance, a 56% probability, to be exact, that at some point a career Navy pilot would have to eject from his aircraft and attempt to come down by parachute. In the era of jet fighters, ejection meant being exploded out of the cockpit by a nitroglycerin charge, like a human cannonball. The ejection itself was so hazardous men lost knees, arms, and their lives on the rim of the cockpit or had the skin torn off their faces when they hit the wall of air outside that many pilots chose to wrestle their aircraft to the ground rather than try at ellipsis points and died that way instead. The statistics were not secret, but neither were they widely known, having been eased into print rather obliquely in a medical journal. No pilot, and certainly no pilot's wife, had any need of the statistics in order to know the truth. However, the funerals took care of that in the most dramatic way possible. Sometimes, when the young wife of a fighter pilot would have a little reunion with the girl she went to school with, an odd fact would dawn on her: they have not been going to funerals. And then Jane Conrad would look at Pete ellipsis points Princeton, class of 1953 ellipsis points. Pete had already worn his great dark sepulchral bridge coat more than most boys of the class of 53 had worn their tuxedos. How many of those happy young men had buried more than a dozen friends, comrades, and co-workers, lost through violent death in the execution of everyday duties? At the time, the 1950s, students from Princeton took great pride in going into what they considered highly competitive, aggressive pursuits, jobs on Wall Street, on Madison Avenue, and at magazines such as Time and Newsweek. There was much fashionably brutish talk of what dog-eat-dog and cutthroat competition they found there, but in the rare instances when one of these young men died on the job, it was likely to be from choking on a chunk of Chateaubriand, while otherwise blissfully boiled, in an expense account restaurant in Manhattan. How many would have gone to work, or stayed at work, on cutthroat Madison Avenue, if there had been a 23% chance, nearly 1 chance in 4, of dying from it? Gentlemen, we are having this little problem with chronic violent death ellipsis points, and yet was there any basic way in which Pete or Wally Scare or Jim Lovell or any of the rest of them was different from other college boys his age? There didn't seem to be, other than his love of flying. Pete's father was a Philadelphia stockbroker who in Pete's earliest years had a house in the mainline suburbs, a limousine, and a chauffeur. The Depression eliminated the terrific brokerage business, the house, the car, and the servants, and by his parents were divorced and his father moved to Florida. Perhaps, because his father had been an observation balloonist in the First World War and an adventurous business, since the balloons were prized targets of enemy aircraft, Pete was fascinated by flying. He went to Princeton on the Holloway Plan, a scholarship program left over from the Second World War in which a student trained with midshipmen from the Naval Academy during the summers and graduated with a commission in the regular Navy. So Pete graduated, received his commission, married Jane, and headed off to Pensacola, Florida, for flight training. Then came the difference, looking back on it. A young man might go into military flight training believing that he was entering some sort of technical school in which he was simply going to acquire a certain set of skills. Instead, he found himself all at once enclosed in a fraternity. And in this fraternity, even though it was military, men were not rated by their outward rank as ensigns, lieutenants, commanders, or whatever. No, here in the world was divided into those who had it and those who did not. This quality, this it, was never named, however, nor was it talked about in any way. As to just what this ineffable quality was ellipsis points, well, it obviously involved bravery. But it was not bravery in the simple sense of being willing to risk your life. The idea seemed to be that any fool could do that, if that was all that was required, just as any fool could throw away his life in the process. No, the idea here in the all-enclosing fraternity seemed to be that a man should have the ability to go up in a hurtling piece of machinery and put his hide on the line, and then have the moxie, the reflexes, the experience, the coolness, to pull it back in the last yawning moment and then to go up again the next day, and the next day, and every next day, even if the series should prove infinite and, ultimately, in its best expression, do so in a cause that means something to thousands, to a people, a nation, to humanity, to God. Nor was there a test to show whether or not a pilot had this righteous quality. There was, instead, a seemingly infinite series of tests. A career in flying was like climbing one of those ancient Babylonian pyramids made up of a dizzy progression of steps and ledges, a ziggurat, a pyramid extraordinarily high and steep, and the idea was to prove at every foot of the way up that pyramid that you were one of the elected and anointed ones who had the right stuff and could move higher and higher, and even ultimately, God willing, one day that you might be able to join that special few at the very top, that elite who had the capacity to bring tears to men's eyes, the very brotherhood of the right stuff itself. None of this was to be mentioned, and yet it was acted out in a way that a young man could not fail to understand. When a new flight I.E., a class of trainees arrived at Pensacola, they were brought into an auditorium for a little lecture. An officer would tell them, "Take a look at the man on either side of you." Quite a few actually swiveled their heads this way and that, in the interest of appearing diligent. Then the officer would say, "One of the three of you is not going to make it," meaning, not get his wings. That was the opening theme, the motif of primary training. We already know that 1/3 of you do not have the right stuff, it only remains to find out who. Furthermore, that was the way it turned out. At every level in one's progress up that staggeringly high pyramid, the world was once more divided into those men who had the right stuff to continue the climb and those who had to be left behind in the most obvious way. Some were eliminated in the course of the opening classroom work, as either not smart enough or not hard-working enough, and were left behind. Then came the basic flight instruction, in single-engine, propeller-driven trainers, and a few more even though the military tried to make this stage easy were washed out and left behind. Then came more demanding levels, one after the other: formation flying, instrument flying, jet training, all-weather flying, gunnery, and at each level more were washed out and left behind. By this point easily 1/3 of the original candidates had been, indeed, eliminated points from the ranks of those who might prove to have the right stuff. In the Navy, in addition to the stages that Air Force trainees went through, the neophyte always had waiting for him, out in the ocean, a certain grim gray slab, namely, the deck of an aircraft carrier, and with it perhaps the most difficult routine in military flying, carrier landings. He was shown films about it, he heard lectures about it, and he knew that carrier landings were hazardous. He first practiced touching down on the shape of a flight deck painted on an airfield. He was instructed to touch down and done right off. This was safe enough, the shape didn't move, at least but it could do terrible things to, let us say, the gyroscope of the soul. That shape. It's so damn small. And more candidates were washed out and left behind. Then came the day, without warning, when those who remained were sent out over the ocean for the first of many days of reckoning with the slab. The first day was always a clear day with little wind and a calm sea. The carrier was so steady that it seemed, from up there in the air, to be resting on pilings, and the candidate usually made his first carrier landing successfully, with relief and even a loss. Many young candidates looked like terrific aviators up to that very point, and it was not until they were actually standing on the carrier deck that they first began to wonder if they had the proper stuff, after all. In the training film the flight deck was a grand piece of gray geometry, perilous, to be sure, but an amazing abstract shape, as one looks down upon it on the screen. And yet once the newcomer's 2 feet were on it, points geometry, and my God, man, this is a point skillet. It heaved, it moved up and down underneath his feet, it pitched up, it pitched down, it rolled to port, this great beast rolled. And it rolled to starboard, as the ship moved into the wind and, therefore, into the waves, and the wind kept sweeping across, 60 feet up in the air out in the open sea, and there were no railings whatsoever. This was a skillet. A frying pan. A short order grill. Not gray but black, smeared with skid marks from one end to the other and glistening with pools of hydraulic fluid and the occasional jet fuel slick, all of it still hot, sticky, greasy, runny, virulent from God knows what traumas, still ablaze. Consumed in detonations, explosions, flames, combustion, roars, shrieks, whines, blasts, horrible shudders, fracturing impacts, as little men in screaming red and yellow and purple and green shirts with black Mickey Mouse helmets over their ears skittered about on the surface, as if for their very lives. You've said it now. Hooking fighter planes onto the catapult shuttles, so that they can explode their afterburners and be flung off the deck in a red mad fury with a kaboom. that pounds through the entire deck. A procedure that seems absolutely controlled, orderly, sublime, however, compared to what he is about to watch, as aircraft return to the ship for what is known in the engineering stoicisms of the military, as recovery and arrest. To say that an F-4 was coming back onto this heaving barbecue from out of the sky at a speed of 135 knots that might have been the truth in the training lecture, but it did not begin to get across the idea of what the newcomer saw from the deck itself, because it created the notion that perhaps the plane was gliding in. On the deck one knew differently. As the aircraft came closer and the carrier heaved on into the waves and the plane's speed did not diminish and the deck did not grow steady indeed, it pitched up and down 5 or 10 feet per greasy heave. One experienced a neural alarm that no lecture could have prepared him for. This is not an airplane coming toward me, it is a brick with some poor son of a bitch riding it, someone much like myself. And it is not gliding, it is falling, a 30,000-pound brick, headed not for a strike on the deck but for me, and with a horrible smash. It hits the skillet, and with a blur of momentum as big as a freight train's it hurtles toward the far end of the deck. Another blinding storm. Another roar, as the pilot pushes the throttle up to full military power, and another smear of rubber screams out over the skillet. And this is nominal. Quite okay. For a wire stretched across the deck has grabbed the hook on the end of the plane, as it hit the deck tail down, and the smash was the rest of the 15-ton brute slamming onto the deck, as it tripped up, so that it is now straining against the wire at full throttle, in case it hadn't held and the plane had bolted off the end of the deck and had to struggle up into the air again. And already the Mickey Mouse helmets are running toward the fiery monster points. And the candidate, looking on, begins to feel that great heaving sun-blazing beefboard of a deck wallowing in his own vestibular system. And suddenly he finds himself backed up against his own limits. He ends up going to the flight surgeon with so-called conversion symptoms. Overnight he develops blurred vision or numbness in his hands and feet or sinusitis so severe that he cannot tolerate changes in altitude. On one level the symptom is real. He really cannot see too well or use his fingers or stand the pain. But somewhere in his subconscious he knows it is a plea and a beg off. He shows not the slightest concern. The flight surgeon notes that the condition might be permanent and affect him in whatever life awaits him outside the arena of the right stuff. Those who remained, those who qualified for carrier duty and even more so those who later on qualified for night carrier duty began to feel a bit like Gideon's warriors. So many have been left behind. The young warriors were now treated to a deathly sweet and quite unmentionable sight. They could gaze at length upon the crushed and wilted pariahs who had washed out. They could inspect those who did not have that righteous stuff. The military did not have very merciful instincts. Rather than packing up these poor souls and sending them home, the Navy, like the Air Force and the Marines, would try to make use of them in some other role, such as flight controller. So the washout has to keep taking classes with the rest of his group, even though he can no longer touch an airplane. He sits there in the classes staring at sheets of paper with cataracts of sheer human mortification over his eyes, while the rest steal looks at him. Points. This man reduced to an ant, this untouchable, this poor son of a bitch. And in what test had he been found wanting? Why, it seemed to be nothing less than manhood itself. Naturally, this was never mentioned, either. Yet there it was. Manliness, manhood, manly courage. There was something ancient, primordial, irresistible about the challenge of this stuff, no matter what a sophisticated and rational age one might think he lived in. Perhaps, because it could not be talked about, the subject began to take on superstitious and even mystical outlines. A man either had it or he didn't. There was no such thing as having most of it. Moreover, it could blow at any seam. One day a man would be ascending the pyramid at a terrific clip, and the next bingo. He would reach his own limits in the most unexpected way. Conrad Anskira met an Air Force pilot who had had a great tell at Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida. This man had been the budding ace of the training class. He had flown the hottest fighter-style trainer, the T-38, like a dream, and then he began the routine step of being checked out in the T-33. The T-33 was not nearly as hot an aircraft as the T-38, it was essentially the old P-80 jet fighter. It had an exceedingly small cockpit. The pilot could barely move his shoulders. It was the sort of airplane of which everybody said, you don't get into it, you wear it. Once inside a T-33 cockpit, this budding ace, developed claustrophobia of the most paralyzing sort. He tried everything to overcome it. He even went to a psychiatrist, which was a serious mistake for a military officer, if his superiors learned of it. But nothing worked. He was shifted over to flying jet transports, such as the C-135. Very demanding and necessary aircraft they were, too, and he was still spoken of as an excellent pilot. But as everyone knew and, again, it was never explained in so many words only those who were assigned to fighter squadrons, the fighter jocks, as they called each other with a self-satisfied irony, remained in the true fraternity. Those assigned to transports were not humiliated like washouts somebody had to fly those planes nevertheless, they, too, had been left behind for lack of the right stuff. Or a man could go for a routine physical one fine day, feeling like $1 million, and be grounded for fallen arches. It happened. Just like that. And try raising them. Or for breaking his wrist and losing only part of its mobility. Or for a minor deterioration of eyesight, or for any of hundreds of reasons that would make no difference to a man in an ordinary occupation. As a result, all fighter jocks began looking upon doctors as their natural enemies. Going to see a flight surgeon was a no-gain proposition. A pilot could only hold his own or lose in the doctor's office. To be grounded for a medical reason was no humiliation, looked at objectively. But it was a humiliation, nonetheless. For it meant you no longer had that indefinable, unutterable, integral stuff. It could blow at any seam. All the hot young fighter jocks began trying to test the limits themselves in a superstitious way. They were like believing Presbyterians of a century before who used to probe their own experience to see if they were truly among the elect. When a fighter pilot was in training, whether in the Navy or the Air Force, his superiors were continually spelling out strict rules for him about the use of the aircraft and conduct in the sky. They repeatedly forbade so-called hot dog stunts, such as outside loops, buzzing, flat-heading, hedge hopping and flying under bridges. But somehow one got the message that the man who truly had it could ignore those rules not that he should make a point of it, but that he could and that after all there was only one way to find out and that in some strange unofficial way, peeking through his fingers, his instructor halfway expected him to challenge all the limits. They would give a lecture about how a pilot should never fly without a good solid breakfast eggs, bacon, toast, and so forth because, if he tried to fly with his blood sugar level too low, it could impair his alertness. Naturally, the next day every hot dog in the unit would get up and have a breakfast consisting of 1 cup of black coffee and take off and go up into a vertical climb until the weight of the ship exactly cancelled out the upward thrust of the engine and his airspeed was 0, and he would hang there for one thick adrenal instant and then fall like a rock, until one of 3 things happened. He keeled over nose first and regained his aerodynamics and all was well. He went into a spin and fought his way out of it, or he went into a spin and had to eject or crunch it, which was always supremely possible. Likewise, hassling mock dog fighting was strictly forbidden, and so naturally young fighter jocks could hardly wait to go up in, say, a pair of F-100s and start the duel by making a pass at each other at 800 miles an hour, the winner being the pilot who could slip in behind the other one and get locked in on his tail, wax his tail. And it was not uncommon for some eager jock to try to tighten outside turn and have his engine flame out, whereupon, unable to restart it, he has to eject points. And he shakes his fist at the victor, as he floats down by parachute and his $1 million aircraft goes kaboom on the palmetto grass or the desert floor, and he starts thinking about how he can get together with the other guy back at the base in time for the 2 of them to get their stories straight before the investigation. I don't know what happened, sir. I was pulling up after a target run, and it just flamed out on me. Hassling was forbidden, and hassling that led to the destruction of an aircraft was a serious court-martial offense, and the man's superiors knew that the engine hadn't just flamed out, but every unofficial impulse on the base seemed to be saying, hell, we wouldn't give you a nickel for a pilot who hasn't done some crazy rat racing like that. It's all part of the right stuff. The other side of this impulse showed up in the reluctance of the young jocks to admit it, when they had maneuvered themselves into a bad corner they couldn't get out of. There were 2 reasons why a fighter pilot hated to declare an emergency. First, it triggered a complex and very public chain of events at the field. All other incoming flights were held up, including many of one's comrades who were probably low on fuel. The fire trucks came trundling out to the runway like yellow toys, as seen from way up there, the better to illustrate one's hapless state, and the bureaucracy began to crank up the paper monster for the investigation that all was followed. And second, to declare an emergency, one first had to reach that conclusion in his own mind, which to the young pilot was the same as saying, a minute ago I still had it, now I need your help. To have a bunch of young fighter pilots up in the air thinking this way used to drive flight controllers crazy. They would see a ship beginning to drift off the radar, and they couldn't rouse the pilot on the microphone for anything other than a few meaningless mumbles, and they would know he was probably out there with engine failure at a low altitude, trying to reignite by lowering his auxiliary generator rig, which had a little propeller that was supposed to spin in the slipstream like a child's pinwheel. Whiskey Kilo 28, do you want to declare an emergency? This would rouse him. To say, negative, Whiskey Kilo 28 is not declaring an emergency. Kaboom. Believers in the right stuff would rather crash and burn. One fine day, after he had joined a fighter squadron, it would dawn on the young pilot exactly how the losers in the great fraternal competition were now being left behind. Which is to say, not my instructors or other superiors or my failures at prescribed levels of competence, but my death. At this point the essence of the enterprise would begin to dawn on him. Slowly, step by step, the ante had been raised, until he was now involved in what was surely the grimmest and grandest gamble of manhood. Being a fighter pilot for that matter, simply taking off in a single-engine jet fighter of the Century series, such as an F-102, or any of the military's other marvelous bricks with fins on them presented a man, on a perfectly sunny day, with more ways to get himself killed than his wife and children could imagine in their wildest fears. If he was barreling down the runway at 200 miles an hour, completing the takeoff run, and the board started lighting up red, should he abort the takeoff and try to wrestle with the monster, which was gorged with jet fuel, out in the sand beyond the end of the runway, or be eject and hope that the goddamned human cannonball trick works at zero altitude and he doesn't shatter an elbow or a kneecap on the way out, or C, continue the takeoff and deal with the problem aloft, knowing full well that the ship may be on fire and therefore seconds away from exploding? He would have 1 second to sort out the options and act, and this kind of little workaday decision came up all the time. Occasionally a man would look coldly at the binary problem he was now confronting every day, right stuff / death, and decide it wasn't worth it and voluntarily shift over to transports or reconnaissance or whatever. And his comrades would wonder, for a day or so, what evil virus had invaded his soul points, as they left him behind. More often, however, the reverse would happen. Some college graduate would enter Navy aviation through the reserves, simply, as an alternative to the Army draft, fully intending to return to civilian life, to some waiting profession or family business, would become involved in the obsessive business of ascending the ziggurat pyramid of flying, and, at the end of his enlistment, would astound everyone back home and very likely himself as well by signing up for another one. What on earth got into him? He couldn't explain it. After all, the very words for it had been amputated. A Navy study showed that 2/3 of the fighter pilots who were rated in the top rungs of their groups the hottest young pilots re-enlisted when the time came, and practically all were college graduates. By this point, the young fighter jock was like the preacher in Moby Dick who climbs up into the pulpit on a rope ladder and then pulls the ladder up behind him, except the pilot could not use the words necessary to express the vital lessons. Civilian life, and even home and hearth, now seemed not only far away but far below, back down many levels of the pyramid of the right stuff. A fighter pilot soon found he wanted to associate only with other fighter pilots. Who else could understand the nature of the little proposition right stuff / death they were all dealing with? And what other subject could compare with it? It was riveting. To talk about it in so many words was forbidden, of course. The very words death, danger, bravery, fear were not to be uttered, except in the occasional specific instance or for ironic effect. Nevertheless, the subject could be adumbrated in quote or by example. Hence the endless evenings of pilots huddled together talking about flying. On these long and drunken evenings, the bane of their family life, certain theorems would be propounded and demonstrated, and all by quote and example. One theorem was, there are no accidents and no fatal flaws in the machines, there are only pilots with the wrong stuff. Blind fate can't kill me. When Bud Jennings crashed and burned in the swamps at Jacksonville, the other pilots in Pete Conrad's squadron said, how could he have been so stupid? It turned out that Jennings had gone up in the S&J with his cockpit canopy opened in a way that was expressly forbidden in the manual, and carbon monoxide had been sucked in from the exhaust, and he passed out and crashed. All agreed that Bud Jennings was a good guy and a good pilot, but his epitaph on the ziggurat was, how could he have been so stupid? This seemed shocking at first, but by the time Conrad had reached the end of that bad string at Pax River, he was capable of his own corollary to the theorem, viz., no single factor ever killed a pilot, there was always a chain of mistakes. But what about Ted Whelan, who fell like a rock from 8,100 feet when his parachute failed? Well, the parachute was merely part of the chain. First, someone should have caught the structural defect that resulted in the hydraulic leak that triggered the emergency. Second, Whelan did not check out his seat parachute rig, and the drogue failed to separate the main parachute from the seat. But even after those two mistakes, Whelan had 15 or 20 seconds, as he fell, to disengage himself from the seat and open the parachute manually. Why just stare at the scenery coming up to smack you in the face? And everyone nodded. He failed but I wouldn't have. Once the theorem and the corollary were understood, the Navy's statistics about 1 in every 4 Navy aviators dying meant nothing. The figures were averages, and averages applied to those with average stuff. A riveting subject, especially if it were one's own hide that was on the line. Every evening at bases all over America, there were military pilots huddled in officers' clubs eagerly cutting the right stuff up in coated slices so they could talk about it. What more compelling topic of conversation was there in the world? In the Air Force there were even pilots who would ask the tower for priority landing clearance, so that they could make the beer call on time, at 4 p.m. sharp, at the officers' club. They would come right out and state the reason. The drunken rambles began at 4 and sometimes went on for 10 or 12 hours. Such conversations. They diced that righteous stuff up into little bits, bowed ironically to it, stumbled blindfolded around it, groped, lurched, belched, staggered, bawled, sang, roared, and fainted at it with self-deprecating humor. Nevertheless, they never mentioned it by name. No, they used the approved codes, such as, like a jerk I got myself into a hell of a corner today. They told of how they lucked out of it. To get across the extreme peril of his exploit, one would use certain oblique cues. He would say, I looked over at Robinson who would be known to the listeners as a non-com who sometimes rode backseat to read radar and he wasn't talking anymore. He was just staring at the radar, like this, giving it that zombie look. Then I knew I was in trouble. Beautiful. Just right. For it would also be known to the listeners that the non-coms advised one another, never fly with a lieutenant. Avoid captains and majors. Hell, man, do yourself the favor, don't fly with anybody below colonel. Which in turn said, those young bucks shoot dice with death. And yet once in the air the non-com had his own standards. He was determined to remain as outwardly cool as the pilot, so that, when the pilot did something that truly petrified him, he would say nothing. Instead, he would turn silent, catatonic, like a zombie. Perfect. Zombie. There you had it, compressed into a single word, all of the foregoing. I'm a hell of a pilot. I shoot dice with death. And now all you fellows know it. And I haven't spoken of that unspoken stuff even once. The talking and drinking began at the beer call, and then the boys would break for dinner and come back afterward and get more wasted and more garrulous or else more quietly fried, drinking good cheap PX booze until 2 a.m. The night was young. Why not get the cars and go out for a little proficiency run? It seemed that every fighter jock thought himself an ace driver, and he would do anything to obtain a hot car, especially a sports car, and the drunker he was, the more convinced he would be about his driving skills, as if the right stuff, being indivisible, carried over into any enterprise whatsoever, under any conditions. A little proficiency run, boys. There's only one way to find out. And they would roar off in close formation from say, Nellis Air Force Base, down Route 15, into Las Vegas, barreling down the highway, rat racing, sometimes four abreast, jockeying for position, piling into the most listless curve in the desert flats, as if they were trying to root each other out of the groove at the Rebel 500 and then bursting into downtown Las Vegas with a rude fraternal roar like the Hells Angels and the natives chalked it up to youth and drink and the bad element that the Air Force attracted. They knew nothing about the right stuff, of course. More fighter pilots died in automobiles than in airplanes. Fortunately, there was always some kindly soul up the chain to certify the paper's line of duty, so that the widow could get a better break on the insurance. That was okay and only proper, because somehow the system itself had long ago said skull. And quite right. To the military cycle of flying and drinking and driving, as if there were no other way. Every young fighter jock knew the feeling of getting 2 or 3 hours sleep and then waking up at 5:30 a.m. and having a few cups of coffee, a few cigarettes, and then carting his poor quivering liver out to the field for another day of flying. There were those who arrived not merely hungover but still drunk, slapping oxygen tank cones over their faces and trying to burn the alcohol out of their systems, and then going up, remarking later, "I don't advise it, you understand, but it can be done. Provided you have the right stuff, you miserable pug-knocker." Air Force and Navy airfields were usually on barren or marginal stretches of land and would have looked especially bleak and low rent to an ordinary individual in the chilly light of dawn. But to a young pilot there was an inexplicable bliss to coming out to the flight line, while the sun was just beginning to cook up behind the rim of the horizon, so that the whole field was still in shadow and the ridges in the distance were in silhouette and the flight line was a monochrome of exhaust fume blue, and every little red light on top of the water towers or power stanchions looked dull, shriveled, congealed, and the runway lights, which were still on, looked faded, and even the landing lights on a fighter that had just landed and was taxiing in were no longer dazzling, as they would be at night, and looked instead like shriveled gobs of candle power out there and yet it was beautiful, exhilarating. For he was revved up with adrenaline, anxious to take off before the day broke, to burst up into the sunlight over the ridges before all those thousands of comatose souls down there, still dead to the world, snug in home and hearth, even came to their senses. To take off in an F-100 at dawn and cut in the afterburner and hurtle 25,000 feet up into the sky so suddenly that you felt not like a bird but like a trajectory, yet with full control of 5 tons of thrust, all of which flowed from your will and through your fingertips, with the huge engine right beneath you, so close that it was as if you were riding it bareback, until you leveled out and went supersonic, an event registered on Earth by a tremendous cracking boom that shook windows, but up here only by the fact that you now felt utterly free of the earth. To describe it, even to wife, child, near ones and dear ones, seemed impossible. So the pilot kept it to himself, along with an even more indescribable an even more sinfully inconfessable feeling of superiority, appropriate to him and to his kind, lone bearers of the right stuff. From up here at dawn the pilot looked down upon poor hopeless Las Vegas or Yuma, Corpus Christi, Meridian, San Bernardino, or Dayton and began to wonder how can all of them down there, those poor souls who will soon be waking up and trudging out of their minute rectangles and inching along their little noodle highways toward whatever slots and grooves make up their everyday lives how could they live like that, with such earnestness, if they had the faintest idea of what it was like up here in this righteous zone? But of course, not only the washed out, grounded, and dead pilots had been left behind but also all of those millions of sleepwalking souls who never even attempted the great gamble. The entire world below left behind. Only at this point can one begin to understand just how big, how titanic, the ego of the military pilot could be. The world was used to enormous egos in artists, actors, entertainers of all sorts, in politicians, sports figures, and even journalists, because they had such familiar and convenient ways to show them off. But that slim young man over there in uniform, with the enormous watch on his wrist and the withdrawn look on his face, that young officer who is so shy that he can't even open his mouth, unless the subject is flying that young pilot well, my friends, his ego is even bigger. So big, it's breathtaking. Even in the 1950s it was difficult for civilians to comprehend such a thing, but all military officers and many enlisted men tended to feel superior to civilians. It was really quite ironic, given the fact that for a good 30 years the rising business classes in the cities had been steering their sons away from the military, as if from a bad smell, and the officer corps had never been held in lower esteem. Well, career officers returned the contempt in trumps. They looked upon themselves as men who lived by higher standards of behavior than civilians, as men who were the bearers and protectors of the most important values of American life, who maintained a sense of discipline, while civilians abandoned themselves to hedonism, who maintained a sense of honor, while civilians lived by opportunism and greed. Opportunism and greed, there you had your much vaunted corporate business world. Khrushchev was right about one thing: when it came time to hang the capitalist West, an American businessman would sell him the rope. When the showdown came and the showdowns always came not all the wealth in the world or all the sophisticated nuclear weapons and radar and missile systems it could buy would take the place of those who had the uncritical willingness to face danger, those who, in short, had the right stuff. In fact, the feeling was so righteous, so exalted, it could become religious. Civilians seldom understood this, either. There was no one to teach them. It was no longer the fashion for serious writers to describe the glories of war. Instead, they dwelt upon its horrors, often with cynicism or disgust. It was left to the occasional pilot with a literary flair to provide a glimpse of the pilot's self-conception in its heavenly or spiritual aspect. When a pilot named Robert Scott flew his P-43 over Mount Everest, quite a feat at the time, he brought his hand up and snapped a salute to his fallen adversary. He thought he had defeated the mountain, surmounting all the forces of nature that had made it formidable. And why not? God is my co-pilot, he said. That became the title of his book, and he meant it. So did the most gifted of all the pilot authors, the Frenchman Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. As he gazed down upon the world points from up there points during transcontinental flights, the good Saint-Ex saw civilization as a series of tiny fragile patches clinging to the otherwise barren rock of earth. He felt like a lonely sentinel, a protector of those vulnerable little oases, ready to lay down his life in their behalf, if necessary, a saint, in short, true to his name, flying up here at the right hand of God. The good Saint-Ex. And he was not the only one. He was merely the one who put it into words most beautifully and anointed himself before the altar of the right stuff. There were many pilots in their 30s who, to the consternation of their wives, children, mothers, fathers, and employers, volunteered to go active in the reserves and fly in combat in the Korean War. In God-forsaken frozen chosen. But it was simple enough. Half of them were flyers who had trained during the Second World War and had never seen combat. It was well understood and never said, of course, that no one could reach the top of the pyramid without going into combat. The morale of foot soldiers in the Korean War was so bad it actually reached the point where officers were prodding men forward with gun barrels and bayonets. But in the air it was fighter jock heaven. Using F-86s mainly, the Air Force was producing aces, pilots who had shot down 5 planes or more, as fast as the Koreans and Chinese could get then Soviet MiG-15s up to fight them. By the time the fighting was stopped, there were 38 Air Force aces, and they had accounted for a total of 299.5 kills. Only 56 F-86s were lost. High spirits these lads had. They chronicled their adventures with a good creamy romanticism such as nobody in flying had treated himself to, since the days of Lufbery, Frank Luke, and von Richthofen in the First World War. Colonel Harrison Arthine, who shot down 5 MiGs in Korea and 8 German and Japanese planes in the Second World War, glowed like Excalibur when he described his 4th Fighter Interceptor wing. Like olden knights the F-86 pilots ride up over North Korea to the Yalu River, the sun glinting off silver aircraft, contrails streaming behind, as they challenge the numerically superior enemy to come on up and fight. Lances and plumes. I'm a knight. Come on up and fight. Why hold back? Knights of the right stuff. When a pilot named Gus Grissom, whom Conrad, Skira, Lovell, and the others would meet later on, first went to Korea, the Air Force used to take the F-86 jocks out to the field before dawn, in the dark, in buses, and the pilots who had not been shot at by a MiG in air-to-air combat had to stand up. At first Grissom couldn't believe it, and then he couldn't bear it. Those bastards sitting down were the only ones with the right stuff. The next morning, as they rumbled out there in the dark, he was sitting down. He had gone up north toward the Yalu on the first day and had hit out with some howling supersonic genie just so he could have a seat on the bus. Even at the level of combat, the main thing was not to be left behind. Combat had its own infinite series of tests, and one of the greatest sins was chattering or jabbering on the radio. The combat frequency was to be kept clear of all but strategically essential messages, and all unenlightening comments were regarded as evidence of funk, of the wrong stuff. A Navy pilot in legend, at any rate, began shouting, "I've got a MiG at zero. A MiG at zero," meaning that it had maneuvered in behind him and was locked in on his tail. An irritated voice cut in and said, "Shut up and die like an aviator." One had to be a Navy pilot to appreciate the final nuance. A good Navy pilot was a real aviator. In the Air Force they merely had pilots and not precisely the proper stuff. No, the tests were never ending. And in the periods between wars a man's past successes in combat did not necessarily keep him at the top of the heavenly pyramid. By the late 1950s there was yet another plateau to strive for. On that plateau were men who had flown in combat in the Second World War or Korea and had then gone on to become test pilots in the new age of jet and rocket engines. Not every combat pilot could make the climb. Two of the great aces of the Second World War, Richard I Bong and Don Gentile, tried it but didn't have the patience for the job. They only wanted to go up and poke holes in the sky, and presently they were just part of combat history. Of course, by now, thanks to the accident of age, you began to find young men who had reached the exalted level of test pilot without ever having had a chance to fight in combat. One was Pete Conrad, who was just graduating, with the survivors of Group 20, to the status of full-fledged test pilot at Pax River. Like every Navy test pilot, Conrad was proud of Pax River and its reputation. Out loud every true Navy aviator insisted that Pax River was the place, and inwardly knew it really wasn't. For every military pilot knew where the apex of the Great Ziggurat was located. You could point it out on a map. The place was Edwards Air Force Base in the high desert 150 miles northeast of Los Angeles. Everyone knew who resided there, too, although their actual status was never put into words. Not only that, everyone knew the name of the individual who ranked foremost in the Olympus, the ace of all the aces, as it were, among the true brothers of the right stuff. 3. Yeager. Anyone who travels very much on airlines in the United States soon gets to know the voice of the airline pilot coming over the intercom with a particular drawl, a particular folksiness, a particular down-home calmness that is so exaggerated it begins to parody itself nevertheless. It's reassuring the voice that tells you, as the airliner is caught in thunderheads and goes bolting up and down 1,000 feet at a single gulp, to check your seat belts, because it might get a little choppy. The voice that tells you on a flight from Phoenix preparing for its final approach into Kennedy Airport, New York, just after dawn. Now, folks, this is the captain we've got a little old red light up here on the control panel that's trying to tell us that the landing gears are not locking into position. When we lower now I don't believe that little old red light knows what it's talking about. I believe it's that little old red light that ain't working right. Faint chuckle, long pause, as if to say, I'm not even sure all this is really worth going into. Still, it may amuse you but I guess to play it by the rules, we ought to humor that little old light. So we're gonna take her down to about, 200 or 300 feet over the runway at Kennedy, and the folks down there on the ground are gonna see, if they can't give us a visual inspection of those old landing gears, with which he is obviously on intimate all buddy terms, as with every other working part of this mighty ship. And if I'm right, they're gonna tell us everything is copacetic all the way around and we'll just take her on in. And, after a couple of low passes over the field, the voice returns, well, folks, those folks down there on the ground, it must be too early for them or something. I expect they still got the sleepers in their eyes. Cause they say they can't tell if those old landing gears are all the way down or not ellipsis points, but, you know, up here in the cockpit we are convinced they're all the way down, so we're just gonna take her on in ellipsis points. And oh, ellipsis points, I almost forgot ellipsis points, while we take a little swing out over the ocean and empty some of that surplus fuel we're not gonna be needing anymore. That's what you might be seeing coming out of the wings. Our lovely little ladies ellipsis points, if they'll be so kind. Ellipsis points, they're gonna go up and down the aisles and show you how we do what we call assum in the position. Ellipsis points, another faint chuckle. We do this so often, and it's so much fun, we even have a funny little name for it. Ellipsis points. And the stewardesses, a bit grimmer, by the looks of them, than that voice, start telling the passengers to take their glasses off and take the ballpoint pens and other sharp objects out of their pockets, and they show them the position, with the head lowered. Ellipsis points, while down on the field at Kennedy the little yellow emergency trucks start roaring across the field. And even though in your pounding heart and your sweating palms and your broiling brain and you know this is a critical moment in your life, you still can't quite bring yourself to believe it, because, if it were ellipsis points, how could the captain, the man who knows the actual situation most intimately, ellipsis points, how could he keep on drawling and chuckling and drifting and lollygagging in that particular voice of his? Well, who doesn't know that voice? And who can forget it? Even after he is proved right and the emergency is over. That particular voice may sound vaguely southern or southwestern, but it is specifically Appalachian in origin. It originated in the mountains of West Virginia, in the coal country, in Lincoln County, so far up in the hollows that, as the saying went, they had to pipe in daylight. In the late 1940s and early 1950s this hollow voice drifted down from on high, from over the high desert of California, down, 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 from the upper reaches of the Brotherhood into all phases of American aviation. It was amazing. It was 5 million in reverse. Military pilots and then, soon, airline pilots, pilots from Maine and Massachusetts and the Dakotas and Oregon and everywhere else, began to talk in that poker hollow West Virginia drawl, or, as close to it, as they could bend their native accents. It was the drawl of the most righteous of all the possessors of the right stuff, Chuck Yeager. Yeager had started out as the equivalent, in the Second World War, of the legendary Frank Luke of the 27th Aero Squadron in the First. Which is to say, he was the boondocker, the boy from the back country, with only a high school education, no credentials, no cachet or polish of any sort, who took off the feed store overalls and put on a uniform and climbed into an airplane and lit up the skies over Europe. Yeager grew up in Hamlin, West Virginia, a town on the Mud River not far from Nitro, Hurricane Whirlwind, Salt Rock, Mud, Sod, Cram, Leet, Dolly, Ruth, and Alum Creek. His father was a gas driller drilling for natural gas in the coal fields. His older brother was a gas driller, and he would have been a gas driller had he not enlisted in the Army Air Force in 1941 at the age of 18. In 1943, at 20, he became a flight officer, I.E., a non-com who was allowed to fly, and went to England to fly fighter planes over France and Germany. Even in the tumult of the war, Yeager was somewhat puzzling to a lot of other pilots. He was a short, wiry, but muscular little guy with dark curly hair and a tough-looking face that seemed to strangers to be saying, "You best not be looking me in the eye, you peckerwood, or I'll put 4 more holes in your nose." But that wasn't what was puzzling. What was puzzling was the way Yeager talked. He seemed to talk with some older forms of English elocution, syntax, and conjugation that had been preserved up hollow in the Appalachians. There were people up there who never said they disapproved of anything. They said, "I don't hold with it." In the present tense they were willing to help out, like anyone else, but in the past tense they only hulked. "It weren't nothing I hold with, but I hulked him out with it, anyways." In his first 8 missions, at the age of 20, Yeager shot down 2 German fighters. On his 9th he was shot down over German-occupied French territory. Suffering flak wounds, he bailed out, was picked up by the French underground, which smuggled him across the Pyrenees into Spain disguised as a peasant. In Spain he was jailed briefly, then released, whereupon he made it back to England and returned to combat during the Allied invasion of France. On October 12, 1944, Yeager took on and shot down 5 German fighter planes in succession. On November 6, Flying a propeller-driven P-51 Mustang, he shot down one of the new jet fighters the Germans had developed, the Messerschmitt 262, and damaged two more, and on November 20th he shot down four FW-190s. It was a true Frank Luke-style display of warrior fury and personal prowess. By the end of the war he had 13.5 kills. He was 22 years old. In 1946 and 1947 Yeager was trained as a test pilot at Wright Field in Dayton. He amazed his instructors with his ability at stunt team flying, not to mention the unofficial business of hassling. That plus his Apollo drawl had everybody saying, he's a natural-born stick-and-rudder man. Nevertheless, there was something extraordinary about it when a man so young, with so little experience in flight test, was selected to go to Muroc Field in California for the XS-1 project. Muroc was up in the high elevations of the Mojave Desert. It looked like some fossil landscape that had long since been left behind by the rest of terrestrial evolution. It was full of huge dry lake beds, the biggest being Rogers Lake. Other than sagebrush the only vegetation was Joshua trees, twisted freaks of the plant world that looked like a cross between cactus and Japanese bonsai. They had a dark petrified green color and horribly crippled branches. At dusk the Joshua trees stood out in silhouette on the fossil wasteland like some arthritic nightmare. In the summer the temperature went up to 110 degrees, as a matter of course, and the dry lake beds were covered in sand, and there would be windstorms and sandstorms right out of a foreign legion movie. At night it would drop to near freezing, and in December it would start raining, and the dry lakes would fill up with a few inches of water, and some sort of putrid prehistoric shrimps would work their way up from out of the ooze, and seagulls would come flying in 100 miles or more from the ocean, over the mountains, to gobble up these squirming little throwbacks. A person had to see it to believe it. Flocks of seagulls wheeling around in the air out in the middle of the high desert in the dead of winter and grazing on antediluvian crustaceans in the primordial ooze. When the wind blew the few inches of water back and forth across the lake beds, they became absolutely smooth and level. And when the water evaporated in the spring, and the sun baked the ground hard, the lake beds became the greatest natural landing fields ever discovered, and also the biggest, with miles of room for error. That was highly desirable, given the nature of the enterprise at Muroc. Besides the wind, sand, tumbleweed, and Joshua trees, there was nothing at Muroc except for two Quonset-style hangars, side by side, a couple of gasoline pumps, a single concrete runway, a few tar paper shacks, and some tents. The officers stayed in the shacks marked barracks, and lesser souls stayed in the tents and froze all night and fried all day. Every road into the property had a guardhouse on it manned by soldiers. The enterprise the Army had undertaken in this god-forsaken place was the development of supersonic jet and rocket planes. At the end of the war the Army had discovered that the Germans not only had the world's first jet fighter but also a rocket plane that had gone 596 miles an hour in tests. Just after the war a British jet, the Gloucester Meteor, jumped the official world speed record from 469 to 606 in a single day. The next great plateau would be Mach 1, the speed of sound, and the Army Air Force considered it crucial to achieve it first. The speed of sound, Mach 1, was known thanks to the work of the physicist Ernst Mach to vary at different altitudes, temperatures, and wind speeds. On a calm 60-degree day at sea level it was about 760 miles an hour, while at 40,000 feet, where the temperature would be at least 60 below, it was about 660 miles an hour. Evil and baffling things happened in the transonic zone, which began at about 0.7 Mach. Wind tunnels choked out at such velocities. Pilots who approached the speed of sound in dives reported that the controls would lock or freeze or even alter their normal functions. Pilots had crashed and died because they couldn't budge the stick. Just last year Geoffrey de Havilland, son of the famous British aircraft designer and builder, had tried to take one of his father's DH-108s to Mach 1. The ship started buffeting and then disintegrated, and he was killed. This led engineers to speculate that the shock waves became so severe and unpredictable at Mach 1, no aircraft could survive them. They started talking about the sonic wall and the sound barrier. So this was the task that a handful of pilots, engineers, and mechanics had at Muroc. The place was utterly primitive, nothing but bare bones, bleached tarpaulins, and corrugated tin rippling in the heat with caloric waves, and for an ambitious young pilot it was perfect. Mureck seemed like an outpost on the dome of the world, open only to a righteous few, closed off to the rest of humanity, including even the Army Air Force brass of command control, which was at Wright Field. The commanding officer at Mureck was only a colonel, and his superiors at Wright did not relish junkets to the Mureck rat shacks in the first place. But to pilots this prehistoric throwback of an airfield became ellipsis points shrimp heaven. The rat shack plains of Olympus. Low-rent septic tank perfection ellipsis points yes, and not excluding those traditional essentials for the blissful hot young pilot, flying and drinking and drinking and driving. Just beyond the base, to the southwest, there was a rickety wind-blown 1930 style establishment called Pancho's Fly-In, owned, run, and bartended by a woman named Pancho Barnes. Pancho Barnes wore tight white sweaters and tight pants, after the mode of Barbara Stanwyck in Double Indemnity. She was only 41 when Yeager arrived at Mureck, but her face was so weather-beaten, had so many hard miles on it, that she looked older, especially to the young pilots at the base. She also shocked the pants off them with her vulcanized tongue. Everybody she didn't like was an old bastard or a son of a bitch. People she liked were old bastards and sons of bitches, too. I told that old bastard to get his ass on over here and I'd give him a drink. But Pancho Barnes was anything but low rent. She was the granddaughter of the man who designed the old Mount Lowe cable car system, Thaddeus S.C. Lowe. Her maiden name was Florence Leondine Lowe. She was brought up in San Marino, which adjoined Pasadena and was one of Los Angeles' wealthiest suburbs, and her first husband Dej she was married 4 times. Dej was the pastor of the Pasadena Episcopal Church, the Reverend C. Rankin Barnes. Mrs. Barnes seemed to have few of the conventional community interests of a Pasadena matron. In the late 1920s, by boat and plane, she ran guns for Mexican revolutionaries and picked up the nickname Pancho. In 1930 she broke Amelia Earhart's airspeed record for women. Then she barnstormed around the country, as the featured performer of Pancho Barnes's Mystery Circus of the Air. She always greeted her public in jodhpurs and riding boots, a flight jacket, a white scarf, and a white sweater that showed off her terrific Barbara Stanwyck chest. Pancho's desert fly-in had an airstrip, a swimming pool, a dude ranch corral, plenty of acreage for horseback riding, a big old guest house for the lodgers, and a connecting building that was the bar and restaurant. In the bar on the floors, the tables, the chairs, the walls, the beams, the bar were of the sort known as extremely weather-beaten, and the screen doors kept banging. Nobody putting together such a place for a movie about flying in the old days would ever dare make it as dilapidated and generally go to hell as it actually was. Behind the bar were many pictures of airplanes and pilots, lavishly autographed and inscribed, badly framed and crookedly hung. There was an old piano that had been dried out and cracked to the point of hopeless desiccation. On a good night a huddle of drunken aviators could be heard trying to bang, slosh, and navigate their way through old Cole Porter tunes. On average nights the tunes were not that good to start with. When the screen door banged and a man walked through the door into the saloon, every eye in the place checked him out. If he wasn't known as somebody who had something to do with flying at Mureck, he would be eyed like some lame goddamn Massachusetts sheepherder from Shane. The plane the Air Force wanted to break the sound barrier with was called the X-1 at the outset and later on simply the X-1. The Bell Aircraft Corporation had built it under an Army contract. The core of the ship was a rocket of the type first developed by a young Navy inventor, Robert Truax, during the war. The fuselage was shaped like a .50 caliber bullet embedded an object that was known to go supersonic smoothly. Military pilots seldom drew major test assignments. They went to highly paid civilians working for the aircraft corporations. The prime pilot for the X-1 was a man whom Bell regarded as the best of the breed. This man looked like a movie star. He looked like a pilot from out of Hell's Angels. And on top of everything else there was his name, Slick Goodlin. The idea in testing the X-1 was to nurse it carefully into the transonic zone, up to 7/10, 8/10, 9/10 the speed of sound, 0.7 Mach, 0.8 Mach, 0.9 Mach before attempting the speed of sound itself, Mach 1, even though Bell and the Army already knew the X-1 had the rocket power to go to Mach 1 and beyond, if there was any beyond. The consensus of aviators and engineers, after Jeffrey de Havilland's death, was that the speed of sound was an absolute, like the firmness of the earth. The sound barrier was a farm you could buy in the sky. So Slick Goodland began to probe the transonic zone in the X1, going up to .8 Mach. Every time he came down he'd have a riveting tale to tell. The buffeting, it was so fierce and the listeners, their imaginations aflame, could practically see poor Jeffrey de Havilland disintegrating in midair. And the goddamned aerodynamics and the listeners got a picture of a man in ballroom pumps skidding across a sheet of ice, pursued by bears. A controversy arose over just how much bonus Slick Goodland should receive for assaulting the dread Mach 1 itself. Bonuses for contract test pilots were not unusual, but the figure of $150,000 was now bruited about. The Army balked, and Yeager got the job. He took it for $283 a month, or $3,396 a year, which is to say, his regular Army captain's pay. The only trouble they had with Yeager was in holding him back. On his first powered flight in the X-1 he immediately executed an unauthorized zero-G roll with a full load of rocket fuel, then stood the ship on its tail and went up to .85 Mach 1 in a vertical climb, also unauthorized. On subsequent flights, at speeds between .85 Mach and .9 Mach, Yeager ran into most known airfoil problems and loss of elevator, aileron, and rudder control, heavy trim pressures, Dutch rolls, pitching and buffeting. The lot yet was convinced, after edging over .9 Mach, that this would all get better, not worse, as you reached Mach 1. The attempt to push beyond Mach 1 breaking the sound barrier was set for October 14, 1947. Not being an engineer, Yeager didn't believe the barrier existed. October 14 was a Tuesday. On Sunday evening, October 12, Chuck Yeager dropped in at Pancho's, along with his wife. She was a brunette named Glennis, whom he had met in California, while he was in training, and she was such a number, so striking, he had the inscription Glamorous Glennis written on the nose of his P-51 in Europe and, just a few weeks back, on the X-1 itself. Yeager didn't go to Pancho's and knock back a few, because 2 days later the big test was coming up. Nor did he knock back a few, because it was the weekend. No, he knocked back a few, because night had come and he was a pilot at Murik. In keeping with the military tradition of flying and drinking, that was what you did, for no other reason than that the sun had gone down. You went to Pancho's and knocked back a few and listened to the screen doors banging and to other aviators torturing the piano and the nation's repertoire of familiar favorites and to lonesome now-stirred strangers wandering in through the banging doors and to Pancho classifying the whole bunch of them as old bastards and miserable peckerwoods. That was what you did, if you were a pilot at Murik and the sun went down. So about 11 Yeager got the idea that it would be a hell of a kick if he and Glennis saddled up a couple of Pancho's dude ranch horses and went for a romp, a little rat race, in the moonlight. This was in keeping with the military tradition of flying and drinking and driving, except that this was prehistoric Murik and you rode horses. So Yeager and his wife set off on a little proficiency run at full gallop through the desert in the moonlight amid the arthritic silhouettes of the Joshua trees. Then they start racing back to the corral, with Yeager in the lead and heading for the gateway. Given the prevailing conditions, it being nighttime, at Pancho's, and his head being filled with a black sandstorm of many badly bawled songs and vulcanized oaths, he sees too late that the gate has been closed. Like many a hard-driving midnight pilot before him, he does not realize that he is not equally gifted in the control of all forms of locomotion. He and the horse hit the gate, and he goes flying off and lands on his right side. His side hurts like hell. The next day, Monday, his side still hurts like hell. It hurts every time he moves. It hurts every time he breathes deep. It hurts every time he moves his right arm. He knows that, if he goes to a doctor at Murik or says anything to anybody even remotely connected with his superiors, he will be scrubbed from the flight on Tuesday. They might even go so far as to put some other miserable peckerwood in his place. So he gets on his motorcycle, an old junker that Pancho had given him, and rides over to see a doctor in the town of Rosamond, near where he lives. Every time the goddamn motorcycle hits a pebble in the road, his side hurts like a son of a bitch. The doctor in Rosamond informs him he has 2 broken ribs and he tapes them up and tells him that, if he'll just keep his right arm immobilized for a couple of weeks and avoid any physical exertion or sudden movements, he should be all right. Yeager gets up before daybreak on Tuesday morning which is supposed to be the day he tries to break the sound barrier and his ribs still hurt like a son of a bitch. He gets his wife to drive him over to the field, and he has to keep his right arm pinned down to his side to keep his ribs from hurting so much. At dawn, on the day of the flight, you could hear the X-1 screaming long before you got there. The fuel for the X-1 was alcohol and liquid oxygen converted from a gas to a liquid by lowering its temperature to 297 degrees below zero. And when the Lux, as it was called, rolled out of the hoses and into the belly of the X-1, it started boiling off and the X-1 started steaming and screaming like a tea kettle. There's quite a crowd on hand, by Murex standards points perhaps 9 or 10 souls. They are still fueling the X-1 with the Lux, and the beast is wailing. The X-1 looked like a fat orange swallow with white markings. But it was really just a length of pipe with 4 rocket chambers in it. It had a tiny cockpit and a needle nose, 2 little straight blades only 3.5 inches thick at the thickest part for wings, and a tail assembly set up high to avoid the sonic wash from the wings. Even though his side was throbbing and his right arm felt practically useless, Yeager figured he could grit his teeth and get through the flight except for one specific move he had to make. In the rocket launches, the X-1, which held only 2.5 minutes worth of fuel, was carried up to 26,000 feet underneath the B-29. At 7,000 feet, Yeager was to climb down a ladder from the bomb bay of the B-29 to the open doorway of the X-1, hook up to the oxygen system and the radio microphone and earphones, and put his crash helmet on and prepare for the launch, which would come at 25,000 feet. This helmet was a homemade number. There had never been any such thing as a crash helmet before, except in stunt flying. Throughout the war, pilots had used the old skin-tight leather helmet and goggles. But the X-1 had a way of throwing the pilot around so violently that there was danger of getting knocked out against the walls of the cockpit. So Yeager had bought a big leather football helmet there were no plastic ones at the time and he butchered it with a hunting knife, until he carved the right kind of holes in it, so that it would fit down over his regular flying helmet and the earphones and the oxygen rig. Anyway, then his flight engineer, Jack Ridley, would climb down the ladder, out in the breeze, and shove into place the cockpit door, which had to be lowered out of the belly of the B-29 on a chain. Then Yeager had to push a handle to lock the door airtight. Since the X-1's cockpit was minute, you had to push the handle with your right hand. It took quite a shove. There was no way you could move into position to get enough leverage with your left hand. Out in the hangar, Yeager makes a few test shoves on the sly, and the pain is so incredible he realizes that there is no way a man with 2 broken ribs is going to get the door closed. It is time to confide in somebody, and the logical man is Jack Ridley. Ridley is not only the flight engineer but a pilot himself and a good old boy from Oklahoma to boot. He will understand about flying and drinking and driving through the goddamn Joshua trees. So Yeager takes Ridley off to the side in the tin hangar and says, "Jack, I got me a little old problem here. Over at Pancho's the other night I sorta stinged my goddamn ribs." Ridley says, "What I mean stinged?" Yeager says, "Well, I guess you might say I damn near like to broke a couple of the sons of bitches." Whereupon Yeager sketches out the problem he foresees. Not for nothing is Ridley the engineer on this project. He has an inspiration. He tells a janitor named Sam to cut him about 9 inches off a broom handle. When nobody's looking, he slips the broomstick into the cockpit of the X-1 and gives Yeager a little advice and counsel. So with that added bit of supersonic flight gear, Yeager went aloft. At 7,000 feet he climbed down the ladder into the X-1's cockpit, clipped on his hoses and lines, and managed to pull the pumpkin football helmet over his head. Then Ridley came down the ladder and lowered the door into place. As Ridley had instructed, Yeager now took the 9 inches of broomstick and slipped it between the handle and the door. This gave him just enough mechanical advantage to reach over with his left hand and wang the thing shut. So he wanged the door shut with Ridley's broomstick and was ready to fly. At 26,000 feet the B-29 went into a shallow dive, then pulled up and released Yeager and the X-1, as if it were a bomb. Like a bomb it dropped and shot forward at the speed of the mothership at the same time. Yeager had been launched straight into the Sunday. It seemed to be no more than 6 feet in front of him, filling up the sky and blinding him. but he managed to get his bearings and set off the 4 rocket chambers one after the other. He then experienced something that became known as the ultimate sensation in flying, booming and zooming. The surge of the rockets was so tremendous, forced him back into his seat so violently, he could hardly move his hands forward the few inches necessary to reach the controls. The X-1 seemed to shoot straight up in an absolutely perpendicular trajectory, as if determined to snap the hold of gravity via the most direct route possible. In fact, he was only climbing at the 45-degree angle called for in the flight plan. At about .87 Mach the buffeting started. On the ground the engineers could no longer see Yeager. They could only hear ellipsis points that Poker Hollow, West Virginia drawl. Had a mild buffet there ellipsis points is the usual instability ellipsis points. Is the usual instability. Then the X-1 reached the speed of .96 Mach, and that incredible can't hard lion Oshak and drawl said, "Say, Ridley ellipsis points make a note here, will ya? If you ain't got nothing better to do ellipsis points elevator effectiveness regained." Just as Yeager had predicted, as the X-1 approached Mach 1, the stability improved. Yeager had his eyes pinned on the machometer. The needle reached .96, fluctuated, and went off the scale. And on the ground they heard ellipsis points that voice. "Say, Ridley ellipsis points make another note, will ya? If you ain't too bored yet ellipsis points there's something wrong with this ol' machometer ellipsis points faint chuckle ellipsis points it's gone kinda screwy on me ellipsis points." And in that moment, on the ground, they heard a boom rock over the desert floor and dash, just as the physicist Theodore von Karman had predicted many years before. Then they heard Ridley back in the B-29, "If it is, Chuck, we'll fix it. Personally I think you're seeing things." Then they heard Yeager's Poker Hollow drawl again. "Well, I guess I am, Jack ellipsis points, and I'm still going upstairs like a bat." The X-1 had gone through the sonic wall without so much as a bump. As the speed topped out at Mach 1.05, Yeager had the sensation of shooting straight through the top of the sky. The sky turned a deep purple and all at once the stars and the moon came out and the sun shone at the same time. He had reached a layer of the upper atmosphere, where the air was too thin to contain reflecting dust particles. He was simply looking out into space. As the X-1 nosed over at the top of the climb, Yeager now had 7 minutes of ellipsis points pilot heaven ellipsis points ahead of him. He was going faster than any man in history, and it was almost silent up here, since he had exhausted his rocket fuel, and he was so high in such a vast space that there was no sensation of motion. He was master of the sky. His was a king's solitude, unique and inviolate, above the dome of the world. It would take him 7 minutes to glide back down and land at Mureck. He spent the time doing victory rolls and wing-over-wing aerobatics, while Rogers Lake and the High Sierras spun around below. On the ground they had understood the code as soon as they heard Yeager's little exchange with Ridley. The project was secret, but the radio exchanges could be picked up by anyone within range. The business of the screwy machometer was Yeager's deadpan way of announcing that the X-1's instruments indicated Mach 1. As soon as he landed, they checked out the X-1's automatic recording instruments. Without any doubt the ship had gone supersonic. They immediately called the brass at right field to break the tremendous news. Within 2 hours right field called back and gave some firm orders. A top security lid was being put on the morning's events. That the press was not to be informed went without saying. But neither was anyone else, anyone at all, to be told. Word of the flight was not to go beyond the flight line. And even among the people directly involved who were there and knew about it, anyway there was to be no celebrating. Just what was on the minds of the brass at right is hard to say. Much of it, no doubt, was a simple holdover from wartime, when every breakthrough of possible strategic importance was kept under wraps. That was what you did you shut up about them. Another possibility was that the chief at right had never quite known what to make of Mureck. There was some sort of weird ribbled aerial tar paper Mad Monk squadron up on the roof of the desert out there ellipsis points. In any case, by mid-afternoon Yeager's tremendous feat had become a piece of thunder with no reverberation. A strange and implausible stillness settled over the event. Well, ellipsis points there was not supposed to be any celebration, but come nightfall ellipsis points Yeager and Ridley and some of the others ambled over to Pancho's. After all, it was the end of the day, and they were pilots. So they knocked back a few and they had to let Pancho in on the secret, because Pancho had said she'd serve a free steak dinner to any pilot who could fly supersonic and walk in here to tell about it, and they had to see the look on her face. So Pancho served Yeager a big steak dinner and said they were a bunch of miserable peckerwoods all the same, and the desert cooled off and the wind came up and the screen doors banged and they drank some more and bawled some songs over the cackling dry piano and the stars and the moon came out and Pancho screamed oaths no one had ever heard before and Yeager and Ridley roared and the old weather-beaten bar boomed and the autographed pictures of 100 dead pilots shook and clattered on the frame wires and the faces of the living fell apart in the reflections, and by they all left and stumbled and staggered and yelped and bayed for glory before the arthritic silhouettes of the Joshua trees. Shit. There was no one to tell except for Pancho and the goddamn Joshua trees. Over the next 5 months Yeager flew supersonic in the X-1 more than a dozen times, but still the Air Force insisted on keeping the story secret. Aviation Week published a report of the night's late in December without mentioning Yeager's name, provoking a minor debate in the press over whether or not Aviation Week had violated national security and still the Air Force refused to publicize the achievement until June of 1948. Only then was Yeager's name released. He received only a fraction of the publicity that would have been his had he been presented to the world immediately, on October 14, 1947, as the man who broke the sound barrier. This dragged-out process had curious effects. In 1952 a British movie called Breaking the Sound Barrier, starring Ralph Richardson, was released in the United States, and its promoters got the bright idea of inviting the man who had actually done it, Major Charles E. Yeager of the U.S. Air Force, to the American premiere. So the Air Force goes along with it and Yeager turns up for the festivities. When he watches the movie, he's stunned. He can't believe what he's seeing. Far from being based on the exploits of Charles E. Yeager, Breaking the Sound Barrier was inspired by the death of Jeffrey de Havilland in his father's DH-108. At the end of the movie a British pilot solves the mystery of the barrier by reversing the controls at the critical moment during a power dive. The buffeting is tearing his ship to pieces, and every rational process in his head is telling him to pull back on the stick to keep from crashing and he pushes it down instead points and zips right through Mach 1 as smooth as a bird, regaining full control. Breaking the Sound Barrier happened to be one of the most engrossing movies about flying ever made. It seemed superbly realistic, and people came away from it sure of two things. It was an Englishman who had broken the sound barrier, and he had done it by reversing the controls in the transonic zone. Well, after the showing they bring out Yeager to meet the press, and he doesn't know where in the hell to start. To him the whole goddamn picture is outrageous. He doesn't want to get mad, because this thing has been set up by Air Force PR. But he is not happy. In as calm a way as he can word it on the spur of the moment, he informs one and all that the picture is an utter shut from start to finish. The promoters respond, a bit huffily, that this picture is not, after all, a documentary. Yeager figures, well, anyway, that settles that. But as the weeks go by, he discovers an incredible thing happening. He keeps running into people who think he's the first American to break the sound barrier and that he learned how to reverse the controls and zip through from the Englishman who did it first. The last straw comes when he gets a call from the Secretary of the Air Force. Chuck, he says, do you mind if I ask you something? Is it true that you broke the sound barrier by reversing the controls? Yeager is stunned by this. The Secretary of the U.S. Air Force. No, sir, he says, that is not correct. Anyone who reversed the controls going transonic would be dead. Yeager and the rocket pilots who soon joined him at Murik had a hard time dealing with publicity. On the one hand, they hated the process. It meant talking to reporters and other fruit flies who always hovered, eager for the juice and invariably got the facts screwed up but that wasn't really the problem, was it? The real problem was that reporters violated the invisible walls of the fraternity. They blurted out questions and spoke boorish words about all the unspoken things. About fear and bravery they would say the words. And how you felt at such and such a moment. It was obscene. They presumed a knowledge and an intimacy they did not have and had no right to. Some aviation writer would sidle up and say, I hear Jenkins ordered in. That's too bad. Ordered in. A phrase that belonged exclusively to the fraternity. Coming from the lips of this ant who was left behind the moment Jenkins made his first step up the pyramid long ago. It was repulsive. But on the other hand, one's healthy pilot ego loved the glory wallowed in it. Lapped it up. No doubt about it. The pilot ego didn't come any bigger. The boys wouldn't have minded the following. They wouldn't have minded appearing once a year on a balcony over a huge square in which half the world is assembled. They wave. The world roars its approval, its applause, and breaks into a sustained 30-minute storm of cheers and tears moved by my righteous stuff. Point. And then it's over. All that remains is for the wife to paste the clippings in the scrapbook. A little adulation on the order of the popes, that's all the true brothers at the top of the pyramid really wanted. Yeager received just about every major decoration and trophy that was available to test pilots, but the Yeager legend grew not in the press, not in public, but within the fraternity. As of 1948, after Yeager's flight was made public, every hawk pilot in the country knew that Mureck was what you aimed for, if you wanted to reach the top. In 1947 the National Security Act, Title 10, turned the Army Air Force into the U.S. Air Force, and 3 years later Mureck Army Air Base became Edwards Air Force Base, named for a test pilot, Glenn Edwards, who had died testing a ship with no tail called the Flying Wing. So, now the magic word became Edwards. You couldn't keep a really hot, competitive pilot away from Edwards. Civilian pilots, almost all of whom had been trained in the military, could fly for the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics NACA High Speed Center at Edwards, and some of the rocket pilots did that. Scott Crossfield, Joe Walker, Howard Lilly, Herb Hoover, and Bill Bridgman, among them. Pete Everest, Kip Murray, Ivan Kincheloe, and Mel Apt joined Yeager as Air Force rocket pilots. There was a constant rivalry between NACA and the Air Force to push the rocket planes to their outer limits. On November 20, 1953, Crossfield, in the D-5582, raised the speed record to Mach 2. 3 weeks later Yeager flew the X-1A to Mach 2.4. The rocket program was quickly running out of frontiers within the atmosphere, so NACA and the Air Force began planning a new project, with a new rocket plane, the X-15, to probe altitudes as high as 50 miles, which was well beyond anything that could still be called air. My God! To be a part of Edwards in the late 40s and early 50s. Even to be on the ground and hear one of those incredible explosions from 35,000 feet somewhere up there in the blue over the desert, and know that some true brother had commenced his rocket launch points in the X-1, the X-1A, the X-2, the D-558I, the horrible XF-92A, the beautiful D-5582 points, and to know that he would soon be at an altitude, in the thin air at the edge of space, where the stars and the moon came out at noon, in an atmosphere so thin that the ordinary laws of aerodynamics no longer applied, and a plane could skip into a flat spin like a cereal bowl on a waxed formica counter and then start tumbling, not spinning and not diving, but tumbling, and over end like a brick. Points in those planes, which were like chimneys with little razor blade wings on them, you had to be afraid to panic, and that phrase was no joke. In the skids, the tumbles, the spins, there was, truly, as Saint Exupéry had said, only one thing you could let yourself think about: what do I do next? Sometimes at Edwards they used to play the tapes of pilots going into the final dive, the one that killed them, and the man would be tumbling, going end over end in a 15-ton length of pipe, with all aerodynamics long gone, and not one prayer left, and he knew it, and he would be screaming into the microphone, but not for Mother or for God or the nameless spirit of Ahor, but for one last hopeless crumb of information about the loop. I've tried A. I've tried B. I've tried C. I've tried D. Tell me what else I can try. And then that truly spooky click on the machine. What do I do next? In this moment when the illusion gulp is opening, and everybody around the table would look at one another and nod ever so slightly, and the unspoken message was, too bad. There was a man with the right stuff. There was no national mourning in such cases, of course. Nobody outside of Edwards knew the man's name. If he were well liked, he might get one of those dusty stretches of road named for him on the base. He was probably a junior officer doing all this for $4,000 or $5,000 a year. He owned perhaps 2 suits, only one of which he dared wear around people he didn't know. But none of that mattered. Not at Edwards, not in the brotherhood. What made it truly beautiful for a true brother, was that for a good 5 years Edwards remained primitive and low rent, with nothing out there but the bleached prehistoric shrimp terrain and the rat shacks and the blazing sun and the thin blue sky and the rockets sitting there moaning and squealing before dawn. Not even Pancho's changed except to become more gloriously low rent. By 1949 the girls had begun turning up at Pancho's in amazing numbers. They were young, lovely, juicy, frisky and there were so many of them, at all hours, every day of the week. And they were not prostitutes, despite the accusations made later. They were just just young juicy girls in their 20s with terrific young confirmations and sweet cupcakes and loamy limes. They were sometimes described with a broad sweep as stewardesses, but only a fraction of them really were. No, they were lovely young things who arrived as mysteriously as the seagulls who sought the squirming shrimp. They were moist labial piping little birds who had somehow learned that at this strange place in the Hinda hobby lived the hottest young pilots in the world and that this was where things were happening. They came skipping and screaming in through the banging screen doors at Pancho's and it completed the picture of pilot heaven. There was no other way to say it. Flying and drinking and driving and bawling. The pilots began calling the old Fly-In Dude Ranch Pancho's Happy Bottom Riding Club, and there you had it. All of this was fraternal bliss. No pilot was shut off from it, because he was in the public eye. Not even the rocket aces were isolated like stars. Most of them also performed the routine flight test chores. Some of Yeager's legendary exploits came when he was merely a supporting player, flying chase in a fighter plane, while another pilot flew the test aircraft. One day Yeager was flying chase for another test pilot at 20,000 feet, when he noticed the man veering off in erratic maneuvers. As soon as he reached him on the radio, he realized the man was suffering from hypoxia, probably because an oxygen hose connection had come loose. Some pilots in that state became like belligerent drunks prior to losing consciousness. Yeager would tell the man to check his oxygen system, he'd tell him to go to a lower altitude, and the man kept suggesting quaint anatomical impossibilities for Yeager to perform on himself. So Yeager hit upon a ruse that only he could have pulled off. "Hey," he said, "I got me a problem here, boy. I can't keep this thing running even on the emergency system. She just flamed out. Follow me down." He started descending, but his man stayed above him, still meandering. So Yeager did a very Yeager-like thing. He yelled into the microphone. He yelled, "Look, my dedicated young scientist follow me down." The change in tone Yeager yelling penetrated the man's impacted hypoxic skull. My God! The fabled Yeager. He's yelling Yeager's yelling. To me for help. Jesus H. Christ. And he started following him down. Yeager knew that, if he could get the man down to 12,000 feet, the oxygen content of the air would bring him around, which it did. Hey! What happened? After he landed, he realized he had been no more than a minute or two from passing out and punching a hole in the desert. As he got out of the cockpit, an F-86 flew overhead and did a slow roll 60 feet off the deck and then disappeared across Rogers Lake. That was Yeager's signature. Yeager was flying chase one day for Bill Bridgman, the prime pilot for one of the greatest rocket planes, the Douglas Skyrocket, when the ship went into a flat spin followed by a violent tumble. Bridgman fought his way out of it and regained stability, only to have his windows ice up. This was another common danger in rocket flights. He was out of fuel, so that he was now faced with the task of landing the ship both deadstick and blind. At this point Yeager drew alongside in his F-86 and became his eyes. He told Bridgman every move to make every foot of the way down points, as if he knew that old Skyrocket like the back of his hand points, and this was just a little old fishing trip on the Mud River points, and there was just the two of them having a little poker hollow fun in the sun points, and that lazy lolligagan chuckling drifting voice was still purring away points the very moment Bridgman touched down safely. You could almost hear Yeager saying to Bridgman, as he liked to do, "How'd I hold with rockets now, son?" That was what you thought of when you saw the F-86 do a slow roll 60 feet off the deck and disappear across Rogers Lake. Yeager had just turned 30. Bridgman was 37. It didn't dawn on him until later that Yeager always called him son. At the time it had seemed perfectly natural. Somehow Yeager was like the big daddy of the skies over the dome of the world. In keeping with the eternal code, of course, for anyone to have suggested any such thing would have been to invite hideous ridicule. There were even other pilots with enough pilot ego to believe that they were actually better than this drawling hot dog. But no one would contest the fact that as of that time, the 1950s, Chuck Yeager was at the top of the pyramid, number one among all the true brothers. And that voice ellipsis point started drifting down from on high. At first the tower at Edwards began to notice that all of a sudden there were an awful lot of test pilots up there with West Virginia drawls. And pretty soon there were an awful lot of fighter pilots up there with West Virginia drawls. The airspace over Edwards was getting so quaint, hardly super cool day by day. It was terrible. And then that lollygagging Poker Hollow airspace began to spread, because the test pilots and fighter pilots from Edwards were considered the pick of the litter and had a cachet all their own, wherever they went, and other towers and other controllers began to notice that it was getting awfully drawly and down home up there, although they didn't know exactly why. And then, because the military is the training ground for practically all airline pilots, it spread further, until airline passengers all over America began to hear that awshook and drift and gone fish in mud river voice coming from the cockpit. Ellipsis points now, folks, at ellipsis points, this is the captain. Ellipsis points, ellipsis points, we've got a little old red light up here on the control panel that's trying to tell us that the landing gears are not. Ellipsis points of ellipsis points, locking into position. Ellipsis points. But so what? What could possibly go wrong? We've obviously got a man up there in the cockpit who doesn't have a nerve in his body. He's a block of ice. He's made of 100% righteous victory rolling true brotherly stuff. Yeager quit testing rocket planes in 1954 and returned to strictly military flying. First he went to Okinawa to test a Soviet MiG-15 that a North Korean defector, a pilot named Kim Sok-no, had arrived in, giving the Air Force its first opportunity to study this fabled craft. American pilots used to come back from the Yalu River saying that the MiG-15 was so hot you could put your F-86 in a power dive and the MiG would fly outside loops around you all the way down. Yeager took the MiG-15 up to 50,000 feet and then down to 12,000 feet in a power dive without even so much as an instruction manual to go by. He found that it would outclimb and out-accelerate the F-86, but that the F-86 had a higher top speed in both level flight and in dives. The MiG-15 was good but not exactly a superfighter that should strike terror in the heart of the West. Yeager had to chuckle. Some things never changed. You let any fighter jock talk about the enemy aircraft and he'll tell you it's the hottest thing that ever left the ground. After all, it made him look just that much better when he waxed the bandit's tail. Then Yeager went to Germany to fly F-86s and to train the American combat squadrons there in a special air alert system. By October 4, 1957, he was back in the United States, at George Air Force Base, about 50 miles southeast of Edwards, commanding a squadron of F-100s, when the Soviet Union launched the rocket that put a 184-pound artificial satellite called Sputnik 1 into orbit around the Earth. Yeager was not terribly impressed. The thing was so goddamn small. The idea of an artificial Earth satellite was not novel to anyone who had been involved in the rocket program at Edwards. By now, 10 years after Yeager had first flown a rocket faster than Mach 1, rocket development had reached the point where the idea of a manned satellite such as Sputnik 1 was taken for granted. 2 years ago, 1955, the government had published a detailed description of the rockets that would be used to launch a small satellite in late 1957 or early 1958, as part of the United States contribution to the International Geophysical Year. Engineers for NACA and the Air Force and several aircraft companies were already designing manned spacecraft as the logical extension of the X series. The preliminary design section of North American Aviation had working drawings and most of the specifications for a 15-ton ship called the X-15B, a wing craft that would be launched by 3 enormous rockets, each with 415,000 pounds of thrust, whereupon the ship's 2 pilots would take over with the X-15B's own 75,000-pound engine, make 3 or more orbits of the Earth, re-enter the atmosphere, and land on a dry lake bed at Edwards like any other pilots in the X series. This was no mere dream. North American was already manufacturing a ship almost as ambitious, namely the X-15. Scott Crossfield was in training to fly it. The X-15 was designed to achieve an altitude of 280,000 feet, just above 50 miles, which was generally regarded as the boundary where all trace of atmosphere ended and space began. Within a month after the launching of Sputnik 1, North American's chief engineer, Harrison Storms, was in Washington with a completely detailed proposal for the X-15B project. His turned out to be one among 421 proposals for manned spacecraft that had been submitted to NACA and the Defense Department. The Air Force was interested in a rocket glider craft, similar to the X-15B, that would be called the X-20 or Dinosaur, for dynamic soaring. An Air Force rocket, the Titan, which was under development, would provide the 500,000 pounds of thrust that would be required. Naturally, the pilots of the X-15B or the X-20 or whatever the first Americans and possibly the first men in the world to go into space would come from Edwards. At Edwards you had men like Crossfield, Ivan Kincheloe, and Joe Walker, who had already flown rockets many times. So what was the big deal about Sputnik 1? The problem was already on the way to being solved. That was the way it looked to Yeager and to everybody involved in the X series at Edwards. It was hard to realize how Sputnik 1 looked to the rest of the country and particularly to politicians and the press points and other technological illiterates with influence points. It was hard to realize that Sputnik 1, if not the MiG-15, would strike terror in the heart of the West. After 2 weeks, however, the situation was obvious. A colossal panic was underway, with congressmen and newspapermen leading a huge pack that was baying at the sky where the 100-pound Soviet satellite kept beeping around the world. In their eyes, Sputnik 1 had become the second momentous event of the Cold War. The first had been the Soviet development of the atomic bomb in 1953. From a purely strategic standpoint, the fact that the Soviets had the rocket power to launch Sputnik 1 meant that they now also had the capacity to deliver the bomb on an intercontinental ballistic missile. The panic reached far beyond the relatively sane concern for tactical weaponry, however. Sputnik 1 took on a magical dimension among highly placed persons, especially, judging by opinion surveys. It seemed to dredge up primordial superstitions about the influence of heavenly bodies. It gave birth to a modern, technological astrology. Nothing less than control of the heavens was at stake. It was Armageddon, the final and decisive battle of the forces of good and evil. Lyndon Johnson, who was the Senate Majority Leader, said that whoever controlled the high ground of space would control the world. This phrase, the high ground, somehow caught hold. The Roman Empire, said Johnson, controlled the world because it could build roads. Later when it moved to sea the British Empire was dominant, because it had ships. In the air age we were powerful, because we had airplanes. Now the communists have established a foothold in outer space. The New York Times, in an editorial, said the United States was now in a race for survival. The panic became more and more apocalyptic. Nothing short of doom awaited the loser, now that the battle had begun. When the Soviets shot a Sputnik called Mekta into a heliocentric orbit, the House Select Committee on Astronautics, headed by House Speaker John McCormack, said that the United States faced the prospect of national extinction if it did not catch up with the Soviet space program. It cannot be overemphasized that the survival of the free world indeed, all the world is caught up in the stakes. The public, according to the Gallup poll, was not all that alarmed. But McCormack, like a great many powerful people, genuinely believed in the notion of controlling the high ground. He was genuinely convinced that the Soviets would send up space platforms from which they could drop nuclear bombs at will, like rocks from a highway overpass. The Soviet program gave off an aura of sorcery. The Soviets released practically no figures, pictures, or diagrams, and no names. It was revealed only that the Soviet program was guided by a mysterious individual known as the chief designer. But his powers were indisputable. Every time the United States announced a great space experiment, the chief designer accomplished it first, in the most startling fashion. In 1955 the United States announces plans to launch an artificial Earth satellite by early 1958. The chief designer startles the world by doing it in October 1957. The United States announces plans to send a satellite into orbit around the Sun in March of 1959. The chief designer does it in January 1959. The fact that the United States went ahead and successfully conducted such experiments on schedule, as announced, impressed no one and Americans least of all. In a marvelously morose novel of the future called We, completed in 1921, the Russian writer Evgeny Zamyatin describes a gigantic fire-breathing, electric rocket ship that is poised to soar into cosmic space in order to subjugate the unknown beings on other planets, who may still be living in the primitive condition of freedom, and all this in the name of the benefactor, ruler of the one state. This omnipotent spaceship is called the Integral, and its designer is known only as D503, builder of the Integral. In 1958 and early 1959, as magical success followed magical success, that was the way Americans, the leaders even more so than the followers, began to look on the Soviet space program. It was a thing of misty but stupendous dimensions, the mighty Integral, with an anonymous but omnipotent chief designer, builder of the Integral. Within the federal government and throughout the education bureaucracies rose a cry for a complete overhauling of American education in order to catch up with the new generation, the new dawn, of socialist scientists, out of which had come geniuses like the chief designer builder of the Integral and his assistants. The panic was greatly exacerbated by the figure of Nikita Khrushchev, who now emerged as the new Stalin in terms of his autocratic rule of the Soviet Union. Khrushchev was a type whom Americans could readily understand and fear. He was the burly, hardy, crude but shrewd farm boy capable of grinning with barnyard humor one moment and of tormenting small animals the next. After Sputnik 1, Khrushchev became the wicked master of mocking the United States for its incompetence. 2 months after Sputnik 1, the Navy tried to launch the first American satellite with a Vanguard rocket. The first nationally televised countdown began: 10, 9, 8, then ignition. A mighty surge of noise and flames. The rocket lifts some 6 inches. The first stage, bloated with fuel, explodes, and the rest of the rocket sinks into the sand beside the launch platform. It appears to sink very slowly, like a fat old man collapsing into a barcalanger. The sight is absolutely ludicrous, if one is in the mood for a practical joke. Oh, Khrushchev had fun with that, all right. This picture and the big build-up, the dramatic countdown, followed by the exploding cigar and was unforgettable. It became the image of the American space program. The press broke into a hideous cackle of national self-loathing, with the headline Kaputnik being the most inspired rendition of the mood. The rocket pilots and Edwards simply could not understand what sort of madness possessed everybody. They watched in consternation, as a war effort mentality took over. Catch up. On all fronts. That was the imperative. They could scarcely believe the outcome of a meeting held in Los Angeles in March of 1958. This was an emergency meeting. What emergency? Of government, military, and aircraft industry leaders to discuss the possibility of getting a man into space before the Russians. Suddenly there was no longer time for orderly progress. To put an X-15B or an X-20 into orbit, with an Edwards rocket pilot aboard, would require rockets that were still 3 or 4 years away from delivery. So a so-called quick and dirty approach was seized upon. Using available rockets such as the Redstone 70,000 pounds of thrust and the just developed Ellis 367,000 pounds, they would try to launch not a flying ship but a pod, a container, a capsule, with a man in it. The man would not be a pilot, he would be a human cannonball. He would not be able to alter the course of the capsule in the slightest. The capsule would go up like a cannonball and come down like a cannonball, splashing into the ocean, with a parachute to slow it down and spare the life of the human specimen inside. The job was assigned to NACA, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, which was converted into NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. The project was called Project Mercury. The capsule approach was the brainchild of a highly regarded Air Force research physician, Brigadier General Don Flickinger. The Air Force named it the MISS Project, for Man in Space Soonest. The man in the MISS capsule would be an aeromedical test subject and little more. In fact, in the first flights, as Flickinger envisioned it, the capsule would contain a chimpanzee. Mercury was a slightly modified version of Miss, and so naturally enough Flickinger became one of the 5 men in charge of selecting Project Mercury's astronauts, as they would be called. The fact that NASA would soon be choosing men to go into space had not been made public, but Scott Crossfield was aware of it. Shortly after the Sputnik 1 launching, Crossfield, Flickinger, and 7 others had been named to an emergency committee on human factors and training for spaceflight. Crossfield had also worked closely with Flickinger when he was testing pressure suits at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in preparation for the X-15 project. Now Crossfield approached Flickinger and told him he was interested in becoming an astronaut. Flickinger liked Crossfield and admired him. And he told him, "Scotty, don't even bother applying, because you'll only be turned down. You're too independent." Crossfield was the most prominent of the rocket pilots, now that Yeager was no longer at Edwards, and he had as well developed an ego as any of Edwards' stable jocks, and he was one of the most brilliant of all the pilots when it came to engineering. Flickinger seemed to be telling him that Project Mercury just wasn't suited for the righteous brethren of yore, the veterans of those high desert rat shack broomstick days when there were no chiefs and no Indians, and the pilot huddled in the hangar with the engineer and then went out and took the beast up and lit the candle and reached for the stars and rode his chimney and landed it on the lake bed and made it to Pancho's in time for beer call. When Flickinger explained to him that the first flight of the Mercury system would be made by a chimpanzee, well, Crossfield wasn't even particularly interested anymore. Nor were most of the other pilots who were in line to fly the X-15. A monkey's gonna make the first flight. That was what you started hearing. Astronaut meant Star Voyager, but in fact the poor devil would be a guinea pig for the study of the effects of weightlessness on the body and the central nervous system. As the brethren knew, NASA's original civil service job specifications for Mercury astronaut did not even require that the Star Voyager be a pilot of any description whatsoever. Just about any young male college graduate with experience in a physically dangerous pursuit would do, so long as he was under 5 feet 11 and could fit into the Mercury capsule. The announcement calling for volunteers did mention test pilots as being among the types of men who might qualify, but it also mentioned submarine crew members, parachute jumpers, Arctic explorers, mountain climbers, deep-sea divers, even scuba divers, combat veterans, and, for that matter, mere veterans of combat training, and men who had served as test subjects for acceleration and atmospheric pressure tests, such as the Air Force and Navy had been running. The astronaut would not be expected to do anything, he only had to be able to take it. NASA was ready to issue the call when the president himself, Eisenhower, stepped in. He foresaw bedlam. Every lunatic in the U.S.A. would volunteer for this thing. Every ding-daling in the U.S. Congress would be touting a favorite son. It would be chaos. The selection process might take months, and the inevitable business of security clearances would take a few more. Late in December, Eisenhower directed that NASA select the astronauts from among the 540 military test pilots already on duty, even though they were rather overqualified for the job. The main thing was that their records were immediately available, they already had security clearances, and they could be ordered to Washington at a moment's notice. The specifications were that they be under 5 feet 11 and no older than 39, and that they be graduates of test pilot schools, with at least 1,500 hours of flying time and experience in jets, and that they have bachelor's degrees or the equivalent. 110 of the pilots fit the profile. There were men on the NASA selection committee who wondered if the pool was big enough. They figured that they would be lucky if one test pilot in 10 volunteered. Even that wouldn't be quite enough, because they were looking for 12 astronaut candidates. They only needed 6 for the flights themselves, but they assumed that at least half the candidates would drop out because of the frustration of training to become passive guinea pigs in an automated capsule. After all, they already knew how the leading test pilots at Edwards felt. North American had rolled out the first X-15 in the fall of 1958, and Crossfield and his colleagues, Joe Walker and Ivan Kincheloe, had become absorbed in the assignment. Joe Walker was NASA's prime pilot for the project, and Kincheloe was prime pilot for the Air Force. Kincheloe had set the world altitude record of 126,000 feet in the X-2, and the Air Force envisioned him as the new Yeager ellipsis points and then some. Kinchela was a combat hero and test pilot from out of a dream. Blonde, handsome, powerful, bright, supremely ambitious and yet popular with all who worked with him, including other pilots. There was absolutely no ceiling on his future in the Air Force. Then one perfectly sunny day he was making a routine takeoff in an F-104 and the panel lit up red and he had that 1 second in which to decide whether or not to punch out at an altitude of about 50 feet ellipsis points, a choice complicated by the fact that the F-104 seat ejected straight down out of the belly ellipsis points, and so he tried to roll the ship over and eject upside down, but he went out sideways and was killed. His backup, Major Robert White, took his place in the X-15 project. Joe Walker's backup was a former Navy fighter pilot named Neil Armstrong. Crossfield, White, Walker, Armstrong and they no longer had time to even think about Project Mercury. Project Mercury did not mean the end of the X-15 program. Not at all. The testing of the X-15 would proceed, in order to develop a true spacecraft, a ship that a pilot could fly into space and fly back down through the atmosphere for a landing. Much was made of the fact that the X-15 would land with dignity rather than splash down in the water like the proposed Mercury capsule. Press interest in the X-15 had become tremendous, because it was the country's sole existing spaceship. Reporters had started writing about Kinchela as Mr. Space, since he was the one who held the altitude record. After his death they hung the title on Crossfield. It was a bother ellipsis points, but a fellow could learn to live with it ellipsis points in any case. Project Mercury, the human cannonball approach, looked like a Larry light bulb scheme, and it gave off the funk of panic. Any pilot who went into it would no longer be a pilot. He would be a laboratory animal wired up from skull to rectum with medical sensors. The rocket pilots had fought this medical crap every foot of the way. Scott Crossfield had reluctantly allowed them to wire him for heartbeat and respiration in rocket flights, but had refused to let them insert a rectal thermometer. The pilots who signed up to crawl into the Mercury capsule the capsule, everybody noted, not the ship would be called astronauts. But, in fact, they would be lab rabbits with wires up the tail and everywhere else. Nobody in his right mind would hang his hide out over the edge for 10 or 15 years and ascend the pyramid and finally reach the dome of the world, Edwards ellipsis points, only to end up like that, a lab rabbit curled up motionless in a capsule with his little heart pitter-patting and a wire up the kazoo. Some of the most righteous of the brethren weren't even eligible for the preliminary screening for Project Mercury. Yeager was. The lab rat. Pete Conrad, being an alumnus of Princeton and the Philadelphia Main Line, had the standard E.S.A. charm and command of the proprieties. E.S.A. was 1950s Princeton club code for Eastern socially attractive. E.S.A. quality served a man well in the Navy, where refinement in the officer ranks was still valued. Yet Conrad remained, at bottom, the Hickory Kid. He had the same combination of party manners and our gang scrappiness that his wife, Jane, had found attractive when she met him 6 years before. Now, in 1959, at the age of 28, Conrad was still just as wearily built, 5 feet 6 and barely 140 pounds, still practically tow-headed, and he had the same high-pitched nasal voice, the same collegiate cackle when he laughed, and the same big weekend grin that revealed the gap between his 2 front teeth. Nevertheless, people gave him room. There was an old-fashioned thin hickory stick, "Don't cross that line or I'll crawl you" streak in him. And like a lot of pilots, he tended to say exactly what was on his mind when aroused. He couldn't stand being trifled with. Consequently he seldom was. That was Conrad. Add the normal self-esteem of the healthy young fighter jet making his way up the mighty ziggurat ellipsis points, and the lab rat's revolt was probably in the cards from the beginning. The survivors of Group 20's bad string had just completed their flight test training when the orders arrived. Conrad received them, and so did Wally Skirrow and Jim Lovell. Shaky Lovell he was stuck with the nickname Conrad had given him. Had finished first in the training class. The orders were marked top secret. That already had half the base talking, of course. There was nothing like issuing top secret orders for a whole batch of officers in the same outfit to make the grapevine start lunging about like a live wire. They were supposed to report to a certain room at the Pentagon disguised as civilians. So on the appointed Monday morning, February 2, Conrad, along with Skira and Lovell, arrives at the Pentagon and presents his orders and files into a room with 34 other young men, most of them with crew cuts and all of them with lean lineless faces and suntans and the unmistakable cocky rolling gait of fighter jocks, not to mention the pathetic looking civilian suits and the enormous wristwatches. The wristwatches had about 2,000 calibrations on them and dials for recording everything short of the sound of enemy guns. These terrific wristwatches were practically fraternal insignia among the pilots. 30-odd young souls wearing Robert Hall clothes that cost about a fourth as much as their watches. In the year 1959 this just had to be a bunch of military pilots trying to disguise themselves as civilians. Once inside the room, the boys realized that they were part of a secret gathering of military test pilots from all over the country. That was rather righteous stuff. Two of the highest-ranking engineers of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Abe Silverstein and George Low, started briefing them. They had been brought to Washington, they were told, because NASA needed volunteers for suborbital and orbital flights above the Earth's atmosphere in Project Mercury. The project had the highest national priority, comparable to that of a crash program in wartime. NASA intended to put astronauts into space by mid-1960, 15 months from now. A pilot could tell, if he listened carefully to the briefing, that an astronaut on a Project Mercury flight would do none of the things that comprised flying a ship. He would not take it aloft, control its flight, or land it. In short, he would be a passenger. The propulsion, guidance, and landing would all be determined automatically by the ground. Yet the slender engineer, Low, went out of his way to show that the astronaut would exercise some forms of control. He would have altitude control, for example. In fact, this meant only that the astronaut could make the capsule yaw, pitch, or roll by means of little hydrogen peroxide thrusters, just as you could rock a seat on a Ferris wheel but couldn't change its orbit or direction in the slightest. But when a capsule was put into Earth orbit, said Low, controlling the altitude would be essential for bringing the capsule back in through the atmosphere. Otherwise, the vehicle would burn up, and the astronaut with it. If the automatic control system malfunctioned, then the astronaut would have to take over on the manual or the fly-by-wire. In the fly-by-wire system, the apparatus of the automatic system could be commandeered by the astronaut for manual control. The astronaut might also have to override the automatic system, in the case of a malfunction, to fire the retro rockets to reduce the capsule's speed and bring it out of orbit. Retrofire. Fly-by-wire. It was, as if you really would be flying the thing. The stocky engineer, Silverstein, told them that obviously the Mercury flights might be hazardous. The first men to go into space would be running considerable risk. Therefore, the astronauts would be chosen on a strictly volunteer basis, and if a man did not volunteer, that fact would not be entered on his record or held against him in any way. The message had a particular ring to it, but coming, as it did, from a civilian, it took a while for it to register. Conrad and the rest of the Pax River contingent were staying at the Marriott Motel near the Pentagon, and after dinner they got together in one of the rooms and had a long discussion. Skira was there, and Lovell, and Alan Shepard, a veteran test pilot who had recently been reassigned from Pax River to a staff position in Norfolk, and a few others. What they talked about was not space travel, the future of the galaxy, or even the problems of riding a rocket into Earth orbit. No, they talked about a rather more urgent matter: what this Project Mercury might do to your Navy career. Wally Skira had a lot of reservations about the thing, and Conrad and everybody else listened. Skira was farther up the pyramid than anybody else in the room. Alan Shepard had more flight test experience, but he had never been in combat. Skira, at 35, had an outstanding combat record and was the sort of man who was obviously going places in the Navy. He had graduated from the Naval Academy, and his wife, Jo, was the stepdaughter of Admiral James Holloway, former commander of the Pacific Theater in the Second World War. Wally had been on 90 combat missions in Korea and shot down 2 Nijis. He had been chosen for the initial testing of the Sidewinder air-to-air missile out at Chino Lake, California. He had tested the F-4H for the Navy at Edwards itself, all this before joining Group 20 to complete his flight test training. Wally was quite popular. He was a stocky fellow with a big wide open face who was given to pranks, cosmic winks, fast cars, and all other ways of maintaining an even strain, to use a Skirism. He was a practical joker of the amiable sort. He would call up and say, "Hey, you gotta come over here. You'll never guess what I caught in the woods a mongoose. I'm not kidding a mongoose. You gotta see this thing." And it would sound so incredible, you'd go over and take a look. Up on a table Wally would have a box that looked as if it had been converted into a cage, and he'd say, "Here, I'll open the top a little, so you can't see him. But don't put your hand in, because he'll take it off for you. This baby is vicious." You'd lean down to take a look and bango. The lid flies open and this huge gray streak springs toward your face and, well, my God, veteran aviators would recoil in terror, dive for the deck and only then realize that the gray streak was some sort of foxtail rig and the whole thing was a jack-in-the-box, Skira style. It was a broad joke, strictly speaking, but the delight Wally took in such things came in a wave so big that it swept you along in spite of yourself. A smile about a foot wide would spread over his face and his cheekbones would well up into a pair of cherub bellies, St. Nicholas style, and an incredible rocking druid laugh would come shaking and rumbling up from his rib cage, and he'd say, "Gotcha." Skira's gotchas were famous. Wally was one of those people who didn't mind showing their emotions, happiness, rage, frustration, whatever. But in the air he was as cool as they made them. His father had been an ace in the First World War, shooting down 5 German planes, and both his father and his mother had done barnstorm stunt flying after the war. For all his cutting up, Wally was absolutely serious about his career. And that was his mood, now that this astronaut business confronted them. There were some obvious problems. 1. Project Mercury was a civilian program. 2. NASA had not yet developed the rockets or the capsule to carry it out. 3. It involved no flying, at least not in the sense a pilot used that word. The Mercury capsule was not a ship but a can. Not only did it involve no flying, there wasn't even a window to look out of. There wasn't even a hatch you could egress from like a man. It would take a crew of swabs with lug wrenches to get you out of the thing. It was a can. Suppose you volunteered and got tied up in the project for 2 or 3 years, and then the whole thing fizzled. That was entirely possible, because this rocket and capsule system was novel and had a lot of Rube Goldberg stuff in it. Any test pilot who had ever been to the Society of Experimental Test Pilots convention, to one of those sessions, where they show movies of great ideas that never made it out of the test stage, would know what he meant. The Sea Dart, a 10-ton jet fighter that was supposed to take off and land on water skis. Up on the screen it keeps hopping up out of the waves, like a rock skipping across a pond, and the audience roars with laughter. The single-engine plane, with a 25-foot propeller, that was propped up on its tail. To take off vertically, like a hummingbird it hangs in the air, suspended at 40 feet, tail down, its engine churning furiously, not realizing that it has turned from an airplane into a cockeyed helicopter, and the audience roars with laughter. In the history of flight these well-meant farces took place all the time. And where would you be then? You would be 3 years behind in flight test. You would be 3 years off the line in the general jockeying for promotion. You would be giving up whatever brownie points you had built up over the past 4 or 5 years. For somebody like Wally this was no joke. He was at the point in his career where you really start to climb or you go off on some ill-advised tangent. He was in line to command his own fighter squadron. That was the route to the top, to admiral rank, for a Navy flyer. They talked for a long time. Someone Skira's age had more to lose than Conrad, who was only 28. But as every officer knew, it was never too early to screw up your career in the Navy by getting involved in what was known, with some sarcasm, as innovative duty. From the beginning George Low and others in the NASA hierarchy had been afraid that the pilots would react in precisely this way. As a result, they were amazed. They had briefed 35 test pilots on Monday, February 2, Conrad, Skira, Lovell, and Alan Shepard among them, and another 34 the following Monday, and of the total of 69, 56 volunteered to become astronauts. They now had so many volunteers they didn't even call in the remaining 41 men who fit the profile. Why bother? They already had 56 grossly overqualified volunteers. Not only that, the men seemed so gung-ho about the project, they figured they could get by with 7 astronauts instead of 12. Pete Conrad had ended up volunteering, and so had Jim Lovell. In fact, every man who had been in that room at the motel had volunteered, including Wally Skira, who had been the most dubious of all. And why? That was a good question. Despite all the pondering, all the discussions, all the career wrestling, all the toting up of pros and cons, none of them could give you a very clear-cut answer. The matter had not been decided by sheer logic. Somehow, in that briefing in the inner room at the Pentagon, Silverstein and Lowe had hit every button just right. It was as if they possessed a blueprint of the way the fighter jet was wired. The highest national priority hazardous undertaking strictly volunteer so hazardous that, if you don't volunteer, it won't be held against you and they had all gotten the signal, subliminally, in the solar plexus. They were being presented with the Cold War version of the dangerous mission. One of the maxims that was drilled into all career officers went, never refuse a combat assignment. Moreover, there was the business of the first men to go into space. The first men to go into space. Well, suppose it happened just that way. The rocket aces at Edwards, from their eminence, might be able to look down upon the whole scheme. But within the souls of the rest of the fighter jocks who came to the Pentagon was triggered a motivation that overrode all strictly logical career considerations. I must not get left behind. That feeling was magnified by the public reaction. No sooner had the first group of men been briefed than the news that NASA was looking for Mercury astronauts made its way into the press. From the beginning the reporters and broadcasters dealt with the subject in tones of awe. It was the awe that one has of an impending death-defying stunt. The question of whether an astronaut was a pilot or a mere guinea pig never entered into it for a moment, so far as the press was concerned. Are they really looking for somebody to go into space on top of a rocket? That was the question, and the only one that seemed to matter. To almost anyone who had followed NASA's efforts on television, the odds against the successful launch of an American into space seemed absolutely dreadful. For 14 months, now the Eisenhower administration had adopted the strategy of openly publicizing its attempts to catch up with the Russians and so people were being treated to the sight of the rockets at Cape Canaveral and Wallops Island, Virginia, either blowing up on the launch pad in the most ignominious, if briefly hilarious, fashion or else heading off on crazy trajectories, toward downtown Orlando instead of outer space, in which case they had to be blown up by remote control. Well, not all of them, of course, for the United States had succeeded in putting up some small satellites, mere oranges, as Nikita Khrushchev liked to put it, in his cruel colorful farm boy way, as compared to the 1,000-pound Sputniks the mighty Integral was sending around the earth loaded with dogs and other experimental animals. But the only obvious American talent was for blowing up. They had many names, these rockets: Ellis, Navajo, Little Joe, Jupiter, but they all blew up. Conrad, like Skira or any other test pilot, did not look at the TV footage in the same light, however. What people were seeing on television were, in fact, ordinary test events. Blown engines were par for the course in testing aircraft prototypes and were inevitable in testing an entirely new propulsion system such as jet or rocket engines. It had happened at Murik in testing the engine of the second American jet fighter, the XP-80. Obviously you didn't send a man up with an engine until it had attained a certain level of reliability. The only thing unusual about the testing of big rocket engines like the Navajo and the Ellis was that so much of it was televised and that these normal test events came across as colossal failures. They were not even radical engines. The rocket engines that had been used in the X-1 project and all of the X projects that followed employed the same basic power plants as the Ellis, the Jupiter, and the other rockets NASA was working with. They used the same fuel, liquid oxygen. The X-project rockets, inevitably, had blown in the testing stage, but had been made reliable in the end. No rocket pilot had ever had an engine blow up under him in flight, although one, Skip Ziegler, had died when an X-2 had exploded, while it was still attached to the B-50 that was supposed to launch it. To pilots who had been through bad strings at Pax River or Edwards, it was hard to see how the risk would be any greater than in testing the Century series of jet fighters. Just think of a beast like the F-102 or the F-104 or the F-105. When Pete talked to Jane about Project Mercury, she was all for it. If he wanted to volunteer, then he should by all means do so. The thought of Pete riding a NASA rocket did not fill her with horror. On the contrary, although she never quite put it this way to Pete, she felt that anything would be better, safer, saner than for him to continue flying high-performance jet fighters for the Navy. At the very least, astronaut training would take him away from that. As for rocket flights themselves, how could they possibly be any more dangerous than flying every day at Pax River? What rocket pilot's wife had ever been to more funerals than the wives of Group 20? Albuquerque, home of the Lovelace Clinic, was a dirty red salt hut tortilla highway desert city that was remarkably short on charm, despite the Mexican touch here and there. But career officers were used to dreary real estate. That was what they inhabited in America, especially if they were flyers. No, it was Lovelace itself that began to get everybody's back up. Lovelace was a fairly new private diagnostic clinic, somewhat like the Mayo Clinic, doing aerospace medical work for the government, among other things. Lovelace had been founded by Randy Lovelace M-W Randolph Lovelace II M- who had served along with Crossfield and Flickinger on the Committee on Human Factors in Spaceflight. The chief of the medical staff at Lovelace was a recently retired general of the Air Force Medical Corps, Dr. A. H. Squichtenberg. He was General Squichtenberg to everybody at Lovelace. The operation took itself very seriously. The candidates for astronaut would be given their physical testing here. Then they would go to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton for psychological and stress testing. It was all very hush-hush. Conrad went to Lovelace in a group of only 6 men, once more in their ill-fitting mufti and terrific watches, apparently, so that they would blend in with the clinic's civilian patients. They had been warned that the tests at Lovelace and Wright-Patterson would be more exacting and strenuous than any they had ever taken. It was not the tests per se, however, that made every self-respecting fighter jock, early in the game, begin to hate Lovelace. Military pilots were veterans of physical examinations, but in addition to all the usual components of the complete physical, the Lovelace doctors had devised a series of novel tests involving straps, tubes, hoses, and needles. They would put a strap around your head, clamp some sort of instrument over your eyes and then stick a hose in your ear and pump cold water into your ear canal. It would make your eyeballs flutter. It was an unpleasant, disorienting sensation, although not painful. If you wanted to know what it was all about, the Lovelace doctors and technicians, in their uncompromising white smocks, indicated that you really didn't need to know, and that was that. What really made Conrad feel that something eccentric was going on here, however, was the business of the electrode in the thumb muscle. They brought him into a room and strapped his hand down to a table, palm up. Then they brought out an ugly-looking needle attached to an electrical wire. Conrad didn't like needles in the first place, and this one looked like a monster. They drove the needle into the big muscle at the base of his thumb. It hurt like a bastard. Conrad looked up, as if to say, what the hell's going on? But they weren't even looking at him. They were looking at the meter. The wire from the needle led to what looked like a doorbell. They pushed the buzzer. Conrad looked down, and his hand his own goddamned hand. Was balling up into a fist and springing open and balling up into a fist and springing open and balling up into a fist and springing open and balling up into a fist and springing open at an absolutely furious rate, faster than he could have ever made it do so on its own, and there seemed to be nothing that he, with his own mind and his own central nervous system, could do to stop his own hand or even slow it down. The Lovelace doctors in their white smocks, with their reflectors on their heads, were having a hell of a time for themselves. With his hand they were reading the meter and scribbling away on their clipboards at a jolly rate. Afterward Conrad said, "What was that for?" A doctor looked up, distractedly, as if Conrad were interrupting an important train of thought. "I'm afraid there's no simple way to explain it to you," he said. "There's nothing for you to worry about." It was then that it began to dawn on Conrad, first as a feeling rather than as a fully formed thought. Lab rats. It went on like that. The white smocks gave each of them a test tube and said they wanted a sperm count. "What do you mean?" "Place your sperm in the tube." "How?" "Through ejaculation." "Just like that?" "Masturbation is the customary procedure." "What?" "The best results seem to be obtained through fantasization, accompanied by masturbation, followed by ejaculation." "Where, for Christ's sake?" use the bathroom. A couple of the boys said things such as, well, okay, I'll do it, if you'll send a nurse in with me and Dash to help me along, if I get stuck. The white smocks looked at them, as if they were schoolboys making obscene noises. This got the pilots back up, and a couple of them refused, flat out. But by and by they gave in, and so now you had the ennobling prospect of half a dozen test pilots padding off one by one to the head in their skivvies to jack off for the Lovelace Clinic, Project Mercury, and America's battle for the heavens. Sperm counts were supposed to determine the density and motility of the sperm. What this had to do with a man's fitness to fly on top of a rocket or anywhere else was incomprehensible. Conrad began to get the feeling that it wasn't just him and his brother lab rats who didn't know what was going on. He now had the suspicion that the reflector heads didn't know, either. They had somehow gotten carte blanche to try out any goddamn thing they could think up, and that was what they were doing, whether there was any logic to it or not. Each candidate was to deliver 2 stool specimens to the Lovelace laboratory in Dixie cups, and days were going by and Conrad had been unable to adjust even one, and the staff kept getting after him about it. Finally he managed to produce a single bolus, a mean hard little ball no more than an inch in diameter and shot through with some kind of seeds, whole seeds, and digested. Then he remembered. The first night in Albuquerque he had gone to a Mexican restaurant and eaten a lot of jalapeno peppers. They were jalapeno seeds. Even in the third world this was a pretty miserable looking object. So Conrad tied a red ribbon around the goddamn thing, with a bow and all, and put it in the Dixie cup and delivered it to the lab. Curious about the ribbons that flopped out over the lip of the cup, the technicians all peered in. Conrad broke into his full cackle of mirth, much the way Wally might have. No one was swept up in the joke, however. The Lovelace staffers looked at the be-ribbon bolus, and then they looked at Conrad ellipsis points, as if he were a bug on the windshield of the pace car of medical progress. One of the tests at Lovelace was an examination of the prostate gland. There was nothing exotic about this, of course. It was a standard part of the complete physical for men. The doctor puts a rubber sleeve on a finger and slips the finger up the subject's rectum and presses the prostate, looking for signs of swelling, infection, and so on. But several men in Conrad's group had come back from the prostate examination gasping with pain and calling the doctor a sadistic little pervert and worse. He had prodded the prostate with such force a couple of them had passed blood. Conrad goes into the room, and sure enough, the man reams him so hard the pain brings him to his knees. What the hell? Dash. Conrad comes up swinging, but an orderly, a huge monster, immediately grabs him, and Conrad can't move. The doctor looks at him blankly, as if he's a vet and Conrad's a barking dog. The probings of the bowels seemed to be endless, full proctosigmoidoscope examinations, the works. These things were never pleasant. In fact, they were a bit humiliating, involving, as they did, various things being shoved up your tail. The Lovelace Clinic specialty seemed to be the exacting of maximum indignity from each procedure. The pilots had never run into anything like this before. Not only that, before each ream-out you had to report to the clinic at 7 o'clock in the morning and give yourself an enema. Up yours. Seemed to be the motto of the Lovelace Clinic and they even made you do it to yourself. So Conrad reports at 7 one morning and gives himself the enema. He's supposed to undergo a lower gastrointestinal tract examination that morning. In the so-called lower GI examination, barium is pumped into the subject's bowels, then a little hose with a balloon on the end of it is inserted in the rectum, and the balloon is inflated, blocking the canal to keep the barium from forcing its way out, before the radiologist can complete his examination. After the examination, like everyone who has ever been through the procedure, Conrad now feels as if there are 85 pounds of barium in his intestines and they are about to explode. The smocks inform him that there is no John on this floor. He's supposed to pick up the tube that is coming out of his rectum and follow an orderly, who will lead him to a John 2 floors below. On the tube there is a clamp, and he can release the clamp, deflating the balloon, at the proper time. It's unbelievable. To try to walk, with this explosive load sloshing about in your pelvic saddle, is agony. Nevertheless, Conrad picks up the tube and follows the orderly. Conrad has on only the standard bed patient's tunic, the angel robes, open up the back. The tube leading out of his tail to the balloon gizmo is so short that he has to hunch over to about 2 feet off the floor to carry it in front of him. His tail is now, as the saying goes, flapping in the breeze, with a tube coming out of it. The orderly has on red cowboy boots. Conrad is intensely aware of that fact, because he is now hunched over so far that his eyes hit the orderly at about calf level. He's hunched over, with his tail in the breeze, scuttling like a crab after a pair of red cowboy boots. Out into a corridor they go, an ordinary public corridor, the full moon hunchback and the red cowboy boots, amid men, women, children, nurses, nuns, the lot. The red cowboy boots are beginning to trot along like mad. The orderly is no fool. He's been through this before. He's been through the whole disaster. He's seen the explosions. Time is of the essence. There's a hunchback stick of dynamite behind him. To Conrad it becomes more incredible every step of the way. They actually have to go down an elevator full of sane people and do their crazy tango through another public hallway agog with normal human beings before finally reaching the goddamn John. Later that day Conrad received, once more, instructions to report to the clinic at 7 the next morning to give himself an enema. The next thing the people in the administrative office of the clinic knew, a small but enraged young man was storming into the office of General Squichtenberg himself, waving a great flaccid flamingo pink enema bag and hose like some sort of obese whip. As he waved it, it gurgled. The enema bag came slamming down on the general's desk. It landed with a tremendous plop and then began gurgling and sighing. General Squichtenberg, said Conrad, you're looking at a man who has given himself his last enema. If you want enemas from me, from now on you can come get 'em yourself. You can take this bag and give it to a nurse and send her over just you and let her do the honors. I've given myself my last enema. Either things shape up around here, or I ship out. The general stared at the great flamingo bag, which lay there heaving and wheezing on his desk, and then he stared at Conrad. The general seemed appalled. All the same it wouldn't do anybody any good, least of all the Lovelace Clinic, if one of the candidates pulled out, firing broadsides at the operation. The general started trying to mollify this vision of enema rage. Now, Lieutenant, he said, I know this hasn't been pleasant. This is probably the toughest examination you'll ever have to go through in your life, but as you know, it's for a project of utmost importance. The project needs men like yourself. You have a compact build, and every pound saved in project mercury can be critical. And so forth and so on. He kept spraying Conrad's fire. All the same, General, I've given myself my last enema. Word of the enema bag showdown spread rapidly among the other candidates, and they were delighted to hear about it. Practically all of them had wanted to do something of the sort. It wasn't just that the testing procedures were unpleasant, the entire atmosphere of the testing constituted an affront. There was something decidedly out of joint about it. Pilots and doctors were natural enemies, of course, at least, as pilots saw it. The flight surgeon was pretty much kept in his place in the service. His only real purpose was to tend to pilots and keep them flying. He was an attendant to the pilot's vital stuff. In fact, flight surgeons were encouraged to fly backseat with fighter pilots from time to time, so as to understand what stresses and righteous stuff the job entailed. Regardless of how much he thought of himself, no flight surgeon dared position himself above the pilots in his squadron in the way he conducted himself before them. It was hard for him to be a consummate them the way the typical civilian doctor was. But at Lovelace, in the testing, for Project Mercury, the natural order was turned upside down. These people not only did not treat them as righteous pilots, they did not treat them as pilots of any sort. They never even alluded to the fact that they were pilots. An irksome thought was beginning to intrude. In the competition for astronaut, the kind of stuff you were made of, as a pilot, didn't count for a goddamn thing. They were looking for a certain type of animal who registered bingo on the meter. You wouldn't win this competition in the air. If you won it, it would be right here on the examination table in the land of the rubber tubes. Yes, the boys were delighted when Conrad finally told off General Squichtenberg. A tabloid, Pete. At the same time, they were quite content to let the credit for the lab rat revolt fall to Conrad and to him alone. At Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where they went for the psychological and stress testing, the air of secrecy was even more pronounced than at Lovelace. At Wright-Patterson they went through the testing in groups of 8. They were billeted off to themselves at the BOC, the bachelor officers' quarters. If they had to call for anything on the base, they were not to refer to themselves by name. Instead, each of them had a number. Conrad was number 7. If he needed a car to take him from one place to another, to keep an appointment, he was supposed to ring up the carpool and say only, "This is number 7. I need a car." Points. The testing, on the other hand, seemed at first more like what a self-respecting fighter jock might expect. They gave the candidate an oxygen mask and a partial pressure suit and put him in an air pressure chamber and reduced the pressure until an altitude of 65,000 feet was simulated. It made one feel as if his entire body were being squeezed by thongs, and he had to force his breath out in order to bring new oxygen into his lungs. Part of the stress was in the fact that they didn't tell him how long he had to stay there. They put each man in a small, pitch-black, windowless, soundproof room a sensory deprivation chamber and locked the door, again without telling him how long he would have to stay there. It turned out to be 3 hours. They strapped each man into a huge human milkshake apparatus that vibrated the body at tremendous amplitudes and bombarded it with high-energy sound, some of it at excruciating frequencies. They put each man at the console of a machine called the Idiot Box. It was like a simulator or a trainer. There were 14 different signals that the candidate was supposed to respond to in different ways by pressing buttons or throwing switches, but the lights began lighting up so fast no human being could possibly keep up with them. This appeared to be not only a test of reaction times but of perseverance or ability to cope with frustration. No, there was nothing wrong with tests of this sort. Nevertheless, the atmosphere around them was a bit points off. Psychiatrists were running the show at Wright-Patterson. Every inch of the way there were psychiatrists and psychologists standing over you taking notes and giving you little jot-and-daw term tests. Before they put you in the human milkshake, some functionary in a white smock would present you with a series of numbered dots on a piece of paper on a clipboard, and you were supposed to take a pencil and connect the dots so that the numbers beside them added up to certain sums. Then, when you got out of the machine, the white smock character would give you the same test again, presumably to see if the physical experience had impaired your ability to calculate. And that was all right, too. But they also had people staring at the candidate the whole time and taking notes. They took notes in little spiral notebooks. Every gesture you made, every tick, twitch, smile, stare, frown, every time you rubbed your nose there was some white smock standing by jotting it down in a notebook. One of the most assiduous of the monitors was a psychologist, a woman named Dr. Gladys J. Loring as Conrad could tell from the nameplate on her smock. Gladys J. Loring was beginning to annoy him intensely. Every time he turned around she seemed to be standing there staring at him, without a word, staring at him with utter white smock detachment, as if he were a frog, a rabbit, a rat, a gerbil, a guinea pig, or some other lab animal, scribbling furiously in her notebook. For days she had been watching him, and they had never even been introduced. One day Conrad suddenly looked her straight in the eye and said, "Gladys, what points are points you writing points in your points notebook?" Dr. Gladys J. Loring looked at him, as if he were a flatworm. All she did was make another notation of the specimen's behavior in her notebook. To fighter jocks it was bad enough to have doctors of any sort as your final judges. To find psychologists and psychiatrists positioned above you in this manner was irritating in the extreme. Military pilots, almost to a man, perceived psychiatry as a pseudoscience. They regarded the military psychiatrist as the modern and unusually bad-brain version of the chaplain. But the shrink could be dealt with. You just turned on the charm lit up the halo of the right stuff and did some prudent lying. In the interviews for this job of astronaut, as in other situations, the psychiatrists would get on the subject of the hazards of the assignment, the unknowns, the potentially high risk, and then gauge the candidate's reaction. As all heads-up pilots knew, this called for second convolution thinking. It was a mistake to say anything along the lines of, "Oh, I rather enjoy risks. I enjoy hanging my hide out over the edge, day in and day out, for that is what makes me superior to other men." The psychiatrists always interpreted that as a reckless love of danger, an irrational impulse associated with the late Freudian concept of the death wish. The proper response heard more than once during that week at Wright-Patterson was to say, "Oh, I don't regard Project Mercury as a particularly high-risk proposition, certainly not compared to the routine test work I've been doing for the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines. Since this project has a high national priority, I'm sure that the safety precautions will be far more thorough and reliable than they were on something like the F-100F, F-102, F-104, F-4B, when I had that one in the test stage." Very slight smile and roll of the eyeballs. "Beautiful stuff. This showed that you were a rational test pilot, as concerned about safety as any sensible professional points, while at the same time getting across the idea that you had been routinely risking your life and were so used to it, had such righteous stuff, that riding a rocket seemed like a vacation by comparison. That created the halo effect." Offhand allusions to daring do would have the psychiatrists looking at you with big wide eyes, like little boys. Conrad knew all this as well as the rest of them. He knew exactly how the prudent officer should deal with these people. It was hard not to know. Every night the boys got together in the bunk and regaled each other with stories of how they had lied their heads off or otherwise diligently subverted the inquiries of the shrinks. Conrad's problem was that somewhere along the way the Hickory Kid always took over and had to add a link or two for good measure. In one test the interviewer gave each candidate a blank sheet of paper and asked him to study it and describe what he saw in it. There was no one right response in this sort of test, because it was designed to force the candidate to free associate in order to see where his mind wandered. The test-wise pilot knew that the main thing was to stay on dry land and not go swimming. As they described with some relish later on in the book, quite a few studied the sheet of paper and then looked the interviewer in the eye and said, "All I see is a blank sheet of paper." This was not a correct answer, since the shrinks probably made a note of inhibited imaginative capacity or some goddamn thing, but neither did it get you in trouble. One man said, "I see a field of snow." Well, you might get away with that, as long as you didn't go any further points, as long as you did not thereupon start ruminating about freezing to death or getting lost in the snow and running into bears or something of that sort. But Conrad points, well, the man is sitting across the table from Conrad and gives him the sheet of paper and asks him to study it and tell him what he sees. Conrad stares at the piece of paper and then looks up at the man and says in a wary tone, as if he fears a trick, "But it's upside down." This so startles the man, he actually leans across the table and looks at this absolutely blank sheet of paper to see if it's true, and only after he is draped across the table does he realize that he has been had. He looks at Conrad and smiles a smile of about 33 degrees Fahrenheit. This was not the way to produce the halo effect. In another test they showed the candidates pictures of people in various situations and asked them to make up stories about them. One of the pictures they showed Conrad was a piece of American scene-okay realism, apparently from the Depression years. You could see a poor sunken hookwormy sharecropper in big overalls trying to push a rusty plow through some eroded ground that was more gully than topsoil, aided by a mule with all his ribs showing, while off to one side the man's sallow hollow-socketed pellagra-ravaged wife with a swollen 8-month belly covered by a dress made from a fertilizer sack leans up against their shack to catch her breath or else to prop up the side wall. Conrad looks at the picture and says, "Well, you can tell that this man is a nature lover. He not only tills the soil, he appreciates the scenery, as you can tell by the way he is looking off toward the mountains, the better to observe the way the pale blue of the range in the distance harmonizes with the purple haze of the hills near his beloved homestead, and on in this fashion, until, at long last, it dawns on the interviewer that this wiry wiseacre who chatters away with a gap between his front teeth points is sending him up, him and his whole test. This did not create the halo effect, either. Oh, Conrad was rolling now. He was beginning to have a good time. But he had one piece of unfinished business. That night he called up the carpool. "This is number 7, he said. "Number 7 needs a car to go to the PX. The next day, after the heat chamber test, in which he spent 3 hours shut up in a cubicle heated to 130 degrees, Conrad was rubbing the sweat off the end of his nose, when he looked up and sure enough, Dr. Gladys J. Loring was right there, making note of the event in her spiral notebook with a ballpoint pen. Conrad reached into the pocket of his pants ellipsis points and came up with a spiral notebook and a ballpoint pen just like hers. Gladys, he said. She looked up. She was startled. Conrad started scribbling in his notebook and then looked at her again. Aha! You touched your ear, Gladys. We call that inhibition of the exhibitionism. More scribbling in the notebook. Oh. Lowering of the eyes, Gladys. Repressed hypertrophy of the latency. I'm sorry, but it has to go in the report. Word of how the flatworm turned ellipsis points, how the lab rat had risen up ellipsis points, how Pavlov's dog rang Pavlov's bell and took notes on it ellipsis points. Oh, word of all this circulated quickly, too, and everyone, from number 1 to number 8, was quite delighted. There was no indication, however, then or later, that Dr. Gladys Loring was amused in the slightest. When Scott Carpenter called home to California from Wright-Patterson in the evenings and he was always careful to take advantage of the lower evening rates his wife, Renee, was usually in the living room. They had a house in Garden Grove, a town near Disneyland. The focal point of the living room was a three-piece sectional sofa that had a great teardrop-shaped monkeypod coffee table in front of it and a monkeypod end table at this end and another monkeypod end table at the other end. A great deal was summed up by those three great showy slabs of monkeypod wood with the yellow-brown grain streaks curling this way and that. Every officer and his wife in the U.S. Navy in the year 1959 understood the monkeypod life. Scott was a lieutenant, which meant that his pay, including subsistence and housing allowance, was only about $7,200 a year, plus some extra flight pay. Young officers and their wives realized from the outset, of course, that abysmal pay was one of the realities of a service career. There were other forms of compensation, the opportunity to fly, which Scott loved, the status of a naval officer, the community of the squadron when one was in the mood for it, a certain sense of mission, if you were feeling good about yourself that civilians lacked extras, such as flight pay and a housing allowance, and the goodies. Given the dreadfully low pay, the goodies, which were usually trivial by ordinary standards, tended to take on an overblown importance. That was why so many young military couples in the late 1950s had living rooms dominated, ruled, oppressed, enslaved by the most bizarre furniture imaginable. Chinese gang tables with entire village scenes carved into the tops of them in deep relief. Squads of high-backed Turkish chairs that could have swallowed a ballroom. Korean divans with wood frames so ornately inlaid with mother-of-pearl that the entire room seemed to be grinning hideously. Spanish armoires so gross, so gloomy, so overbearing that the mere sight of them brought conversation to a halt. Ellipsis points and the flamboyant monkeypod. For one of the goodies was the opportunity to buy hand-carved wooden furniture cheaply, when you were assigned to the far ends of the earth. That was your opportunity to furnish the living room at last. And the military would ship it back to the States free of charge. Of course, your choice was limited by the local taste. In Korea you settled for mother-of-pearl or Chinese Baroque. And in Hawaii, where Scott and Renee had been assigned, there was always the monkeypod. In a department store in Hawaii, a first-rate finished monkeypod coffee table cost about $150. A modest sum, one might say, but if your base pay was only $7,200 a year, that meant you had only 48 such sums to last you for an entire year. And Scott and Renee had 4 children. But unfinished slabs of this amazing wood with its flaming yellow grain were available, for as little as $9. If you were willing to spend 24 hours sanding, rubbing, oiling, and polishing them, and another 10 or 20 constructing legs or frames, you could save $140. Fortunately, Renee had a good sense of design and was even able to use the monkeypod with finesse, a rare accomplishment in the monkeypod life. Both Scott and Renee had been brought up in Boulder, Colorado. Scott was top drawer by Boulder social standards, such as they were. He was descended from the first white settlers in the state. His mother's father, Victor Noxon, owned and edited a newspaper, the Boulder Miner Journal. Scott's parents had separated when he was only 3, and his mother contracted tuberculosis and was confined to a sanitarium for long stretches, so that Scott lived in Victor Noxon's house and was, as it turned out, raised by him. Renee met Scott at the University of Colorado and dropped out in her sophomore year to marry him. They spent practically that entire first year on the ski slopes. They were an extraordinarily good-looking couple, both blonde, trim, athletic, high-spirited, outgoing, the sort of couple you seldom actually saw outside the Lucky Strike ads. Many wives of fighter pilots would end up looking on helplessly, as their husbands grew more and more distant, a fact they would acknowledge in what were meant as light-hearted remarks, such as, "I'm only his mistress and he's married to an airplane." Often she would be overstating their intimacy. The actual mistress would be someone she didn't know about. Scott, on the contrary, was completely devoted to Renee and their 2 sons and 2 daughters. Many nights, during the testing, for Project Mercury, Scott wrote Renee long letters, some of them 10 or 15 pages, rather than run out more telephone bills. He kept trying to reassure her that he wasn't getting involved in anything reckless. One night he wrote, "Most of all, don't worry. You know what is uppermost in my mind, and that I wouldn't needlessly jeopardize what we have together." He was determined, he said, to live long enough to make love to you as a grandmother. All along, his feelings on this score had been so profound that he had done an extraordinary thing 8 years before. After finishing his basic flight training at Pensacola and his advanced training at Corpus Christi, he had voluntarily chosen to fly multi-engine bi-4 patrol planes rather than fighter planes. He didn't even like bi-4s. He could barely stand to fly them. Who could? They were big, slow, awkward trucks. Yet he had stepped down off the Great Ziggurat Pyramid here at the first major plateau. If the subject ever came up, he would say, "I did it out of allegiance to my family," meaning that patrol planes didn't leave as many widows behind. The Korean War was just beginning, and Scott ended up flying P-2V patrol planes up and down the Pacific mainland. Naturally, this was completely outside the big league for Navy pilots in the war. Any truly righteous aviator wanted to be assigned, on loan, to an Air Force fighter squadron for aerial combat over North Korea. But reconnaissance had its own hazards and trials, and Scott was considered extremely proficient at it, so much so that after the war he was brought to Patuxent River and trained as a test pilot. Nevertheless, Scott had forsaken the righteous competition of his own accord, out of allegiance to his family. Perhaps it had to do with his memories of how his own family had been disrupted during his early childhood. Well, that was something for psychiatrists to speculate about, and no doubt they were doing so. In his first psychiatric interview at Wright-Patterson, Scott himself had opened the session. He asked the first question. He said to the man, "How many children do you have?" "I have 4. Scott was surprised when he found himself among the 32 finalists in the competition for astronaut. He had bowed out of the big league competition long ago. He had only 200 hours of flying time in jets, and most of that he had accumulated in the course of flight test training. The other candidates all seemed to have 1,500 to 2,500. Yet here he was. Not only that, as the days had gone by, first at Lovelace and now at Wright-Pat, his prospects had begun to look promising. It was amazing. One thing Scott had going for him was his superb physical condition, although at the outset he would have never believed that sheer physical condition could be of any vital importance. He had been a gymnast at the University of Colorado and had terrific shoulders with the deltoid muscles bulging out in high relief, a thick strong neck, an absolutely lean and perfectly formed chest, like a South Sea pearl diver's M-dash, and, in fact, he had done a great deal of scuba diving M-dash, and his torso tapered down like Captain America's in the comic strip. Others complained the whole time, but the tests at Lovelace and Wright-Patterson didn't bother Scott in the slightest. Each one was a moment of triumph for him. One night Scott called, and Renee could tell that he was exceptionally pleased over how things were going. It seemed that there was a test of lung capacity. The candidate sat at a table and blew into a tube. The tube led into an instrument with a column of mercury. The idea was to see how long you could hold the column of mercury up to a designated level with the pressure of your breath. The record, they were informed, was 91 seconds. Scott M-dash, as he excitedly told Renee that night, M-dash knew from years of undersea swimming that after your lungs feel completely out of air and every signal in your central nervous system predicts disaster, if you hold your breath an instant longer, you actually have a substantial reserve supply of oxygen in your system. It is the buildup of carbon dioxide in the lungs, not the absolute depletion of oxygen, that signals the emergency. Scott forced himself to hold his breath through all the early signals, while he counted slowly to 100, with the idea of surpassing the mark of 91 seconds. He counted very slowly, as it turned out, and held the column of mercury up for 171 seconds, almost doubling the record. Another candidate in Scott's group also broke the old record by holding the mercury up 150 seconds. He was a Marine pilot named John Glenn. Scott had known Glenn slightly when both were at Pax River during Scott's flight test training. Glenn had set a cross-country speed record, Los Angeles to New York, of 3 hours and 23 minutes in an F-8U fighter plane in July 1957. The two of them had hit it off immediately at Wright Pat, partly, perhaps, because they appeared to be the two pacesetters in the testing. Scott had broken 5 records in all, and Glenn was usually his runner-up. One day they overheard one of the doctors saying to another, "Let's call Washington and tell them about these two guys." Dr. Gladys J. Loring and the others were astounded by Scott's performance, and not merely by such matters as his lung capacity, either, for many of the tests were not physical tests in the ordinary sense but, rather, tests of perseverance and one's willingness to push oneself beyond the usual limits of human endurance. Scott Carpenter did not mind the note-taking of Dr. Gladys J. Loring in the slightest. Scribble away. Scott was in his element. Conrad was back home in Northtown Creek, back at Pax River, when the letter from NASA arrived. He knew he had not played it very smoothly during the testing. He had compared notes with Wally Schirra, and it turned out that when Wally's group had gone through Lovelace, they had been just as ticked off at the way the place was run, as Conrad and his group had been. Wally had even led his own little rebellion, when they wanted their goddamn stool samples. One afternoon they had told Wally and the boys to avoid all highly seasoned food that evening, because they wanted to take stool samples the next day. So the whole group headed off to the Mexican section of Albuquerque, and they had picked out the rankest looking restaurant they could find and fired up their innards with every red mad dish they had ever heard of and hosed it down with plenty of good cheap rank Mexican beer. The jalapeno peppers had even gotten into the act. One of the boys had discovered a bowl of jalapeno pepper sauce on the table, a fiery reddish-brown concoction, and had poured it into a Dixie cup and presented it to the lab technicians, as if he had a ferocious case of diarrhea and had laughed his head off when the first sultry cloud of jalapeno aroma nearly wiped them out. But that was as far as he went the lab technician level. He let the good General Squichtenberg remain reserved and serene. That was the way Wally himself would have done it. He always knew where the outside of the envelope was, even when it came to pranks. No, Conrad knew he had poked a few unfortunate holes in the old envelope point still. He had spoken his mind before and it had never hurt him. His career in the Navy had gone up on a steady curve. He had never been left behind. So he opened the letter. From the very first line he knew the rest. The letter noted that he had been among the finalists in the selection process and said he was to be commended for that. Alas, it went on, he had not been one of the 7 chosen for the assignment, but NASA and one and all were grateful to him for volunteering and so forth and so on. Well, there it was, your classic Dear John letter. Even though in his detached moments he realized that he had perhaps screwed the pooch here and there, it was hard to believe. He had been left behind. This was something that had never happened to him in the nearly 6 years he had been moving up the great invisible ziggurat. A couple of days later he found out that Wally had made it. Wally was one of the 7. So was Alan Shepard, who had also been in that room at the Marriott. Well, what the hell? Wally himself had given them all a lot of pretty sound reasons why a man shouldn't feel too goddamned unlucky if he didn't get involved in this Rube Goldberg capsule business. It was probably all for the best. Project Mercury was a civilian enterprise and slightly wacky, when you got right down to it. They hadn't even chosen pilots, for Christ's sake. Jim Lovell had been ranked number 1 in Group 20 at Pax River, and he hadn't been chosen, either. They had all been lab rats from beginning to end. It was a good thing someone had set the record straight. Still, it was incredible. He had been left behind. Not too long afterward, Conrad was told that across the master sheet on top of his file at Wright-Patterson had been written, not suitable for long-duration flight. 5. In single combat. They bubble, they boil, they steam and scream, they rumble, and then they boil some more in the most excited way. This sound of boiling voices was exactly like the sound an actor hears backstage before the curtain goes up on a play that everyone must attend. Once there, everyone starts chattering away, out of the sheer excitement of being there at all, of being where things are happening, until everybody's beaming face is boiling away with words and grins and laughs that burst out, whether or not anything the least bit funny has been said. As he was not much of an actor, however, this was the sort of sound that terrified Gus Grissom. He was only moments away from the part he was likely to be worst at, and these people were all waiting on the other side of the curtain. At 2 p.m. the curtain was pulled back, and he had to walk onto the stage. A sheet of light hit Gus and the others, and the boiling voices dropped down to a rumble, or a buzz, and then you could make them out. There appeared to be hundreds of them, packed in shank to flank, sitting, standing, squatting. Some of them were upon a ladder that was propped against the wall under one of the huge lights. Some of them had cameras with the most protuberant lenses, and they had a way of squatting and crawling at the same time, like the hunkered down beggars you saw all over the Far East. The lights were on, for television crews. This building was the Dolly Madison House, at the northeast corner of Lafayette Square, just a few hundred yards from the White House. It had been converted into NASA's Washington headquarters, and this room was the ballroom, which they used for press conferences, and it was not nearly big enough for all these people. The little beggar figures were crawling all over it. The NASA people steered Gus and the other 6 to seats at a long table on the stage. The table had a felt cloth over it. They put Gus in a seat at the middle of the table, and sticking up over the felt right in front of him was the needle nose of a miniature escape tower on top of a model of the Mercury capsule mounted on an Atlas rocket. The model was evidently propped up against the other side of the table so that the press could see it. A man from NASA named Walter Bonney got up, a man with a jolly sounding voice, and he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The rules of this briefing are very simple. In about 60 seconds we will give you the announcement that you have all been waiting for, the names of the 7 volunteers who will become the Mercury astronaut team. Following the distribution of the PM dash, and this will be done as speedily as possible. Those of you who have PM deadline problems had better dash for your phones. We will have about a 10 or 12 minute break during which the gentlemen will be available for picture taking." Some men from over on the sides appeared and began handing out folders, and people were rushing up and grabbing these kits and bolting from the room. Bonnie pointed to the 7 of them sitting there at the table and said, "Gentlemen, these are the astronaut volunteers. Take your pictures, as you will, gentlemen." And now began a very odd business. Without another word, all these grim little crawling beggar figures began advancing toward them, elbowing and tipping one another out of the way, growling and muttering, but never looking at each other, since they had their cameras screwed into their eye sockets and remained concentrated on Gus and the 6 other pilots at the table in the most obsessive way, like a swarm of root weevils which, no matter how much energy they might expend in all directions trying to muscle one another out of the way, keep their craving beaks homed in on the juicy stuff that the whole swarm has sensed until they were all over them, within inches of their faces in some cases, poking their mechanical beaks into everything but their belly buttons. Yet this by itself was not what made the moment so strange. It was something else on top of it. There was such frantic excitement and their names had not even been mentioned. Yet it didn't matter in the slightest. They didn't care whether he was Gus Grissom or Joe Blow. They were ravenous for his picture all the same. They were crawling all over him and the other 6, as if they were creatures of tremendous value and excitement, real prizes. Ravenous they were. These swarming photographers who could grunt but not speak, who crawled over them for a full 15 minutes. Nevertheless, who was dying for the press conference to start. Any time Gus had to tell total strangers how he felt about anything, it made him uncomfortable, and the thought of doing so publicly, in this room, in front of several hundred people, made him extremely uncomfortable. Gus came from the sort of background where, to put it mildly, glibness was not encouraged. Back in Mitchell, Indiana, his father had been a railroad worker. His mother used to take the family to the Church of Christ, a Protestant denomination that was so fundamentalist no musical instruments were allowed in the church, not even a piano. The human voice raising thanks to God was music enough. Not that Gus was much of a singer, either, however. His public incantations consisted mainly of Hoosier Gus Gruffisms. He was a short man with sloping shoulders, a compact build, black crew-cut hair, and black bushy eyebrows, a broad nose, and a face given to very dour looks. The only time Gus felt like talking was when he was with other pilots, particularly at beer call. Then he became another human being. His sleepy eyes lit up to about 200 watts. A crazy confident grin took over his mouth. He would start talking a streak and drinking a lake, and, when the midnight madness struck, getting into his hot rod and sucking the surrounding countryside up his two exhaust pipes. Flying and drinking and driving, of course. Gus was one of those young men, quite common in the United States, actually, who would fight you down to the last and broken bone over an insult to the gray little town they came from or the grim little church they fidgeted in all those years and while at the same time, in some hidden corner of the soul, they prostrated themselves daily in thanksgiving to the things that had gotten them the hell out of there. In Gus's case those things had been hot rods and, now, airplanes. Gus had flown 100 missions in combat in Korea and had won the Distinguished Flying Cross, after breaking formation to chase away a MiG-15 that was about to jump one of his outfit's reconnaissance planes, although somehow, during that great duck shoot over Korea, to his regret, he had never succeeded in downing an enemy plane. After the war he had done all-weather testing of fighter planes at Wright-Patterson and was highly thought of there. So far he had not reached the big league, which was being prime pilot for testing a new fighter, preferably at Edwards. But Gus had every confidence in himself, which is to say, he was a typical fighter jock heading up the pyramid. He already sensed that winning out in the competition for Project Mercury was a tremendous achievement for him, even if it remained to be seen just how far this advanced a man up the ziggurat. There was just one odd thing about the situation. Last night, at Langley Field, near Newport News, Virginia, Gus had met the other 6 pilots who had won out. 2 of the Air Force pilots were from Edwards. That was to be expected, Edwards was the big league. But one of them, Gordon Cooper, was a man Gus had known at Wright-Pat at one point, and Cooper was not in fighter ops at Edwards. The very hottest pilots at Edwards, of course, were in the rocket plane projects, the X series. The best line test pilots were in fighter ops, as prime pilots in the testing of aircraft such as the Century series of jet fighters. That was what the other Edwards pilot, Dick Sladen, had been involved in. But Cooper had graduated from test pilot school and was officially a test pilot, but he had been involved mainly in engineering. Not only that, there was this fellow from the Navy, Scott Carpenter. He seemed to be a likable sort but he had never been in a fighter squadron. He had been flying multi-engine propeller planes and had only 200 hours in jets. What did this say about the business of being selected as a Mercury astronaut? Finally, the NASA people were shooing the photographers away from the table, and the head of NASA, a man with big smooth jowls named Keith Glennon, got up and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, today we are introducing to you and to the world these 7 men who have been selected to begin training for orbital space flight. These men, the nation's Project Mercury astronauts, are here after a long and perhaps unprecedented series of evaluations which told our medical consultants and scientists of their superb adaptability to their upcoming flight." And it was probably noticed by no one other than the 7 pilots themselves that he mentioned only their adaptability. He had nothing to say, not a word, about their prowess or standing as pilots. "It is my pleasure," said Glennon, "to introduce to you and I consider it a very real honor, gentlemen Malcolm S. Carpenter, Leroy G. Cooper, John H. Glenn, Jr., Virgil I. Grissom, Walter M. Skira, Jr., Alan B. Shepard, Jr., and Donald K. Slayton the nation's Mercury astronauts." With that, applause erupted, applause of the most fervent sort, amazing applause. Reporters rose to their feet, applauding, as if they had come for no other reason. Smiles of weepy and grateful sympathy washed across their faces. They gulped, they cheered, as if this were one of the most inspiring moments of their lives. Even some of the photographers straightened up from out of their beggars' crouches and let their cameras dangle from their straps, so that they could use their hands for clapping. But for what? Once the reporters and photographers got hold of themselves again, men from NASA, the Air Force, and the Navy got up and testified to how terrifically the 7 of them had done on all the tests at Lovelace and Wright-Patterson, yet not one word was uttered about any ability or experience they might have had as pilots. The tone of the thing, the angle, didn't improve with the questions from the reporters. The first reporter who raised his hand wanted to know from each of them whether his wife and children had had anything to say about this. Wife and children? Most of them, Gus included, dealt with this question in typical military pilot fashion. Which is to say, they managed to get out something brief, obvious, abstract, and above all safe and impersonal. But when it becomes the turn of the guy sitting on Gus's left, John Glenn, the only Marine in the group, it's hard to believe. This guy starts turning on the charm. He has a regular little speech on the subject. I don't think any of us could really go on with something like this, he says, if we didn't have pretty good backing at home, really. My wife's attitude toward this has been the same, as it has been all along through my flying. If it is what I want to do, she is behind it, and the kids are, too, 100%. What the hell was he talking about? I don't think any of us could really go on with something like this. What possible difference could a wife's attitude make about an opportunity for a giant step up the great ziggurat? What was with this guy? It kept on in that fashion. Some reporter gets up and asks them all to tell about their religious affiliations. And Glenn tees off again. I am a Presbyterian, he says, a Protestant Presbyterian, and I take my religion very seriously. As a matter of fact, he starts telling them about all the Sunday schools he has taught at and the church boards he has served on and all the church work that he and his wife and his children have done. I was brought up believing that you are placed on earth here more or less with sort of a 50-50 proposition, and this is what I still believe. We are placed here with certain talents and capabilities. It is up to each of us to use those talents and capabilities as best you can. If you do that, I think there is a power greater than any of us that will place the opportunities in our way, and if we use our talents properly, we will be living the kind of life we should live. Jesus Christ, share it, brother. You can't see the boys cutting glances from either end of the table up at this flying churchman Gus is sitting next to. They are seated in alphabetical order, with Scott Carpenter at one end and Dick Slayton at the other and Glenn in the middle. What can anybody say, as a follow-up to this man and his speeches about the wife and the children and the family and Sunday school and God? What can you do? Say that, as a matter of fact, you can get along just as well without any of them as long as they'll let you fly. That didn't seem very prudent. Turn on the halo and lie. You could see these pilots struggling to put up enough chips to stay in the God and family game with this pious Marine named Glenn. When it was Gus's turn, he said, I consider myself religious. I am a Protestant and belong to the Church of Christ. I am not real active in church, as Mr. Glenn is Mr. Glenn, he calls him but I consider myself a good Christian still. Dick Slayton says, as far as my religious faith is concerned, I am a Lutheran, and I go to church periodically. One of the Navy pilots, Alan Shepard, says, I am not a member of any church. I attend the Christian Science Church regularly. And so it went. It was a struggle. God family the only thing that Glenn hadn't wrapped them all up in was country, and so he took care of that, too. He gave a nice little speech that started with Orville and Wilbur Wright standing on a hill at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, tossing a coin to see which one would take the first airplane flight, and then he tied that in with the first space flight. I think we are very fortunate, he said, that we have, should we say, been blessed with the talents that have been picked for something like this. No one had said a word about talents, however. I think we would be most remiss in our duty, he went on, if we didn't make the fullest use of our talents in volunteering for something that is as important as this is to our country and to the world in general right now. This can mean an awful lot to this country, of course. This guy had the halo turned on at all times. Glenn had all the verbal skills that Gus lacked, and yet he didn't seem glib or smooth about it. He looked like a balding and slightly tougher version of the cutest looking freckle-faced country boy you ever saw. He had a snub nose, light hazel eyes, reddish blonde hair, a terrific smile, and thousands of freckles. He had the sunniest face in 10 counties. He was also one of the best known pilots in the Marines. He had flown in combat in both the Second World War and the Korean War and had won many medals, including 5 DFCs, and 2 years ago, in 1957, he had made the first coast-to-coast non-stop supersonic flight. On the basis of that accomplishment, he had been invited onto a TV show, named That Tune, with a child singer, Eddie Hodges, as his partner, and he had beamed a freckled smile on TV and just charmed the hell out of everybody. The two of them were on the show several weeks. Well, maybe he was sincere, after all. God knew that for any pilot to get involved in that much Sunday school and that many church boards and good works, he'd have to be a true believer and a half. Perhaps he even meant it about wife and family, which would make him an even rarer breed of fighter pilot. If anybody asked Gus like right now if he were religious, a family man, and a patriot, he would say yes, he was religious, and yes, he was a family man, and yes, he was a patriot. But the firmest conviction of the three was about being a patriot. When Gus said he would gladly ride a Mercury rocket for the sake of his country, he meant it. Alan Shepard said the same thing, and there was not the slightest doubt that he meant it. And there was no doubt that Glenn meant it, no matter how he went on about it. That was one of the inexpressible things about being a military flying officer. You meant it. You were among the few who had the uncritical willingness to face danger. There was an exhilaration to this that few civilians could possibly comprehend. No, Gus was a patriot, and he had his 100 combat missions and his DFC to attest to that simple, beautiful fact. Now, as for being a family man, he meant to be a family man, but somehow his career, or something, always got in the way. He and his wife, Betty, had gotten married as soon as they finished high school in Mitchell. Right from the very first he found himself in situations where he became separated from her. He didn't plan it that way, but it kept happening. Right after they got married, he was due to start his freshman year at Purdue, and so he went off to Purdue to find some place for them to live. Well, somehow the only place he could find was a basement room. She said that was okay, she didn't mind, they'd live in a basement room. He said, well, the problem was, he was going to have to share the room with another guy, and it was the only way he could afford it, so he would get back to Mitchell as often as he could, on weekends. So that was the way they started out, with him on the campus at Purdue and Betty living with her parents in Mitchell. Military flying was hard on home life, too. Gus graduated and started his Air Force training at Randolph Field in Texas. Betty was pregnant, and he was in training and was making only $100 a month anyway, and so why didn't she stay in Seymour, Indiana, with her sister Mary Lou, and Gus would visit her when he could. The only trouble was, he couldn't visit her very often, it being so expensive to travel from Texas to Indiana. When Betty gave birth to their first child, Scott, Gus was at an important part in his flight training and couldn't get to Indiana for that, either. He gets on the phone and says to her, well, you tell me what you really want me to do, and she says, well, I guess you ought not to interrupt your training. In fact, he didn't quite manage to see his first child until 6 months later. Now, that sort of thing could happen in the service, because a fellow could get sent overseas at a moment's notice. But he, Gus, hadn't been sent anywhere, except down the road to Arizona, to Williams Air Force Base, for advanced training. At the time, well, it just seemed damned hard to get all the way from the southwestern U.S.A. to Indiana, when you were in the thick of flight training. Then the Air Force did send him overseas, to Korea, and Betty went back to Indiana again. Korea. He loved it. He liked combat missions so much that, when he completed 100 missions, he volunteered for 25 more. He wanted to stay there. But the bastards made him come back. Somehow he and Betty managed to get by through all this. He gruffed a lot of Hoosier Gus gruffisms at her, and she gruffed some back at him. They didn't get in many fights. Most weekends he could manage it. He would fly cross country, piling up flight time. But how different was he from the other pilots at this table, if the truth were known, except for this unbelievable Marine, Glenn, who was sitting here next to him painting some goddamned amazing picture of the perfect pilot wrapped up in a cocoon of home and hearth and God and flag. Neither he nor any of the others said about altering that picture, however. At first it was hard to figure out what was happening. Glenn could have never gone off on these fantastic outside loops of his, if it were not for the fact that practically every question had to do with families and faith and motivation and patriotism and so on. There had not been a single question about their achievements or experience as pilots. Then one of the reporters gets up and says, "Could I ask for a show of hands of how many are confident that they will come back from outer space?" Gus and the others started looking down the table at each other, and then they all started hoisting their hands in the air. It really made you feel like an idiot, raising your hand this way. If you didn't think you were coming back, then you would really have to be a fool or a nut to have volunteered at all. As the 7 of them looked at each other sitting there with their hands up in the air like school children, they began grinning in embarrassment, and then the heart of the matter dawned on them. This question about coming back was nothing other than an euphemistic way of asking, "Aren't you afraid you're going to die?" That was the question these people had been circling around the whole time. That was what they really wanted to know, all these wide-eyed reporters and their grunting, crawling beggar photographers. They didn't care whether the 7 Mercury astronauts were pilots or not. Infantrymen or acrobats would have done just as well. The main thing was, they had volunteered to sit on top of the rockets which always blew up. They were brave lads who had volunteered for a suicide mission. They were kamikazes going forth to vie with the Russians. And all the questions about wives and children and faith in God and motivation and the flag points, they were really questions about widows and orphans points, and how a warrior talks himself into going on a mission in which he is bound to die. And this man, John Glenn, had given them an answer as sentimental as the question itself, and Gus and the rest had gone along with it. Henceforth, they would be served up inside the biggest slice of mum's pie you could imagine. And it had all happened in just about an hour. The 7 of them sat there like fools with their hands hung up in the air, grinning with embarrassment. But that was all right, they would get over the embarrassment soon enough. Glenn, one couldn't help noticing, had both hands up in the air. By the next morning the 7 Mercury astronauts were national heroes. It happened just like that. Even though so far they had done nothing more than show up for a press conference, they were known as the 7 bravest men in America. They woke up to find astonishing acclaim all over the press. There it was, in the more sophisticated columns as well as in the tabloids and on television. Even James Reston of the New York Times had been so profoundly moved by the press conference and the sight of the 7 brave men that his heart, he confessed, now beat a little faster. What made them so exciting, he wrote, was not that they said anything new but that they said all the old things with such fierce convictions They spoke of duty and faith in country like Walt Whitman's pioneers This is a pretty cynical town, but nobody went away from these young men scoffing at their courage and idealism. Manly courage, the right stuff. The halo effect, with Deacon Glenn leading the Hallelujah chorus, had practically wiped the man out. If Gus and some of the others had been worried that they weren't being regarded as hot pilots, their worries were over when they saw the press coverage. Without exception, the newspapers and wire services picked out the highlights of their careers and carefully masked them to create a single blaze of glory. This took true journalistic skill. It meant citing a great deal from John Glenn's career, his combat flying in 2 wars, his 5 distinguished flying crosses with 18 clusters, and his recent speed record, plus the combat that Gus and Wally Schirra had seen in Korea and the medals they had won, 1 PFC apiece, and the bombing missions Sladen had flown in the Second World War, and a bit about the jet fighters he had helped test at Edwards and the ones Shepard had tested at Pax River and going easy on the subject of Scott Carpenter and Gordon Cooper, who had not flown in combat. Shepard had not, either, or done any extraordinary testing. John Glenn came out of it as tops among 7 very fair-haired boys. He had the hottest record as a pilot, he was the most quotable, the most photogenic, and the lone Marine. But all 7, collectively, emerged in a golden haze, as the 7 finest pilots and bravest men in the United States. A blazing aura was upon them all. It was as if the press in America, for all its vaunted independence, were a great colonial animal, an animal made up of countless clustered organisms responding to a single nervous system. In the late 1950s, as in the late 1970s, the animal seemed determined that in all matters of national importance the proper emotion, the seemly sentiment, the fitting moral tone should be established and should prevail, and all information that muddied the tone and weakened the feeling should simply be thrown down the memory hole. In a later period this impulse of the animal would take the form of blazing indignation about corruption, abuses of power, and even minor ethical lapses among public officials. Here, in April of 1959, it took the form of a blazing patriotic passion for the 7 test pilots who had volunteered to go into space. In either case, the animal's fundamental concern remained the same. The public, the populace, the citizenry, must be provided with the correct feelings. One might regard this animal as the consummate hypocritical Victorian gent. Sentiments that one scarcely gives a second thought to in one's private life are nevertheless insisted upon in all public utterances. And this grave gent lives on in excellent health. Even so, why was the press aroused to create instant heroes out of these 7 men? This was a question that not James Reston or the pilots themselves or anyone at NASA could have answered at the time, because the very language of the proposition had long since been abandoned and forgotten. The forgotten term, left behind in the superstitious past, was single combat. Just as the Soviet success in putting Sputniks into orbit around the Earth revived long-buried superstitions about the power of heavenly bodies and the fear of hostile control of the heavens, so did the creation of astronauts and a manned space program bring back to life one of the ancient superstitions of warfare. Single combat had been common throughout the world in the pre-Christian era and endured in some places through the Middle Ages. In single combat the mightiest soldier of one army would fight the mightiest soldier of the other army, as a substitute for a pitched battle between the entire forces. In some cases the combat would pit small teams of warriors against one another. Single combat was not seen as a humanitarian substitute for wholesale slaughter until late in its history. That was a Christian reinterpretation of the practice. Originally it had a magical meaning. In ancient China, first the champion warriors would fight to the death as a testing of fate, and then the entire armies would fight, emboldened or demoralized by the outcome of the single combat. Before Muhammad's first battle as the warrior prophet, the Battle of Badr, 3 of Muhammad's men challenged the Meccans to pick out any 3 of their soldiers to fight in single combat, proceeded to destroy them with all due ceremony, whereupon Muhammad's entire force routed the entire Meccan force. In other cases, however, the single combat settled the affair, and there was no full-scale battle, as when the Vandal and Aleman armies confronted each other in Spain in the 5th century AD. They believed that the gods determined the outcome of single combat, therefore, it was useless for the losing side to engage in a full-scale battle. The Old Testament story of David and Goliath is precisely that, a story of single combat that demoralizes the losing side. The gigantic Goliath, with his brass helmet, coat of mail, and ornate greaves, is described as the Philistine champion who comes forth to challenge the Israelites to send forth a man to fight him, the proposition being that whoever loses, his people will become the slaves of the other side. Before going out to meet Goliath, David Mbadsh, a known volunteer commander Mbadsh, is given King Saul's own decorative armor, although he declines to wear it. When he kills Goliath, the Philistines regard this as such a terrible sign that they flee and are pursued and slaughtered. Naturally the brave lads chosen for single combat enjoyed a very special status in the army and among their people. David was installed in the royal household and eventually superseded Saul's own sons and became king. They were revered and extolled, songs and poems were written about them, every reasonable comfort and honor was given them, and women and children and even grown men were moved to tears in their presence. Part of this outpouring of emotion and attention was the simple response of a grateful people to men who were willing to risk their lives to protect them. But there was also a certain calculation behind it. The steady pressure of fame and honor tended to embolden the lads still further by constantly reminding them that the fate of the entire people was involved in their performance in battle. At the same time Mbadsh, and this was no small thing in such a high-risk occupation, Mbadsh, the honor and glory were in many cases rewards before the fact, on account, as it were. Archaic cultures were quite willing to elevate their single combat fighters to heroic status even before their blood was let, because it was such an effective incentive. Any young man who entered the course would get his rewards here on earth, up front, to use the current phrase, come what may. With the decline of archaic magic, the belief in single combat began to die out. The development of the modern, highly organized army and the concept of total war seemed to bury it forever. But then an extraordinary thing happened. The atomic bomb was invented, with the result that the concept of total war was nullified. The incalculable power of the A-bomb and the bombs that followed also encouraged the growth of a new form of superstition founded upon not of nature, as archaic magic had been, but of technology. During the Cold War period, small-scale competitions once again took on the magical aura of a testing of fate, of a fateful prediction of what would inevitably happen if total nuclear war did take place. This, of course, was precisely the impact of Sputnik 1, launched around the Earth by the Soviets' mighty and mysterious Integral in October of 1957. The space race became a fateful test and presage of the entire Cold War conflict between the superpowers, the Soviet Union and the United States. Surveys showed that people throughout the world looked upon the competition in launching space vehicles in that fashion, as a preliminary contest proving final and irresistible power to destroy. The ability to launch Sputniks dramatized the ability to launch nuclear warheads on ICBMs. But in these neo-superstitious times it came to dramatize much more than that. It dramatized the entire technological and intellectual capability of the two nations and the strength of the national wills and spirits. Hence John McCormack's rising in the House of Representatives to say that the United States faced national extinction if she did not overtake the Soviet Union in the space race. The next great achievement would be the successful launching of the first man into space. In the United States no one could say what was taking place in the land of the mighty Integral. The men chosen for this historic mission took on the archaic mantles of the single combat warriors of a long since forgotten time. They would not be going into space to do actual combat, or not immediately, although it was assumed that something of the sort might take place in a few years. But they were entering into a deadly duel in the heavens. In any event, our rockets always blow up. The space war was on. They were risking their lives for their country, for their people, in the fateful testing versus the powerful Soviet Integral. And even though the archaic term itself had disappeared from memory, they would receive all the homage, all the fame, all the honor and heroic status before the fact of the single combat warrior. Thus beat the mighty drum of martial superstition in the mid-20th century. It was glorious. It was crazy. The following month, May, the House Committee on Science and Astronautics, of which McCormack was a member, called the 7 astronauts before them in closed session. So the brave lads went to the Capitol for the secret proceedings. It was a strange and marvelous time. It became immediately apparent that from the committee chairman, Representative Overton Brooks, on down, no one had anything pertinent to ask them and nothing to tell them. The congressman kept saying things like, "As you men know, you are an outstanding group in our country and in our country's history." Or they would ask them questions that elicited choral responses. Brooks himself said, "All of you gentlemen have been in this type of work that is, handling experimental planes in the past, haven't you? You know what this is. You know that in handling any new experimental flying machine there is a certain type of risk. You understand that, isn't that right?" Then he peered beseechingly at the 7 of them, until they began chiming in, all at once, "Yes, sir. Right, sir. Certainly, sir. That's correct, sir." There was something gloriously goofy about it. The congressmen in the room just wanted to see them, to use their position to arrange a personal audience, to gaze upon them with their own eyes across the committee table, no more than 4 feet away, to shake hands with them, occupy the same space on this earth with them for an hour or so, fawn over them, pay homage to them, bathe in their magical aura, feel the radiation of their righteous stuff, salute them, wish upon them the smile of God and do their bit in bestowing honor upon them before the fact. Upon our little David's before they got up on top of the rockets to face the Russians, death, flames, and fragmentation. Ours all blow up. Chuck Yeager was in Phoenix to make one of his many public appearances on behalf of the Air Force. By now the Air Force couldn't publicize Yeager, breaker of the sound barrier, enough. Like the other branches of the service, the Air Force now saw that there was nothing like heroes and record holders for getting good press and winning appropriations. The only problem was that, in terms of publicity, every other form of flyer was now overshadowed by the Mercury astronauts. As a matter of fact, today, in Phoenix, what was it the local reporters wanted to ask Chuck Yeager about? Correct, the astronauts. One of them got the bright idea of asking Yeager if he had any regrets about not being selected as an astronaut. Yeager smiled and said, "No, they gave me the opportunity of a lifetime to fly the X-1 and the X-1A, and that's more than a man could ask for, right there. They gave this new opportunity to some new fellows coming along, and that's what they ought to do. Besides," he added, "I've been a pilot all my life, and there won't be any flying to do in Project Mercury." No flying? Emdash. That was all it took. The reporters looked stunned. In some way they couldn't comprehend immediately. Yeager was casting doubt on two indisputable facts. 1. That the 7 Mercury astronauts were chosen because they were the 7 finest pilots in America, and 2. That they would be pilots on the most daring flights in American history. The thing was, he said, the Mercury system was completely automated. Once they put you in the capsule, that was the last you got to say about the subject. What? Emdash. Well, said Yeager, a monkey's gonna make the first flight. A monkey? Emdash. The reporters were shocked. It happened to be true that the plans called for sending up chimpanzees in both suborbital and orbital flights, identical to the nights the astronauts would make before risking the men. But to just say it like that, ellipsis points, was this national heresy? What the hell was it? Fortunately for Yeager, the story didn't blow up into anything. The press, the eternal Victorian gent, just couldn't deal with what he had said. The wire services wouldn't touch the remark. It ran in one of the local newspapers, and that was that. But for Christ's sake, Yeager was only saying what was obvious to all the rocket pilots who had flown at Edwards. Here was everybody talking, as if the Mercury astronauts would be the first men to ride rockets. Yeager had done precisely that more than 40 times. 15 other pilots had done it also, and they had reached speeds greater than 3 times the speed of sound and an altitude of 126,000 feet, nearly 25 miles, and that was just the beginning. This very next month, June 1959, Scott Crossfield would begin the first testing of the X-15, designed for a pilot, not a passenger, to take up to more than 50 miles into space, at speeds approaching Mach 7. All of this should have been absolutely obvious to anyone, even people who knew nothing about flying, and surely it would become clear that anybody in Project Mercury was more of a test subject than a pilot. 2 of the people they chose weren't even in fighter ops. They had one excellent test pilot from Edwards, Dick Slayton, but he had never been high on the list of those considered for something like the X series. The other Air Force pilot, Grissom, was assigned to Wright Pat and was doing more secondary testing than prime work. 2 of the Navy guys, Shepard and Skira, were good experienced test pilots, solid men, even though neither had done anything to make anybody's mouth fall open at Edwards. Glenn had made a name for himself by setting the speed record in the FAU, but he had not done much major flight test work, at least not by Edwards standards. Well, hell, what did anybody expect? Naturally they hadn't picked the 7 hottest pilots they could find. They wouldn't be doing any flying. Surely all this would become obvious in time, ellipsis points, and yet it wasn't becoming obvious. Here at mighty Edwards itself the boys could feel the earth trembling. A great sliding of the templates was taking place inside the invisible pyramid. You could feel the old terrain crumbling, and ellipsis point 7 rookies were somehow being installed as the hottest numbers in flying, and they hadn't done a goddamn thing yet but turn up at a press conference. 6. On the balcony. From the very beginning this astronaut business was just an unbelievable good deal. It was such a good deal that it seemed like tempting fate for an astronaut to call himself an astronaut, even though that was the official job description. You didn't even refer to the others as astronauts. You'd never say something such as "I'll take that up with the other astronauts." You'd say, "I'll take that up with the other fellows or the other pilots." Somehow calling yourself an astronaut was like a combat ace going around describing his occupation as combat ace. This thing was such an unbelievable good deal. It was as if astronaut were an honorific, like champion or superstar, as if the word itself were one of the infinite variety of goodies that Project Mercury was bringing your way. And not just goodies in the crass sense, either. It had all the things that made you feel good, including the things that were good for the soul. For long stretches you'd bury yourself in training, in blissful isolation, good rugged bare-boned isolation, in low-rent surroundings, in settings that even resembled Hallowed Edwards in the old X1 days, and with that same pioneer spirit, which money cannot buy, and with everybody pitching in and working endless hours, so that rank meant nothing, and people didn't even have the inclination, much less the time, to sit around and make the usual complaints about government work. And then, just about the time you were entering a good healthy state of exhaustion from the work, they would take you out of your isolation and lead you up to that balcony that all fighter jocks secretly dreamed of, the one where you walked out before the multitudes like the Pope, and ellipsis points it actually happened. The people of America cheered their brains out for 30 minutes or so, and then you went back into your noble isolation for more work ellipsis points or for a few proficiency runs at nailing down the holy coordinates of the fighter jock's life, which were, of course, flying and drinking and driving and the rest of it. These things you could plot on the great graph of Project Mercury in the most spectacular way, with the exception of the first, flying. The lack of flying time was troubling, but the other items existed in such extraordinary dimensions that it was hard to concentrate on it at first. Any man who wasn't above a little regrouping now and then, to keep the highly trained mechanism from being wound up too tight, to maintain an even strain, in the Skira parlance, found himself in absolute fighter jock heaven. But even the rare pilot who was aloof from such cheap thrills, such as the Deacon, John Glenn, found plenty of goodies to even out the strain of hard work and mass iteration. Each of them had an eye on Glenn, all right. Glenn's own personal conduct was a constant reminder of what the game was really all about. To all but Scott Carpenter, and perhaps one other, the way Glenn was going about this thing was irritating. The 7 of them were stationed at Langley Air Force Base in the Tidewater section of Virginia on the James River, about 150 miles due south of Washington. Langley had been the experimental facility of the old National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics and was now the headquarters of NASA's Space Task Group for Project Mercury. Every morning they could count on seeing John Glenn up early, out on the grounds, in the middle of everything, where nobody could miss him, doing his road work. He'd be out there in full view, on the circular driveway of the bachelor officers' quarters, tucked out in his sweet suit, his great freckled face flaming red and shining with sweat, going around and around, running a mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, there was no end to it, in front of everybody. It was irritating, because it was so unnecessary. There had been a vague medical directive to the effect that each of them would engage in at least 4 hours of unsupervised exercise per week, but that was the last that was heard of. The medical staff assigned to Project Mercury were mainly young military doctors, a bit dazzled by the mission, some of them, and they were not about to call an astronaut on the carpet and demand an accounting of his 4 hours. Fighter jocks, as a breed, put physical exercise very low on the list of things that made up the right stuff. They enjoyed the rude animal health of youth. They put their bodies through dreadful abuses, often in the form of drinking bouts followed by lack of sleep and mortal hangovers, and they still performed like champions. I don't advise it, you understand, but it can be done provided you have the right stuff, you miserable pug-knocker. Most agreed with Wally Skira, who felt that any form of exercise that wasn't fun, such as water skiing or handball, was bad for your nervous system. But here was Glenn, pounding through everybody's field of vision with his morning road work, as if he were preparing for the championship fight. The good Marine didn't just do his road work and leave it at that, either. Oh, no. The rest of them had their families installed at Langley Air Force Base or at least in the Langley vicinity. Gordon Cooper and Scott Carpenter and their families were packed into apartments on the base, the usual sort of worn-out base housing that junior officers rated. Wally Skira, Gus Grissom, and Dick Sladen lived in a rather sad-looking housing development on the other side of the Newport News Airport. Around the development was a stucco wall of the color known as glum ochre. Alan Shepard and his family lived a little farther away in Virginia Beach, where they happened to be living when he was chosen for Project Mercury. But Glenn has his family housed 120 miles away in Arlington, Virginia, outside of Washington, and at Langley he stays in the bachelor officers' quarters, the Bach, and does his running out front in the driveway. if this had been some devilishly clever scheme for him to get away from home and hearth and indulge in drinking and driving and so forth, that would have been one thing. But he wasn't the type. He was living in a bare room with nothing but a narrow bed and an upholstered chair and a little desk and a lamp and a line of books on astronomy, physics, and engineering, plus a Bible. On the weekends he would faithfully make his way home to his wife, Annie, and the children in an ancient Prince, a real beat-up junker that was about 4 feet long and had perhaps 40 horsepower, the sorriest looking and most underpowered automobile still legally registered to any fighter pilot in America. A jock with any natural instincts at all, with any true devotion to the holy coordinates, either possessed or was eating his heart out for the sort of car that Alan Shepard had, which was a Corvette, or that Wally Schirra had, which was a Triumph, a sports car, or some kind of hot car, anyway, something that would enable you to hang your hide out over the edge with a little class, when you reached the driving juncture on the coordinates several times a week, as was inevitable for everyone but someone like John Glenn. This guy was putting on an incredible show. He was praying in public. He was presenting himself in their very midst as the flying monk, or whatever the Presbyterian version of a monk was. A saint, maybe, or an ascetic, or maybe just the village scone crusher. Being a good Presbyterian, John Glenn knew that praying in public was no violation of the faith. The faith even encouraged it. It set a salubrious example for the public. Nor did John Glenn feel the slightest discomfort, because now, in post-World War II America, virtue was out of style. Sometimes he seemed to enjoy shocking people with his clean living. Even when he was no more than 9 years old, he had been the kind of boy who would halt a football game to read the riot act to some other 9-year-old who said "God damn it" or "oh shit" when a play didn't go right. This was an unusual gesture even where he grew up, which was New Concord, Ohio, but not so extraordinary as it might have been a lot of other places. New Concord was a sort of town, once common in America, whose peculiar origins have tended to disappear in the collective amnesia, as tout le monde strives to be urbane. Which is to say, it began as a religious community. 100 years ago any man in New Concord with ambitions that reached as high as feed store proprietor or better joined the Presbyterian Church, and some of the awesome voltage of live Presbyterianism still existed when Glenn was growing up in the 1920s and 1930s. His father was a fireman for the B&O Railroad and a good church-going man, and his mother was a hard-working church-going woman, and Glenn went to Sunday school and church and sat through hundreds of interminable Presbyterian prayers, and the church and the faith and the clean living served him well. There was no contradiction whatsoever between the Presbyterian faith and ambition, even soaring ambition, even ambition grand enough to suit the invisible ego of the fighter jock. A good Presbyterian demonstrated his election by the Lord and the heavenly hosts through his success in this life. In a way, Presbyterianism was tailor-made for people who intended to make it in this world, as well as on the plains of heaven, which was a good thing, because John Glenn, with his sunny round freckled country boy face, was as ambitious as any pilot who had ever hauled his happy burden of self-esteem up the pyramid. So Glenn went pounding around the driveway of the Bach of Langley Air Force Base in his sweet suit, doing his road work, and he frankly didn't care if most of the others didn't like it. The running was good for him on several levels. At 37 he was the oldest of the fellows, and there was a little more pressure on him to demonstrate that he was in good condition. Besides that, he had a tendency to put on weight. From the waist up he was of only average size and musculature and, in fact, had surprisingly small hands. But his legs were huge, real kegs, muscular and fleshy at the same time, and he tended to pack on weight in the thighs. He was pushing 185 when he was selected for this thing, and he could well afford to get down to 170 or even less. As for living in the Bach-ellipsis points, why not? He and his wife, Annie, had bought their house in Arlington, because the children would be in excellent public schools there. Why transplant them again, when he would be on the road half the time and probably wouldn't see them, except on weekends, anyway? If it looked to the others as if he were living a monastic life, ellipsis points, that wouldn't hurt too much. Ellipsis points competition was competition, and there was no use pretending it didn't exist. He already had an advantage over the other 6 because of his marine flying record and the way he tended to dominate the publicity. He was ready to give a 110% on all fronts. If they wanted 4 hours of unsupervised exercise per week, well, give them 8 or 12. Other people could think what they wanted. He happened to be completely sincere in the way he was going about this thing. The goal in Project Mercury, as in every important new flight project, was to be the pilot assigned to make the first flight. In flight test, that meant your superiors looked upon you as the man who had the right stuff to challenge the unknowns. In Project Mercury, the first flight would also be the most historic flight. They had been told that the first flight would be suborbital. There might be as many as 10 or 11 suborbital flights, going to an altitude of about 100 miles, 50 miles above the commonly accepted boundary line between the Earth's atmosphere and space. These flights would not go into orbit, because the rocket they would be using, the Redstone, could not generate enough power to take a capsule to orbital speed, which would be about 18,000 miles per hour. The capsule would go up and come down in a big arc, like an artillery shells. As it came over the top of the arc, the astronaut would experience about 5 minutes of weightlessness. These suborbital flights were scheduled to begin in mid-1960, and all 7 pilots would get a crack at them. Other men would no doubt go farther into space, into Earth orbit and beyond. But they, in turn, would be chosen from the first men to fly suborbitally, so the first astronaut would be the one the world remembered. When a man realized something like that, there was no use being shy about the opportunity he had. Glenn had not gotten this far in his career by standing still in a saintly fashion and waiting for his halo to be noticed. When he reached Korea, flying strafing and bombing missions in support of Marine ground troops, he realized that the biggest accolade was being assigned to Air Force fighter squadrons on Lone Lake Skira for air-to-air combat up at the Yalu River. So he had gone after that assignment and had gotten it and had shot down 3 MiGs during the last few days of the war. As soon as the war ended, he realized that flight test was the hot new arena and had gone straight to his superiors and asked to be assigned to the Navy's Patuxent River Test Pilot School, and they sent him there. He had been in flight test barely 3 years, when he dreamed up the FAU transcontinental run. He dreamed it up himself, as a major in the Marines. Although everyone knew it was possible, no one had ever made a sustained coast-to-coast flight at an average speed of greater than Mach 1. Glenn developed the whole scheme, the aerial rendezvous with 3 different air refueling tankers, the way he would dive down to 22,000 feet to meet them, the whole thing. He pulled it off on July 16, 1957, flying from Los Angeles to Floyd Bennett Field in New York, in 3 hours and 23 minutes. The word was that there were some test pilots who were put out, because he got the assignment. They seemed to think they had done the major test work on the FAU, and so forth and so on. But it was his idea. He got it launched. If he hadn't put himself forward, it wouldn't have happened at all. Last year, 1958, it was obvious to him that all the services were working on the problems of manned spaceflight. There was no Project Mercury yet, and no one knew who would be running the show when a manned program began. All he knew was that it was not likely to be the Marines, but he wanted to play a part in it. So he had himself assigned to the Navy Bureau of Aeronautics. He volunteered for runs on the Navy's human centrifuge machine at Johnsville, Pennsylvania, exploring the high G-forces associated with rocket flight. By March of this year, 1959, just a month before the 7 of them were selected as astronauts, he had been at the McDonnell Aircraft Plant in St. Louis, as a representative of the Bureau of Aeronautics on a NASA mock-up review board, reviewing progress of the manufacture of the Mercury capsule. He didn't know just how the 7 of them were selected points, but obviously all that hadn't hurt his chances. And now the ante had been raised once more, and he was after nothing short of being the first man to go into space. NASA would have to beat the Russians to it, of course, for him or any other American to be first. But that was one of the things that made it exhilarating enough even to endure this sweaty pounding over a salty pine-tag circular driveway in Tidewater, Virginia. There was the same sort of esprit usually called patriotism but better described as joie de combat that had existed during the Second World War and, among pilots and practically no one else, during the Korean War. Project Mercury was officially a civilian undertaking. But it struck Glenn as being like a new branch of the armed services. All 7 of them were still in the military, drawing military pay, even though they wore civilian clothes. There was a warlike urgency and priority about the whole enterprise. And in this new branch of the military no one outranked you. It was almost too good to be true. On the organization chart the 7 of them had superiors. They reported to Robert Gilruth, the head of the new Space Task Group, who was a subordinate of Hugh Dryden, the deputy administrator of NASA. Gilruth was a superb engineer and a fine man. He had literally written the book on the handling characteristics of aircraft, the first scientific treatise on the subject, Requirements for Satisfactory Flying Qualities of Airplanes, NACA Report No. 755, 1937, which had become a classic. He was a big, bald, shy man with a reedy voice. Most recently he had been head of the NACA Pilotless Aircraft Research Division, which had experimented with unmanned rockets. Gilruth was not used to marching the troops and certainly not a group of ambitious pilots. He was no Vince Lombardi. He was a genius among engineers, but he was not the type to take 7 colossal stars who were suddenly the most famous pilots in America and mold them into Bob Gilruth's Astrodine. They were so famous, so revered, so lavishly fussed and worried over at all times that they were without peers in this new branch of the military. Everywhere they went in their travels people stopped what they were doing and gave them a certain look of awe and sympathy. Sympathy ellipsis points, because our rockets all blow up. It was a nice, friendly, warm look, all right, and yet it was strange. It was a sort of glistening smile with tears and joy suffusing it, both tears and joy. In fact, it was an ancient look, from the primordial past, never seen in America before. It was the smile of homage and astonishment at such bravery. That had been given to single combat warriors, in advance, on account, before the fact, since time was. Well ellipsis points Glenn was ready. He was ready for election. He was ready to be the first to go into the heavens when that debt of homage and honor and glistening faces came due. One of the people who beamed that look at them with a sincere devotion was a Washington lawyer named Leo D'Orsi. Walter Bonney, the NASA public affairs officer who had run the press conference, had seen the frenzy of publicity building up around the 7 men and concluded that they needed some expert help in their new role as celebrities. He approached D'Orsi. D'Orsi was a tax lawyer. Harry Truman had once considered making him head of the Internal Revenue Service. He had represented many show business celebrities, including President Eisenhower's friend Arthur Godfrey. So the 7 of them wound up having dinner with D'Orsi in a private room at the Columbia Country Club outside of Washington. D'Orsi was an affable gentleman with a little round pot belly. He had terrific clothes. He put on a long face and related how he had been approached by Bonney. He said he was willing to represent them. I insist on only 2 conditions, he said. Glenn thought to himself, well, here it comes. 1, said D'Orsi, I will accept no fee. 2, I will not be reimbursed for expenses. He kept the grave look on his face for a moment. And then he smiled. There were no catches and no angles. He was obviously sincere. He thought they were terrific and felt tickled pink to be involved with them at all. He couldn't do enough for them. And that was the way it went with Leo D'Orsi from that evening onward. He couldn't have been straighter or more generous. D'Orsi proposed that the book and magazine rights to their personal stories be put up for sale to the highest bidder. Bonney was sure the President and NASA would allow it, because several military men had made such an arrangement since the Second World War, most notably Eisenhower himself. The selling point for NASA would be that, if the 7 of them sold exclusive rights to one organization, then they would have a natural shield against the endless requests and intrusions by the rest of the press and would be better able to concentrate on their training. Sure enough, NASA approved the idea, the White House approved it, and D'Orsi started getting in touch with magazines, setting $500,000 as the floor for bids. The one solid offer $500,000 came from Life, and D'Orsi closed the deal. Life had an excellent precedent for the decision. Few people remembered, but the New York Times had bought the rights to Charles Lindbergh's personal story before his famous transatlantic flight in 1927. It worked out splendidly for both parties. Having bought an exclusive, the Times devoted its first 5 pages to Lindbergh the day after his flight and the first 16 the day after he returned from Paris, and all other major newspapers tried their best to keep up. in return for life's exclusive rights to their personal stories and their wives. The astronauts would share the $500,000 evenly. The sum amounted to just under $24,000 a year for each man over the 3 years Project Mercury was scheduled to run, about $70,000 in all. For junior officers with wives and children, used to struggling along on $5,500 to $8,000 a year in base pay, plus another $2,000 in housing and subsistence allowances and perhaps $1,750 in extra flight pay. The sum was barely even imaginable at first. It wasn't real. They wouldn't see any of it for months. In any case, ellipsis points nevertheless, the goodies were the goodies. A career military officer denied himself and his family many things ellipsis points with the understanding that, when the goodies came along, they would be accepted and shared. It was part of the unwritten contract. The life deal even provided them with foolproof protection against the possibility that their personal stories might become all too personal. Although written by life, the stories would appear in the first person under their own bylines ellipsis points by Gus Grissom ellipsis points by Betty Grissom ellipsis points, and they would have the right to eliminate any material they objected to. NASA, moreover, would have the same right. So there was nothing to keep the boys from continuing to come across, as what they had looked like at the first press conference, 7 patriotic God-fearing small-town Protestant family men with excellent backing on the home front. Here in the summer of 1959 that was fine with life and with the rest of the press, for that matter. Americans seemed to be deriving profound satisfaction from the fact that the astronauts turned the conventional notions of glamour upside down. It was assumed and the genteel beast kept underlining the point that the 7 astronauts were the greatest pilots and bravest men in America precisely because of the wholesome circumstances of their backgrounds, small towns, Protestant values, strong families, the simple life. Henry Luce, life's founder and boss of bosses, had not played a major role, other than parting with the money, in making the astronaut deal, but eventually he came to look upon them as his boys. Luce was a great Presbyterian, and the Mercury astronauts looked like 7 incarnations of Presbyterianism. This was no rural American miracle, however. It was John Glenn who had set the moral tone of the astronaut at the first press conference. The others had diplomatically kept their mouths shut ever since. From the Lukes and Restons on down, the press, that ever seemly Victorian gent, saw the astronauts as 7 slices of the same pie, and it was Mom's pie, John Glenn's Mom's pie, from the sturdy villages of the American heartland. The gent thought he was looking at 7 John Glenns. Among the 7 instant heroes, John Glenn's light shone brightest. Probably the least conspicuous, using that same measure, was Gordon Cooper. Cooper was a thin, apparently guileless soul, handsome in a down-home manner. He was from Shawnee, Oklahoma. He had a real Oklahoma drawl. He was also the youngest of the 7, being 32 years old. He had never flown in combat, nor had his test work at Edwards been of the sort that attracted much notice. Scott Carpenter was no further up the great ziggurat of flying, of course, but Carpenter was not at all reluctant to talk about his own relative lack of experience in jets, and so on. What seemed to annoy some of the boys was that none of the foregoing, obvious, as it surely was, fazed Gordon Cooper in the slightest. 2 people who sometimes seemed to get impatient with Cooper were his Air Force comrades Gus Grissom and Dick Sladen. Grissom and Sladen had become great pals practically from the day they were selected as astronauts. They were from out of the same grim clay. Sladen was raised on a farm in western Wisconsin, up near the town of Sparta and the Elroy-Sparta State Park Trail. He was taller than Grissom, more rugged, rather handsome, in fact, and quite intelligent, once you penetrated the tundra. When the subject was flying, his expression lit up, and he radiated confidence and had all the wit and charm and insights you could ask for. In other situations, however, he had Grissom's lack of patience for party manners and small talk and Grissom's way of lapsing into impenetrable blank stares, as if some grim wintertime North Country Lutheran cloud of original sin were passing in front of his face. Dick had started flying in the Second World War, when the Air Force was still part of the Army. In the Army one was continually around people who spoke Army Creole, a language in which there were about 10 nouns, 5 verbs, and 1 adjective, or participle, or whatever it was called. There always seemed to be a couple of good buddies from Valdosta or Oilville or someplace sitting around saying, I told him if he tried to fuck me over, I was gonna kick he fucking ass. I'd net right? Fucking A. So I kept on fucking me over and I kicked his fucking ass in for him. I'd net right? Fucking A. And so now they tellin' me they gon' throw my fucking ass in a fucking stockade. You know what? They some kinda fucking me over. Fucking A well tall, bubba. Now that Dick was all of a sudden a celebrity, there were people who knew him who cringed every time he got near a microphone. They were afraid he was going to make Creole the nationwide TV and scorch the brains of half the people of the U.S.A. The truth was, Dick was far too sharp for that. He was okay in Gus's book. They lived just 2 doors away from each other at Langley, and if they were both at home on the weekend, they usually did something together, such as go hunting or wangle a T-33 from Langley Air Force Base and fly cross-country, taking turns at the controls. Sometimes they would fly all the way to California and back, and it was likely that, if they exchanged a total of 40 sentences, transcontinental, they would come back feeling like they'd had a hell of an animated conversation and a deep talk. Just a couple of years ago, at Wright-Patterson, it was Gus and Gordo Mdaj, as Gordon Cooper was known Mdaj, who had been the great weekend flying buddies. Then Gordo had been transferred to Edwards, where Dick Slayton happened to be. And now that all 3 of them were in the same course, this extraordinary new corps of astronauts, there were nights when the others would hear Cooper's Oklahoma drawl getting cranked up ellipsis points and the gorge would rise ellipsis points. They would all be knocking back a few at somebody's house, some Saturday night, and they would hear Cooper starting to talk about something extraordinary that happened when he was testing the F-160 or whatever at Edwards ellipsis points, and the blood would come into somebody's baleful eyes, and he'd say, "I'll tell you what Gordo did at Edwards. He was in engineering." The way engineering was pronounced, you would have thought Gordo had been a quartermaster or a drum major or a chaplain. Dick Slayton took pride in the fact that he was in the hot branch of flight test at Edwards, which was fighter operations. The pilots in fighter ops at Edwards pushed the outsides of the envelopes of the hottest new airplanes made, the most recent examples being the Century series, of which Gordo's F-160 was one. But to be in engineering was to be on also ran. Gus and Gordo remained friends and even did some rat racing in their cars together and, later on, in speedboats. He was so friendly and easygoing, it was hard not to like the man. But sometimes Gus would cluck and fume over Gordo's yarns, too. And none of this fazed Gordo in the slightest. He seemed to be oblivious of it all. He just went on drawling and lollygagging along, as if he were sitting in the catbird seat the whole time. He was also given to sounding off now and then in ways the rest of them just couldn't comprehend. Like that business of the flight day. The truth was that none of them, not even Gus, who knew him fairly well, understood Cooper's particular makeup. Cooper may have had his blind spots, but if so, it was the blindness of the fighter jock resolutely making his way up the mighty ziggurat. So what, if, by outward standards, he had not had the most brilliant career of all the 7 astronauts? The day was young. He was only 32. Cooper's fighter jock self-esteem seemed to be like a par lamp. It was, as if, wherever he landed, the light shone round about him, and that was the place to be. Cooper knew as well as anyone else that it was more prestigious to be in fighter ops than in engineering at Edwards. But once he was in engineering, the light shone round about him, and the picture of him in that place was good. As a pilot in engineering, you saw the project from both sides, from the design and administrative side as well as from the test pilot side. It was like being a project manager who also flew ellipsis points. That was what it was like. Ellipsis points. Much of Cooper's fireproof confidence was based on the fact that he was a natural-born stick and rudder man, as the phrase went. When it came to sheer aplomb in controlling a winged aircraft, there was probably no other astronaut who could outdo him. His father had been a colonel in the old Army Air Force, a career officer, and Cooper had started flying before he was 16. He had met his wife, Trudy, at Hickam Field, after he had enrolled in the University of Hawaii. She was also a pilot. Flying, as like breathing to Cooper. He seemed to feel absolutely immune to the ordinary dangers of flight. In any event, he was absolutely cool when it came to dealing with them. As far as his career went, he was never troubled by doubts. It was only a matter of time before everything would go his way. Of that he seemed to be convinced. When the tests for selection of astronauts began at Lovelace and Wright-Patterson ellipsis points, well, it was obvious, wasn't it? Everything was now going his way. He never had the slightest doubt that he would be chosen. His relative lack of credentials didn't trouble him at all. He would be chosen. He could tell. When it came to things like the rigors of the physical tests at Lovelace, he went through it all with a knowing wink. Things like scuttling down a corridor with barium exploding out of your tail, and he figured it was intentionally set up, as part of the stress testing. Nothing to it, once you understood the drill. Stress? He was so relaxed, the psychologists giving the stress tests at Wright-Patterson could hardly believe it. As soon as the tests at Wright-Pat were completed, Cooper told his commanding officer at Edwards that he had better look for a replacement for him. He was going to be chosen as an astronaut. This was more than a month before the choices were actually made. Cooper turned out to be neither so naive nor so guileless as some thought. From the beginning, in the interview sessions, the NASA psychologists had asked the candidates for astronaut many questions about their family lives. Quite aside from any possible public relations considerations, there was a well-known theory in the psychology of flight to the effect that marital discord was a major cause of erratic behavior among pilots and often led to fatal accidents. The sound instincts of the career officer led Cooper to respond that his family life, with Trudy and the children, was real fine, terrific, regulation issue. This wasn't likely to bear much checking into, however, inasmuch as Cooper and Trudy were not living in the same house or even in the same latitude. They had separated. Trudy and the children were living down near San Diego, while he remained at Edwards. Clearly it was time for a reconciliation. Cooper took a quick trip to San Diego ellipsis points. He talked a whole rope ellipsis points, a veritable lasso ellipsis points, the separation, his prospects with NASA, and so on ellipsis points. In any case, Trudy and their 2 daughters returned to Edwards, and Cooper had the American dream back intact, under one roof, before the final round of the selection process, and nobody at NASA was the wiser. After Cooper was selected, one of the life writers brought up the point that he had less experience than most of the other astronauts. Cooper was not fazed for a moment. He said that he was also younger than the others and would probably be the only one of them to fly to Mars. The only side of the whole deal that appeared to shake Cooper's confidence was the PR side of it, the publicity routine, the trips here and there, where various local worthies put you at the head table and whacked you on the back and asked you to get up and just say a few words. Most of the trips were to cities where components of the Mercury system were being manufactured, such as St. Louis, where the capsule was being built at the McDonnell factory, or San Diego, where the Atlas rocket was being built at Convair. St. Louis, San Diego, Akron, Dayton, Los Angeles. Somebody was always suggesting that you just say a few words. It was on such occasions that a man realized most acutely that America's 7 astronauts were not by any means identical. Glenn seemed to eat this stuff up. He couldn't get enough grins or handshakes, and he had a few words filed away in every pocket. He would even come back to Langley and write cards to workers he had met on the assembly line, giving them little attaboys, as if they were all in this thing together, partners in the great adventure, and he, the astronaut, would never forget the welding inspector's beaming mug. The idea, much encouraged by NASA, was that the personal interest of the astronaut would infuse everyone working for the contractors with a greater concern for safety, reliability, efficiency. Oddly enough, it seemed to work. Gus Grissom was out in San Diego in the Convair plant, where they were working on the Atlas rocket, and Gus was as uneasy at this stuff as Cooper was. Asking Gus to just say a few words was like handing him a knife and asking him to open a main vein. But hundreds of workers are gathered in the main auditorium of the Convair plant to see Gus and the other 6, and they are beaming at them, and the Convair brass say a few words, and then the astronauts are supposed to say a few words, and all at once Gus realizes it's his turn to say something, and he is petrified. He opens his mouth and out come the words, "Well, ellipsis points to good work." It's an ironic remark, implying, ellipsis points, because it's my ass that'll be sitting on your freaking rocket. But the workers started cheering like mad. They started cheering, as if they had just heard the most moving and inspiring message of their lives. Do good work. After all, it's little Gus's ass on top of our rocket. They stood there for an eternity and cheered their brains out, while Gus gazed blankly upon them from the Pope's balcony. Not only that, the workers, the workers, not the management but the workers, had a flag company make up a huge banner, and they strung it up high in the main work day, and it said, "Do good work." All these people with their smiles of sympathy didn't ask for much. A few words here and there would do fine. Do good work. Nevertheless, that didn't make these public appearances any better for Cooper. He was in the same boat with Gus and Dick, who was also no Franklin D. Roosevelt, when it came to public appearances. Everybody latched on to you during these trips, congressmen and businessmen and directors and presidents of this and that. Every hotshot in town wanted to be next to the astronaut. For the first 10 or 15 minutes it was enough for them to breathe the same air you breathed and occupy the same space as your famous body. But then they began looking at you and waiting for what? Well, dummy. Waiting for you to say a few words. They wanted something hot. If you were one of the 7 greatest pilots and 7 bravest men in America, then obviously you must be fascinating to listen to. Riveting, that was what you were supposed to be. A few war stories, man. And you would sit there with the clutch in, furiously trying to think of something, anything, and it would make you gloomier and gloomier. Your light no longer shone round about you. It was on such occasions that the 3 Air Force men, Cooper and Gus and Dick, wouldn't have minded being like Alan Shepard. Shepard was all right. He didn't go for these public appearance stints any more than they did. But Al could shift gears any time he had to. Al was a Naval Academy man, and if he had to glad-hand and shoot the breeze and trade the small talk with all these congressmen and realty board chairmen and rye distillers and get up and make extemporaneous remarks when called upon, then he could do it. Wally Schirra was another Naval Academy man, and he could play it any way he wanted to, also. Wally was a regular guy, a fighter jock through and through, but he also had the knack of turning on the old Academy charm around strangers. As for the other Navy guy, Carpenter, he wasn't an Academy man, but he was Mr. Charm himself, all the same. He knew how to turn on the party manners. There was damned little social crap in the Air Force, and that was probably one reason why Cooper liked the blue suit. The officers and gentlemen business was kept at a minimum. At most bases the only well-to-do locals who invited Air Force officers to parties were the automobile dealers. They just loved the way those crazy blue suit zombies bought those cars and racked them up and then came back and bought some more. In the Air Force there was a nice piece of built-in democracy. Until an officer had reached the level of lieutenant colonel, there was only one way for him to make his mark and advance, and that was by proving himself as a pilot. If he could demonstrate that he had the right stuff in the air, there was nothing, short of gross character defects, that could keep him from rising through the middle ranks. In the Navy Air Force an officer also had to prove himself in the air, but at the test pilot level the Navy began to insist on leadership qualities, as well, meaning polish and the rest of it. There you had a man like Al Shepard, who had come from out of what was sometimes called the service aristocracy. Which was to say, Al was the son of a career officer. By now you ran into these fellows, the second-generation officers, all over the service. They seemed to make up half the graduates of West Point or Annapolis, like Al and Wally Schirra. Al's father was a retired Army colonel. Wally Schirra's was in effect a service family. His father had been a pilot in the First World War, had then left the service, but then became a civil engineer for the Air Force after the Second World War, helping to rebuild Japanese airfields. You very seldom ran into career officers who were the sons of businessmen, doctors, or lawyers. They steered their sons away from the service. They looked down on it. So what you found were the second-generation officers on the one hand, like Shepard and Schirra, and the sons of workingmen and farmers on the other, fellows like Gus and Dick and John Glenn. Fellows like Shepard and Schirra and Carpenter might come from small towns, strictly speaking, but it was a mistake to call them small-town boys, the way you could apply that term to Gus or Dick, and it showed in the way they could handle themselves in public. It wasn't long before Cooper began to miss flying, the stick and rudder life, in the worst kind of way. He began to miss it the way another man might have missed food. The daily business of taking a high-performance aircraft aloft and hanging it out over the edge. This was at the heart of the fighter jock's life, even though its importance was never expressed, except in the term proficiency. Pilots devoutly believed that it was necessary to fly out to the edge with regularity in order to maintain proficiency or decision-making ability. On one level it was a logical enough equivalent to an athlete's concern with staying in shape, but on another it had to do with the mysteries of the right stuff and the ineffable joys of showing the world, and yourself, that you had it. It was damn strange to be in flight training, as America's first astronauts, and yet to be doing no flying themselves, except as passengers. There was no flying whatsoever on their training agenda. As the weeks went by, all 7 men began to be bothered by this, but it was Cooper who voiced the complaint publicly. The early months included a heavy schedule of lectures on astronomy, rocket propulsion, flight operations, capsule systems, and the trips to the contractors, and to the subcontractors, and to Cape Canaveral, where the rockets would be launched, to Huntsville, Alabama, where Wernher von Braun and his Germans were developing booster rockets, to Johnsville, Pennsylvania, where the human centrifuge was located. There was no end to it. On all these trips Cooper, like the others, had to travel by commercial airline. It seemed as if he spent half of every day standing around airports waiting for luggage or going through his pockets to see how much money he had. Here he was, flying half the month as a passenger. On top of everything else, he was losing flight day. It was no laughing matter. Dorsey was negotiating the life deal but had not yet closed it. If an Air Force captain kept up his proficiency flying, he stood to receive an extra $145 a month in flight pay, and there was not a sane blue suiter alive who did not go out and get that flight pay each month, unless bedridden or grounded. The extras, my God, it was impossible to explain to an outsider, but these things were built into the psyche of the career officer like first principles. Besides, your family always needed the money. Cooper, like the other 6, was being paid by the military, and so he was losing a significant percentage of his income, which hadn't been much to begin with. Not only that, an officer in the military received a mere $9 a day in expenses for day trips and $12 a day for overnight trips. To stay in hotels, to eat in restaurants, it was a losing proposition. Especially when they were supposed to be some sort of celebrities. They all felt like the biggest deadbeat celebrities in America. Say you were having lunch with 5 or 6 hotshots in Akron, where you went for pressure suit fittings at B.F. Goodrich. You didn't dare reach for the check. Suppose through delayed psychometer response or some other dreadful accident they let you have it. The damn thing might be for $35 and there went your family's food money for 2 weeks and yet the flight pay itself was the least of it. It was more evidence of the curious non-pilot status of the astronaut. Cooper figured he was spending 40 hours a month on commercial airliners in order to go through all this. What he wouldn't have given to have access to a supersonic fighter plane like the F-104B. Gus and Dick were managing to catch rides on the weekends in T-33s at Langley. But the T-33 was pretty tame stuff, a subsonic trainer. The F-104B was something you could cut loose with. Langley Air Force Base wasn't even equipped to maintain such an aircraft, however. So Cooper was going all the way to McGee Tyson in Knoxville, where he had a buddy who could get him signed up for the occasional workout in the F-104B. With a ship like that he could live and breathe and maintain proficiency and keep in touch with that righteous stuff . Such thoughts were once more running through his mind, as he sat down to lunch one day at Langley, when a reporter for the Washington Star named William Hines joined him and said hello. Well, they talked a little bit and one thing led to another, and pretty soon Cooper was painting the entire picture. When the story appeared in the Star depicting Cooper's complaint, accurately, as a complaint common to practically all the astronauts, NASA officials were dumbfounded. Overton Brooks's House Committee on Science and Astronautics was dumbfounded. Gordo's fellow deservers of perks and goodies were dumbfounded, even though most of them agreed with him completely. They all looked a trifle petty. Here they were, 7 heroes, warriors of the heavens, patriots, and they're all over the press complaining about flight pay and airplane rides . Overton Brooks sent a committee investigator to Langley to see what the hell was going on. The report he brought back was a masterpiece, a veritable model performance, in the tactful handling of the grousing of his country's first single combat warriors. The astronauts, he wrote, are fully aware of their responsibilities to the project and the American public, particularly with regard to the heroic role they are beginning to assume with the young people of the country. They have imposed upon themselves strict rules of conduct and behavior, which credits them with constructive and mature evaluation of their position as a cynosure of all lives. The only thing is, they still want their goddamned flight pay and some hot airplanes. Like most of the other wives, Betty Grissom was stuck at Langley with small children to take care of. At first she had thought she and Gus were at last going to be able to settle in for some ordinary home life, but somehow Gus was away as much as ever. Even when he had the weekends off, he would somehow wander over to Dec's house, and before she knew it, the two of them would be heading off to the base, for some proficiency flying, and there went another weekend. If Gus was home for the weekend, he was apt to get in some fast flurries of fatherhood for the benefit of their two boys, Mark and Scott. This might take the form of some good gruff disobedience lectures about obeying their mother, when he wasn't there. Or it might take the form of something like the floating dock. The development they lived in backed up on a little lake. One weekend Gus set about building a floating dock so that the boys could use the lake as a proper swimming hole. The problem was that the older of the boys, Scott, was only 8, and Betty was afraid they were going to drown back there. She had nothing to worry about, as it turned out. The boys never took to the old swimming hole. They much preferred the swimming pool across the street at the community club. It had a diving board and a concrete apron and clear water and other children to play with. The floating dock remained out back moldering in the lake like a reminder of the kind of fatherhood that the astronaut life began imposing on all 7 families. Betty was not as upset about her husband's protracted absences as a lot of other wives would have been. When they had been stationed at Williams Air Force Base, other wives had even put pressure on her not to let Gus have so many weekends off, because it was giving their husbands ideas. But few wives seemed to believe as firmly as Betty did in the unofficial military wife's compact. It was a compact not so much between husband and wife as between the two of them and the military. It was because of the compact that a military wife was likely to say we were reassigned to Langley points we, as if both of them were in the military. Under the terms of the unwritten compact, they were. The wife began her marriage to her husband and to the military by making certain heavy sacrifices. She knew the pay would be miserably low. They would have to move frequently and live in depressing, exhausted houses. Her husband might be gone for long stretches, especially in the event of war. And on top of all that, if her husband happened to be a fighter pilot, she would have to live with the fact that any day, in peace or war, there was an astonishingly good chance that her husband might be killed, just like that. In which case, the code added, please omit tears, for the sake of those still living. In return for these concessions, the wife was guaranteed the following: a place in the military community's big family, a welfare state in the best sense, which would see to it that all basic needs, from health care to babysitting, were taken care of. And a flying squadron tended to be the most tightly knit of all military families. She was also guaranteed a permanent marriage, if she wanted it, at least for as long as they were in the service. Divorce still, as of 1960 was a fatal step for a career military officer. It led to damaging efficiency reports by one's superiors, reports that could ruin chances of advancement. And she was guaranteed one thing more, something that was seldom talked about, except in comical terms. Underneath, however, it was no joke. In the service, when the husband moved up, the wife moved up. If he advanced from lieutenant to captain, then she became Mrs. Captain and now outranked all the Mrs. Lieutenants and received all the social homage the military protocol provided. And if her husband received a military honor, then she became the Honorable Mrs. Captain all this regardless of her own social adeptness. Of course, it was well known that a gracious, well-spoken, small-talking, competent, sophisticated wife was a great asset to her husband's career, precisely because they were a team and both were in the service. At all the teas and socials and ceremonies and obligatory parties at the C.O.S. and all the horrible officers' wives' club functions, Betty always felt at a loss, despite her good looks and intelligence. She always wondered if she was holding Gus back in his career, because she couldn't be the smilin' and small talkin' whiz that was required. Now that Gus had been elevated to this extraordinary new rank, astronaut, Betty was not loath to receive her share, per the compact. It was, as if ellipsis points well, precisely, because she had endured and felt out of place at so many teas and other small talk tests, precisely, because she had sat at home near the telephone throughout the Korean War and God knew how many hundreds of test flights wondering if the fluttering angels would be ringing up, precisely, because her houses all that time had been typical of the sacrificial lot of the junior officer's wife, precisely, because her husband had been away so much, it was, as if precisely, because that was the way things were. She fully intended to be the Honorable Mrs. Captain Astronaut and to accept all the honors and privileges attendant thereupon. Betty thought the life deal was terrific. She didn't have to wrestle with the angels over that one for a second. They would be getting just under $25,000 a year from it, a sum almost beyond her imagining after all these glum ochre years. But that was only part of the beauty of this goodie. On the day it had been announced that Gus had been chosen as an astronaut, Betty had been even more terrified than Gus. Gus had only a NASA-controlled press conference to deal with. Betty, with practically no warning, had been mobbed, overrun, at their house in Dayton by the press. They came crawling in through the windows like ravenous termites, like fruit flies, taking pictures and yelling questions. She felt as if she had been engulfed in the monster small talk tea of all times, and merely the entire country would see her as an unsophisticated Hoosier grit. To her great relief, whatever answers she had come up with emerged as coherent whole sentences, and not at all foolish, in the newspapers the next day, and she looked splendid in the pictures. Naturally she did not know that the press was an anachronistic colonial animal, a Victorian gent who was determined to give to all important moments the proper tone. Still, she wouldn't want to have to go through that sort of thing again. And now she wouldn't. She would only have to talk to life reporters, and they turned out to be marvelous. They were polite, well-educated, well-dressed, friendly, kind, real ladies and gentlemen. They had no desire whatsoever to make her look bad. Betty and the other wives came bursting forth like great blossoms before the 10 million readers of Life in a cover story in the September 21, 1959, issue. Their faces, smooth round white things with coronas of hair, were arranged on the cover like a corsage of flowers with Rene Carpenter's face in the middle, no doubt, because the editors regarded her as prettiest. But who is that? Oh, that's Trudy Cooper. And who is that? Oh, that's Joe Skira. And who is that? Oh, that's ellipsis points. They hardly recognized each other. Then they saw why. Life had retouched the faces of all of them practically down to the bone. Every suggestion of a win, a hickey, an electrolysis line, a furze of mustache, a bag, a bump, a crack in the lipstick, a rogue cilia of hair, and an even set of the lips ellipsis points had disappeared in the magic of photo retouching. Their pictures all looked like the pictures girls can remember from their high school yearbooks, in which so many zits, hikeys, whiteheads, blackheads, goopheads, goobers, pips, acne trenches, oil volcanoes, candy bar pustules, rash marks, toothbrace lumps, and other blemishes have been scraped off by the photography studio. You looked like you had just healed over from plastic surgery. The headline said, 7 brave women behind the astronauts. Whether by design or not, Life had seized upon the idea that Luce's fellow Presbyterian John Glenn had put forth at the first press conference. I don't think any of us could really go on with something like this, if we didn't have pretty good backing at home. Pretty good backing? Perfect backing they were going to have. 7 flawless cameo-faced dolls sitting in the family room with their pageant-boy bobs in place, ready to offer any and all aid to the brave lads. There was something crazy about it, but it was marvelous. The week before, in the September 14, 1959, issue, Life had ushered Gus and the other fellows out onto the Pope's balcony with a cover story headlined "Ready to Make History" that left no doubt whatsoever that these were the 7 bravest men and the 7 greatest pilots in American history, even if it was necessary to go easy on the details. Now Life was leading Betty and the other wives out onto that balcony. Betty, for one, did not object to that at all. They had to let the Life writers and photographers come into their houses and follow them around pretty much anywhere they wanted to, but that turned out to be no particular problem. Pretty soon they all realized they didn't even have to keep their guard up. The life people were very sympathetic. The men among them obviously had a kind of male awe of Gus and the others. You could even detect a tinge of envy every now and then, because the life reporters and the fellows were about the same age. But they were loyal. In any case, they were hamstrung, since Gus and Betty and the rest of the men and their wives had the right to censor anything that was going to appear under their names. And don't think they were bashful about it, either. Not for a minute. You'd hear one of the fellows on the telephone going over a manuscript with a life writer line by line, telling him, in just so many words, what could stay in and what was coming out. Oh, the life writers sometimes had their own notions of what was candid and colorful and good copy. They liked to get on such subjects as the rivalries between the boys and such colorful matters as driving and drinking and the unspoken interfraternal business of fear and courage. Well, the hell with that. It was not so much that the men wanted to come out sounding like the Hardy Boys in outer space. It was just that you'd have to be an idiot to let your personal story actually get personal. Every career military officer, and especially every junior officer, knew that, when it came to publicity, there was only one way to play it, with a salute stapled to your forehead. To let yourself be turned into a personality, to become colorful, to be portrayed as an egotist or a rake hell, was only asking for grief, as many people, including General George Patton, had learned. Scott Carpenter was a case in point. He was open and forthright by nature, and he happened to tell one of the life writers how his teenage years had been anything but standard issue astronaut corps mom's pie material, especially after his grandfather had died and he had drifted around Boulder raising hell when he felt like it. And some of this stuff came out in Life, without NASA being sent a draft of it, and Scott caught flack for weeks. On the grounds that he had put the program in a bad light. As far as the wives were concerned, their outlook was the same as that of officers' wives generally, only more so. The main thing was not to say or do anything that reflected badly upon your husband. There wasn't much to worry about with Life on this score. If Betty or any of the others did happen to say anything wrong, she could always remove it before it saw print. As time went by, the life writers must have despaired of getting any personal stuff at all into their personal stories. Dick Sladen's wife, Marge, had been divorced, which was a matter of record, but that wasn't about to be printed in Life magazine. A once divorced astronaut's wife was by now an unthinkable concatenation of words. When the selection process for astronaut had begun, Trudy Cooper, Gordon Cooper's wife, had been living by herself down at San Diego. The writers from Life may have known about it and they may not have. It was a moot point, because in any event there were not going to be any astronauts with washed-out marriages in the pages of Life magazine on the eve of the battle in the heavens with the Russians. The exclusive rights to the personal stories of the astronauts and their families that Life had purchased did not encompass any such tangled terrain as that. And it didn't have to be that personal for them to wave the wand and make it disappear. Look at what they did with John Glenn's wife, Annie. Annie was a good-looking and highly capable woman, but she also had what was referred to as a slight speech impediment or a hesitation in her speech. The truth was that she had a terrific stutter, the classic kind, the kind in which you get hung up on a syllable until you either force it out or run out of breath. Annie was game about it, and she would hang in there until she said what she wanted to say, but it was a real disability and badge everywhere, except in Life magazine. In Life magazine there were going to be no ferocious stammering jackhammer stutters on the home front. As for Betty, she came out in Life as the thoughtful, articulate, competent, much respected Honorable Mrs. Captain Astronaut. She didn't ask for much more than that. If it pleased them, the people at Life could sit around removing grim grin and zits, until they earned a place beside the angels in retouch heaven. 7. The Cape. Cape Canaveral was in Florida, but not any part of Florida you would write home about, except on one of those old Tickner Brothers postcards on which there is a drawing of two grinning dogs positioned in front of a lamp post, each with a hind leg hoisted, and a caption that says, "This is a wonderful place, just between you and Maine and the lamp post." No, Cape Canaveral was not Miami Beach or Palm Beach or even Key West. Cape Canaveral was Cocoa Beach. That was the resort town at the Cape. Cocoa Beach was the resort town for all the low-rent folk who couldn't afford the beach towns farther south. Cocoa Beach was so low rent that nothing on this earth could ever change it. The vacation houses at Cocoa Beach were little boxes with front porches or verandas nailed onto them, and a 1952 DeSoto coupe with Venetian buns in the rear window rusting in the salt air out back by the septic tank. Even the beach at Cocoa Beach was low rent. It was about 300 feet wide at high tide and hard as a brick. It was so hard that the youth of post-war Florida used to go to the stock car races at Daytona Beach, and then, their brains inflamed with dreams of racing glory, they would head for Cocoa Beach and drive their cars right out on that hardtack strand and race their gourds off, while the poor sods who were vacationing there gathered up their children and their Scotch-clad picnic coolers, and ran for cover. At night some sort of prehistoric chiggers or fire ants it was hard to say, since you could never see them rose up from out of the sand and the palmetto grass and went for the ankles with a bite more vicious than a minx. There was no such thing as first-class accommodations or red carpet treatment in Cocoa Beach. The red carpet, had anyone ever tried to lay one down, would have been devoured in midair by the no-see-um bugs, as they were called, before it ever touched the implacable hard cricker ground. And that was one reason why the boys loved it. Even Glenn who did not partake of all of its low-rent glories. The place reminded them of what they had heard Edwards, or Muroc, was like in the legendary days of the late 1940s and early 1950s. It was one of those bleached, sandy, bare-boned stretches where the land that any sane man wants runs out points and the government takes it over for the testing of hot and dangerous machines, and the kings of the resulting rat shack kingdom are those who test them. Just south of Cocoa Beach was Patrick Air Force Base, site for the headquarters of the Atlantic Missile Range, for the testing of the weaponry of the Cold War, guided missiles, intermediate-range ballistic missiles, and intercontinental ballistic missiles. North of Cocoa Beach, on the very tip of the Cape itself, was the huge new secret launching facility from which all these rockets and pilotless aircraft were fired. A stone dune plain with the Atlantic Ocean on one side and the Banana River on the other, with soil so sandy that the scrub pines had trouble growing 15 feet high, and yet malarial and so marshy that the cottonmouth moccasins stood their ground and stared you down. The sort of hopeless stone boondocks pit, where the vertebrates give up and the slugs end. The no-see-um bugs take over. The few buildings on the base were of the World War II beverboard temporary variety. And like Edwards of old, the Cape, this poor God-forsaken afterthought in the march of terrestrial evolution, turned out to be a paradise of flying and drinking and drinking and driving and the rest, for those who cared about such things. Or of drinking and driving and the rest, in any event. There was still no flying. Langley remained the astronauts' headquarters, but the Cape would be their launching site, eventually, and they went there increasingly for training. They would fly in by commercial airliner, landing in Melbourne or Orlando. Most of them would rent convertibles and head for the Holiday Inn on Route A1A just north of the old part of Cocoa Beach, a motel run by a man named Henry Landeworth, who soon found himself becoming innkeeper to the astronauts. Quite a little 1960s style American rep shack strip was beginning to develop on Route A1A near the Holiday Inn. Hamburger restaurants with plate glass walls and hot magenta lights, night spots with conical roofs, and little shopping slabs by the side of the highway, slabs of concrete with one-story cinder block sheds on them broken up into storefronts with space available signs posted. Military units had always been great ones for creating traditions instantly, on the spot, and this unofficial corps of astronauts was no exception. The tradition was, the Cape is off limits to wives. This came about rather naturally. The Cape was not a good place for wives and children, because you couldn't count on finding kitchen facilities in the motels, and there were none of the usual beach resort amenities, and none of them could afford the plane fares for family trips to Florida in the first place. Besides that, the boys' training hours were very long, sometimes 10 or 12 hours a day. They did nothing at the Cape but work their butts off all day and then fall into bed, albeit this was a matter open to interpretation. The boys' training at the Cape was not so much arduous as tedious. It was sedentary, even. It involved no flying. Some days they would be briefed on launch procedures. Or they would drive out to the launching base and go inside an old converted rep shack hangar, Hangar S, and sit all day in a simulator known as the Procedures Trainer, which on the inside was a replica of the capsule they would ride in during flight. or technically they sat in there all day. In fact, they were lying down. It was as if you took a chair and pushed it over backward, so that its back was on the floor, and then sat in it. That was the position the astronaut would be in during his launch atop the rocket, and the position he would be in as he came down toward the water inside the capsule at the end of the flight. It was hard for Glenn or anyone else to explain exactly what you did for 10 or 12 hours inside this thing. But clearly, once a man had had a day full of this tedious regimen, he was ready to limber up a little, get the blood flowing again, wiggle his fanny a bit. For Glenn it was enough to go out to that hardtack strand at Cocoa Beach and run 2 or 3 miles. It was the greatest long-distance running track you could possibly ask for, with pure ocean air to help your pump get going efficiently. And there would be John Glenn, the very picture of astronaut dedication, pounding along the same shore from which he would one day be hurled into the heavens. John Glenn running for the big one at Cocoa Beach was an even better picture than the one he had put on display at Langley. Glenn noticed that some of his confreres were loosening up in quite another way, however. Which is to say, they were checking in at the holy coordinates. After a long day of make-believe flying in the simulator ellipsis points, a little drinking and driving, and the rest of the real pilot's life. Driving eventually took on an extraordinary dimension here at the Cape. Gus Grissom and Borden Cooper, and then Al Shepard and Wally Schirra, would discover Jim Rathman. Rathman was a big rugged character who had one of the largest automobile dealerships in the area, a General Motors agency about 20 miles south of Cocoa Beach near Melbourne. It was typical Air Force stuff that Gus and some of the others should become great pals of his. Rathman was no ordinary auto dealer, however. He turned out to be a racing driver, the best, in fact. In 1960 he won the Indianapolis 500 after having finished second 3 times. Rathman was a great friend of Ed Cole, the president of Chevrolet. Cole had helped Rathman set up his agency. When he found out that Rathman knew the Mercury astronauts, he became the Astrabath of all Astrabaths. America seemed to be full of businessmen like Cole who exercised considerable power and were strong leaders, but who had never exercised power and leadership in its primal form, manly courage in the face of physical danger. When they met someone who had it, they wanted to establish a relationship with that righteous stuff. After meeting the astronauts, Cole, who had just turned 50, was determined to learn to fly. Meantime, Rathman set up a leasing arrangement whereby the boys could lease any type of Chevrolet they wanted for practically nothing per year. Eventually, Gus and Gordo had Corvettes like Al Shepard's, Wally moved up from an Austin Healey to a Maserati, and Scott Carpenter got a Shelby Cobra, a true racing vehicle. Al was continually coming by Rathman's to have his gear ratios changed. Gus wanted flared fenders and magnesium wheels. The fever gripped them all, but Gus and Gordo especially. They were determined to show the champ, Rathman, and each other that they could handle these things. Gus would go out rat racing at night at the Cape, racing full bore for the next curve, dealing with the oncoming headlights by psychokinesis, spinning off the shoulders and then scrambling back up on the highway for more of it. It made you cover up your eyes and chuckle at the same time. The boys were fearless in an automobile. They were determined to hang their hides right out over the edge, and they had no idea what mediocre drivers they actually were, at least by the standards of professional racing. Which is to say, they were like every group of pilot trainees at every base in America who ever reached that crazed power of the night, when it came time to prove that the right stuff works in all areas of life. Cocoa Beach had begun to take on the raw excitement of a boomtown and the manic and motley cast of characters that goes with it. In boomtowns of the oil gush or gold rush variety, the excitement had always come from simple greed. But Cocoa Beach was more like a Second World War boomtown. There was enough greed in the air to make things spicy, but the true fervor was the joie de combat. People coming to work at the Cape, for NASA, private contractors, or whomever, felt like part of the mad rush to battle the Soviets for dominion over the heavens. At Edwards, or Muroc, in the old days, the worthy warriors used to repair in the evening to Pancho's, which, though theoretically a public place, was like a club for the adventurers over the high desert. At the Cape, by 1960, the warriors had the motels on the Rep Shack Strip along Route A1. At night the pool areas of the motels became like the roaring fraternity house lounge of Project Mercury. Very few people, no matter what their rank in the project, had a place big enough much less attractive enough to entertain in. But every night the fraternal lounge was open, under the skies, in the salt air, out near the beach, and the party was on, and one and all braved the palmetto bugs and the no-see-um bugs and celebrated the fact that they were on the scene where this great Cold War adventure was taking place. Naturally nothing gave the party quite so much magic as the presence of an astronaut. And Glenn could see that after 8, 10, 12 hours of lying cooped up in the procedures trainer out in Hangar S, most of his brethren were ready to provide the magic. No matter what time it was beer call time, as they said in the Air Force, and they would get in their cars and go barreling into Cocoa Beach for the endless, seamless party. And what lively cries and laughter would be rising up on all sides, as the silvery moon reflected drunkenly on the chlorine blue of the motel pools. And what animated revelers were to be found. There were NASA people and the contractors and their people, and there were the Germans. Although they scrupulously avoided publicity, many of Wernher von Braun's team of V2 experts had important jobs at the Cape and were happy to find a fraternal atmosphere in which they could take off their official long faces and let the funny bone out for a tap dance or two. And many were the midsummer nights in Cocoa Beach, nights so hot and salty that the no-see-um bugs were sluggish, when sizzling gluing materialized, as if from out of a time warp, and drunken Germans could be heard pummeling the piano in the cocktail lounge and singing the Horst Wessel song. It was like some improbable echo of Pancho's along the hardtack Florida littoral. Oh, yes, it was. As at Pancho's, the most marvelous lively young cookies were materializing also, and they were just there, waiting beside the motel pools, when one arrived, young juicy girls with stand-up jugs and full-sprung ties and conformations so taut and silky that the very sight of them practically pulled a man into the delta of priapic delirium. Some of them had come to work for the contractors, some to work for NASA, some to work for this or that business that was starting up in the little boomtown M-dash, and some simply got there, materialized. And when an astronaut arrived, it was as if they dropped out of the sky or rose up from out of the Bermuda grass. In any event, they were always there and ready. As even Glenn could tell, it was enough just to be an astronaut, whether a handsome devil like Scott Carpenter or a gruff little fellow like Gus Grissom. As soon as Gus arrived at the Cape, he would put on clothes that were low rent even by Cocoa Beach standards. Gus and Dick both wore these outfits. You could see them tooling around the strip in Cocoa Beach in their bandlon shirts and baggy pants. The atmosphere was casual at Cocoa Beach, but Gus and Dick knew how to squeeze casual, until it screamed for mercy. They reminded you, in a way, of those fellows whom everyone growing up in America had seen at one time or another, those fellows from the neighborhood who wear sport shirts designed in weird blooms and streaks of tubercular blue and runny-egg yellow hanging out over pants the color of a 15-cent cigar, with balloon seats and pleats and narrow cuffs that stop 3 or 4 inches above the ground, the better to reveal their olive green GI socks and black bald-toed bluchers, as they head off to the Republic Auto Parts store for a set of shock absorber pads so they can prop up the 1953 Hudson Hornet on some cinder blocks and spend Saturday and Sunday underneath it beefing up the suspension. Gus and Dick made a perfect pair, even down to their names. Not even the sight of the boys in their mechanics and tradesmen's bandlon could turn off the girls to the presence of the astronauts. There were juicy little girls going around saying, well, 4 down, 3 to go, or whatever the figures varied and laughing like mad. Everybody knew what they meant but only halfway believed them. There was no question but that the temptations for the fighter jock away from home were enormous. It was all so easy and casual on these midsummer nights. Before the missiles came to the Cape, Cocoa Beach was a hard-shelled Baptist stronghold with more churches than gasoline stations, and practically all of them were of the pietistic or dissenting Protestant variety. But the new Cocoa Beach, the Project Mercury boomtown, was part of the new face of the 1960s, the little town whose life was completely keyed to the automobile. Naturally, nobody built hotels in Cocoa Beach, only motels, and when they built apartment houses, they built them like motels, so that you could drive up to your own door. At neither the motels nor the apartment houses did you have to go through a public lobby to get to your room. A minor architectural note, one might say, and yet in Cocoa Beach, like so many towns of the new era, this one fact did more than the pill to encourage what would later be rather primly named the sexual revolution. There had always been a part of the military wife's compact that tacitly granted an officer a little latitude in this area. Naturally, there would be times when a military man would be sent far from home, perhaps for extended periods, and he might find it necessary to satisfy his healthy manly urges on these far-off terrains. There was even the implication that such urges were a good sign of a fighting man's virility. So the wife and the military itself would avert their eyes and stand mute and edged so long as the officer caused no scandal and did nothing to shake the solidity of his marriage and his family. This tradition had originated, of course, long before the airplane made it possible for an officer to reach the distant terrain in 2 or 3 hours for a long weekend or an overnight stand. Traditions often began on a moment's notice in the military, but they took a long time to die, and this one was in no danger of dying at Cocoa Beach. That much John Glenn could discern also ellipsis points, and such was the background of the Conocasians. Every now and then the 7 pilots would shut the door of their office at Langley, and not even the secretary could come in. If anybody wanted to know what was going on in there, they were told that the astronauts were having a séance. A séance? Oh, it's just a name they thought up for a meeting in which they tried to come up with a common position, a consensus, concerning certain problems. The implication was that the problems were mostly technical in nature. Wally Schirra would mention that they had had a séance before going to the engineers and insisting on changes in the design of the instrument panel of the Mercury capsule. The idea was to give the corps of astronauts some of the solidity of a squadron. The 7 of them might have their rivalries, their differences in backgrounds and temperaments and approaches to the job at hand, but they should be able to arrive at firm decisions as a group, no matter how acrimonious the debate might be, and then close ranks and pull together, one for all for one. Whether or not the session at the Conaquet qualified as a séance by the usual standards was hard to say. But God knows it dealt with a recurrent problem ellipsis points, and the debate was acrimonious ellipsis points. One day all 7 of them were out in San Diego for a tour of the Convair plant and a look at the latest progress on the Ellis rocket. Convair wanted to do it upright and had treated them all to their own rooms at the Conaquet, a rather high-domed hotel built in a Polynesian motif on Shelter Island, overlooking the Pacific. It so happened that Scott Carpenter had drawn a room with a double bed. That evening one of the boys approached him in a comradely fashion and said that his room had 2 twin beds, whereas in fact he was going to require a double bed for the evening. Would Scott mind switching rooms? It was all the same to Scott, and so they switched rooms. Scott mentioned it to his buddy John Glenn with a smile, as an amusing local note, and thought no more about it. The next day the 7 of them were in the living room of a suite that had been set aside for their use, when Glenn launched into a lecture, along the following lines: the playing around with the girls, the cookies, had gotten out of hand. He knew, and they knew, that it could blow up into something very unfortunate. They were all squarely in the public eye. They had the opportunity of a lifetime, and he was sorry, but he just wasn't going to stand by and let other people compromise the whole thing, because they couldn't keep their pants sapped. There was no doubt whatsoever that Glenn meant every word of it. When he got his back up, he was formidable. He was not to be trifled with. In his eyes burned 4 centuries of descending Protestant fervor, nailed down by 2 million laps that his legs had pounded around the Bach driveway. But there was more than one hard customer in the room. Staring straight back at Glenn, volt for volt, was Al Shepard. The others, Glenn included, understood Shepard least of all, because there seemed to be 2 Al Shepards, and no one ever knew for sure which one he was dealing with. Back home at Langley you saw one Alan Shepard, the utterly, and if necessary, icily correct career Navy officer. Shepard's father, Colonel Alan Shepard, S.R., was an impressive figure whom few people cared to challenge. Shepard was always a good son. The colonel sent him to private schools, and in due course he followed the colonel's model of a military career, graduated from the Naval Academy, and became a pilot, and although he had never served in combat, he was considered one of the Navy's best test pilots, drawing important assignments in testing the F-3H, the F-8U, the F-4D Skyrray, the F-11F Tjurkut, the F-2H-3 Banshee, and the F-5D Skylancer, including the tricky business of proving out some of these monsters in their first landings on the then new-angled carrier decks. He was regarded as a top-notch Navy aviator, tough, quick-witted, and a leader. He had married a good-looking woman of great charm and poise, a real lady. People always said named Louise Brewer. She was a Christian Scientist. Shepherd was from New Hampshire, and in New England the Christian Scientists had considerable social cachet, since they were on the average the wealthiest church members in the United States and had an intellectual tradition somewhat similar to the Unitarians. Although this side of Christian Scientist life was not generally known in America, it was not lost upon the Navy, where the brass traditionally kept tabs on religious affiliations. Being an academy man was the most important thing, but belonging to a socially correct Protestant denomination was the next best thing. The Episcopal Church ranked first, and officially, throughout the military both Scarrow and Carpenter were Episcopalians. Well, the Christian Scientists, although smaller in numbers, were even tonier. Such were the general contours of the correct life of Commander Shepherd, the icy career officer. But inside his locker he kept ellipsis points Smillinell of the Cape. In point of fact, Shepherd himself had never joined the Christian Scientist Church or even come close to it. In his secret heart he was probably stone atheist. At the original press conference he had rather adroitly finished the point by saying that he belonged to no church but attended the Christian Science Church regularly. Somehow the impression was left that Shepherd was a Christian Scientist who had done everything but sign on the dotted line. The press, the ever proper gent, was happy enough to see it that way. As long as he was at home, however, Shepherd could have passed for a model Christian Scientist husband, had he chosen to. He did go to church with Louise regularly. He did not drink, smoke, swear, or let his lips his eyes and lips were his most pronounced features spread into a warm and winning fighter jet grin, when a pretty girl came by. No, he didn't flash that famous Smillinell Shepherd look, until he stepped out of his airplane away from home and most especially at the Cape. Then Al looked like a different human being, as if he had removed his ice mask. He would come out of the airplane with his eyes dancing. A great Goomba grin would take over his face. You halfway expected to see him start snapping his fingers, because everything about him seemed to be asking the question, where's the action? If he then stepped into his Corvette well, then, there you had it, the picture of the perfect fighter jet away from home. But now, in this room at the Connaught Hotel, it was the icy commander who stared back at Glenn. Commander Al, the colonel's son, knew how to put on all the armor of military correctness, in the stern old-fashioned way. He informed Glenn that he was way out of line. He told him not to try to foist his view of morality on anybody else in the group. In the succeeding weeks the Glenn position and the fighter jet position began to form, with various hands adding their own amendments. As for the fighter jet position, the 7 of them had volunteered to do a job and they were devoting long hours of training to prepare for it and were doing many things above and beyond the strict call of duty, such as the morale tours of the factories, and foregoing flight pay and vacations and any semblance of an orderly family life and that therefore what one did with what little time he had to himself was his own business, so long as he used good sense. Shepherd had struck the tone of the by-the-book commander. He sounded as utterly convinced and correct in his own fashion, as Glenn did in his. Commander Al was capable of a rather formal rhetoric in discussions of this sort, complete with a little lighties. There was no reason why one should have an aversion to the company of women, so long as one's acquaintanceships did not impair one's performance in the program or reflect adversely upon it. John Glenn, however, was buying none of that. He stared back at Smillinell of the Cape and the icy commander, both of them, with John Kelvin's own eyes. As time went by, the Glenn position became, look, whether we like it or not, we're public figures. Whether we deserve it or not, people look up to us. So we have a terrific responsibility. It's not enough not to get caught. It's not even enough to know to your own satisfaction that you've done nothing wrong. We've got to be like Caesar's wife. We've got to be above even the appearance of doing wrong. It went on like that, with neither giving an inch. That line about Caesar's wife would not be forgotten. Everybody knew there was something to what the fellow was saying. Nevertheless, could you believe it? Could you believe that the day would come when you would actually see a pilot, an equal among equals, give his comrades a little sermon about keeping their hands clean and their peckers stowed? Where did he get off setting himself above them this way, and what was his real game? Glenn knew he was making no friends with this approach. Yet there were key moments in a military career when a man had to assume leadership. That was the essence of leadership caliber, and surely that fact would be appreciated if not by the pilots themselves, then surely by ellipsis points others who would hear about it. The competition for the first flight was not a popularity contest among the troops, after all. Bob Gilruth and his deputies in the Space Task Group would make the choice. Glenn had never been afraid to alienate his peers when he knew he was right. Perhaps this, too, had always impressed his superiors and he had never been left behind. His faith in what was right was part of his righteous stuff. Glenn had one great ally among the other 6, and that was Scott Carpenter. Carpenter looked up to him and backed him in the debate. Wally Schirra and Gordon Cooper tended to back Shepard, arguing that, when you were on duty you should be a model of correctness, but that, when you were off duty your personal life was your own lookout. Schirra was finding Glenn more and more irritating. Who the hell did he think he was? After a while, they barely spoke to each other, unless the job forced them to. Grissom and Slayton somewhat clearly sided with Glenn on this particular point. Since he was making such a federal case out of it, they would acknowledge the soundness of his logic. But this didn't mean they idolized him any more than Schirra or Shepard did. A basic division was building up in the group. It was the other 5 against the pious fair-haired boy and his sidekick, Carpenter. Some of them seemed to derive some satisfaction from lumping Carpenter with Glenn. What was Carpenter even doing here? They couldn't get over the fact that Scott and his wife, Renee, had flamboyant cushions on the floor of their living room and they actually sat there, while Scott played the guitar and Renee sang. The fact that she had a trained voice made no difference. It was beatnik stuff. Not only that, Carpenter was a great pal of the doctor's. He and Glenn were both like that. They went out of their way to cooperate with the life sciences people, too. Glenn and Carpenter were even willing guinea pigs for the 2 psychiatrists who had just come on board, Sheldon Corchin from the University of California and George Ruff, who had been in charge of the psychiatric testing at Wright Pat. Both men were likable enough as individuals, but this thing of submitting to psychiatric study seemed dispensable to some of the boys, particularly Schirra and Cooper. The 2 psychiatrists were continually having you urinate into bottles, so that they could analyze your urine for corticosteroid levels, which supposedly were an index of stress. But Carpenter thought this was terrific stuff, too. He even talked to them about it. What some of the other 5 found eccentric in Carpenter was what Glenn and the doctors found interesting. Scott was about the only one you could sit down with and talk about the broader and more philosophical sides of Project Mercury and space exploration. Scott was the only one with a touch of the poet about him, in the sense that the idea of going into space stirred his imagination. He would even go out at night and prop a telescope up on top of his car on a tripod and just stargaze and let himself drift into the most profound speculation of astronomy. What is my place in the cosmos? Just try to imagine Grissom doing that. If Gus had a telescope, he might use the small end of it to try to whack a turkey joint out of the maw of the disposal, if the thing was stuck, but that would be the end of that. Gus and Dick were the duo at the other end of the spectrum. The main thing was to ride the bird up there into space and get the job done and get back, and let's hold the Mickey Mouse down to a minimum. Shepard and Wally Schirra were paired somewhere in between. It was not that they were inseparable pals or even buddies, however. Shepard had no intimates, so far as anyone knew, and Schirra probably spent as much time wondering what made Shepard tick, as the rest of them did. It was just that they came into the astronaut corps with similar backgrounds. There was no particular advantage to forming a clique in this 7-man corps, because only one man could win the competition, get the first flight, and it wasn't a voting situation, in any case. Nevertheless, if any such situation came up, Al and Wally would probably tend to side with Dick and Gus ellipsis points. As for Gordon Cooper, he seemed to be regarded as the odd man out. One got the impression that he was not in the running. As far as Gordo himself was concerned, however, he sided with Gus and Dick and Al and Wally on most of the pertinent questions, from the business of medical experiments to life after hours. They were all beginning to realize that the stakes were tremendous. With the first flight into space, the holy first flight, one of them would become not only the preeminent astronaut ellipsis points but also the true brother at the top of the entire pyramid. the first American into space who might very well be the first human being to go into space would have an eminence that not even Chuck Yeager had ever enjoyed, because he would belong not just to the history of aviation but to world history. And who would this one man be? Well, who else would it be but John Glenn? Glenn was just pouring it on. He was even assuming the role of natural group leader and giving them a little moral lecture at the sciences. The begrudging consensus that had developed from the Caucasians was that, yeah, Glenn was right, they ought to watch themselves a little more carefully. But Al Shepard, for one, was not the type to let Glenn get away with it and marked. Al kept putting the needle in. If there was anyone else around to enjoy it, Al would say to Glenn, John, I think you need to loosen up a little bit, boy. What you need is a sports car. Why don't you get rid of that junk heap you're driving and do a little rat racing? It'll do you good, John. Al never missed an opportunity to stick it to Glenn about his terrible looking underpowered Prinz and his need to get a car with a little more juice and loosen up. It became a refrain. Glenn knew how to roll with this kind of ribbing and grin through it. At the same time, you could tell it was getting under his skin. You couldn't help but get the feeling that the piece of equipment Al was really saying Glenn should loosen up and turn on the juice with was not an automobile. One morning, when they came into the astronaut office, there was a big inscription up on the blackboard. Definition of a sports car, a hedge against the male menopause. 8. The thrones. In the eyes of the engineers assigned to Project Mercury, the training of the astronauts would be the easy task on the list. Naturally, you needed a man with the courage to ride on top of a rocket, and you were grateful that such men existed. Nevertheless, their training was not a very complicated business. The astronaut would have little to do in a Mercury flight, except stand the strain, and the engineers had devised what psychologists referred to as a graded series of exposures to take care of that. No, the difficult, the challenging, the dramatic, the pioneering part of space flight, as the engineers saw it, was the technology. It was only thanks to a recent invention, the high-speed electronic computer, that Project Mercury was feasible at all. There was an analogy here with the great admiral of the seas himself, Columbus. It was only thanks to a recent invention of his day, the magnetic compass, that Columbus had dared to sail across the Atlantic. Until then, ships had stayed close to the great land masses for even the longest voyages. Likewise, putting a man into space the quick and dirty way without high-speed computers was unthinkable. Such computers had not been in production before 1951, and yet here it was, 1960, and engineers were already devising systems for guiding rockets into space, through the use of computers built into the engines and connected to accelerometers, for monitoring the temperature, pressure, oxygen supply, and other vital conditions of the Mercury capsule, and for triggering safety procedures automatically, meaning they were creating, with computers, systems in which machines could communicate with one another, make decisions, take action, all with tremendous speed and accuracy. Oh, genius engineers. Yes, there was such a thing as self-esteem among engineers. It may not have been as grandiose as that of fighter jocks. Nevertheless, many was the steaming encephalitic summertime Saturday night at Langley when some NASA engineer would start knocking back that good sweet Virginia A.B.C. store bourbon on the patio and letting his ego out for a little romp, like a growling red dog. The glorification of the astronauts had really gotten out of control. In the world of science, and Project Mercury was supposed to be a scientific enterprise. Pure scientists ranked first and engineers ranked second, and the test subjects of experiments ranked so low that one seldom thought about them. But here the test subjects were national heroes. They created a zone of awe and reverence wherever they set foot. Everyone else, whether physicist, biologist, doctor, psychiatrist, or engineer, was a mere attendant. At the outset it had been understood it didn't even require comment that the astronauts would be just that, test subjects in an experiment. Mercury was an adaptation of the Air Force's man in space soonest concept, in which you would attach biosensors to your human subject, seal him up in a capsule, propel him into space ballistically like an artillery shell and bring him back to Earth with completely automatic guidance and see how he made out. In November 1959, 6 months after the 7 astronauts were chosen, Randy Lovelace and Scott Crossfield presented a paper at an aerospace medical symposium in which they said that biomedical research was the sole purpose of the ride, so far as having an astronaut on board was concerned. They added that an aerodynamic space vehicle, such as the proposed X-15B or X-20, would require a much more highly trained pilot. Since he was involved in the X-15 project, Crossfield had his own axe to grind, but what he and Lovelace were saying was perfectly obvious to any engineer who knew the difference between ballistic and aerodynamic space vehicles. In short, the astronaut in Project Mercury would not be a pilot under any conventional definition. Even as late as the summer of 1960, at an Armed Forces National Research Council conference at Woods Hole, Massachusetts, on the training of astronauts, various engineers and scientists from outside NASA thought nothing of describing the Mercury rocket capsule vehicle as a fully automated system in which the astronaut does not need to turn a hand. They would say, the astronaut has been added to the system as a redundant component. A redundant component. If the automatic system broke down, he might step in as a repairman or manual conductor. Above all, of course, he would be wired with biosensors and a microphone to see how human being responded to the stress of the flight. That would be his main function. There were psychologists who advised against using pilots at all, and this was more than a year after the famous Mercury 7 had been chosen. The pilots, particularly the hawk pilots, main psychological bulwark under stress was his knowledge that he controlled the ship and could always do something. I've tried A. I've tried B. I've tried C. Points. This obsession with active control, it was argued, would only tend to cause problems on Mercury flights. What was required was a man whose main talent was for doing nothing under stress. Some suggested using a new breed of military flyer, the radar man, the Air Force Strategic Air Command radar observer, or the Navy radar intercept officer, a man who had experience riding in the rear in high-performance aircraft under combat conditions and doing nothing but reading the radar, come what may, abandoning all control of the craft and protection of his own life to someone else. The pilot I looked over at Robinson and he was staring at the radar like a zombie. An experienced zombie would do fine. In fact, considerable attention had been given to a plan to anesthetize or tranquilize the astronauts, not to keep them from panicking, but just to make sure they would lie there peacefully with their sensors on and not do something that would ruin the flight. The scientists and engineers took it for granted that the training of the astronauts would be unlike anything ordinarily thought of as flight training. Flight training consisted of teaching a man how to take certain actions. He was taught how to control an unfamiliar craft or how to put a familiar craft through unfamiliar maneuvers, such as bombing runs or carrier landings. On the other hand, the only actions the astronauts would have to learn how to take would be to initiate the emergency procedures in the case of a bad rocket launch or a bad landing, and to step in as a backup redundant component if the automatic control system failed to hold the heat shield in the correct position prior to re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere. The astronaut would not be able to control the path or the speed of the capsule at all. A considerable part of his training would be what was known as deconditioning, desensitizing, or adapting out fears. There was a principle in psychology that maintained that bad habits, including overstrong emotionality, can be eliminated by a graded series of exposures to the anxiety-arousing stimulus. That was what much of astronaut training was to be. The rocket launch was regarded as a novel and possibly disorienting event, in part because the astronaut would have no control over it whatsoever. So they had devised a graded series of exposures. They took the 7 men to the Navy's human centrifuge facility in Johnsville, Pennsylvania. The centrifuge looked like a wild bolo ride. It had a 50-foot arm with a cockpit, or gondola, on the end of it, and the arm could be whirled around at astonishing speeds, great enough to put up to 40 Gs of pressure on the rider inside the gondola, 1 G being equal to the force of gravity. The high G forces generated by combat aircraft in dives and turns during the Second World War had sometimes caused blackouts, redouts, grayouts, or made it impossible for pilots to lift their hands to the controls. The giant centrifuge at Johnsville had been built to explore this new problem of high-speed flight. By 1959 the machine had been computerized and turned into a simulator capable of duplicating the G-forces and accelerations of any form of flight, even rocket flight. The astronaut was helped into his full pressure suit, with his biosensors attached and his rectal thermometer inserted, and then placed into the gondola, in a contoured seat molded for his body, whereupon all the wires, hoses, and microphones he would have in actual flight were hooked up, and the gondola was depressurized to 5 pounds per square inch, as it would be in space flight. The interior of the gondola had been converted into a replica of the Mercury capsule's interior, with all the switches and console displays. The taped noise of an actual Redstone rocket firing was played over the astronaut's headset, and the ride began. Using the computers, the engineers would put the man through an entire Mercury flight profile. The centrifuge built up the G-forces at precisely the same rate they would build up in flight, up to 6 or 7 Gs, whereupon the G-forces would suddenly drop off, as they would in flight, as the capsule went over the top of its arc, and the astronaut experienced a tumbling sensation, as he would, presumably, in flight. All the while the astronaut would be required to push a few switches, as he would in actual flight, and talk to a mock flight controller, forcing his words out into the microphone, no matter how great the pressure of the G-forces on his chest. The centrifuge could also duplicate the pressures of deceleration a man would experience during the return through the Earth's atmosphere. To get the 7 men used to weightlessness, they took them on parabolic rides in the cargo holds of C-131 transports and backseat in F-100Fs. When the jet came up over the top of the arc of the parabola, the subject would experience from 15 to 45 seconds of weightlessness. This was the only flying scheduled for the astronauts' entire training program, and they were, of course, merely passengers on board, as they would be in the Mercury flights. The only way the astronaut would be able to move the capsule in the slightest would be to fire hydrogen peroxide thrusters during the interval of weightlessness, tipping or swinging the capsule this way or that, in order to get a particular view out the portholes. For example, NASA built a machine, the Alpha Trainer, to accustom each trainee to the sensation. He sat in a seat resting on air bearings and used a hand controller to make it pitch up and down or yaw back and forth. On a screen in front of him, where the capsule's periscope screen would be, aerial photographs and films of the Cape, the Atlantic Ocean, Cuba, Grand Bahama Island, Abaco, all the landmarks, rolled by ellipsis points and veered off, as the astronaut pitched or yawed, just as they would in actual flight. The Alpha even made a whooshing sound like that of hydrogen peroxide thrusters, when the astronaut pushed the stick. By mid-1960 the engineers had developed the Procedures Trainer, which was in fact a simulator. There were identical Procedures Trainers at the Cape and at Langley. At the Cape the trainer was in Hangar S. It was there that the astronaut spent his long day's training. He climbed into a cubicle and sat in a seat that was aimed straight up at the roof. The back of the seat was flat on the floor of the cubicle, so that the astronaut rested on his back. He looked up at a replica of a console that would be used in the Mercury capsule. It was as if he were on top of the rocket, with his face aimed at the sky. The console was wired to a bank of computers. About 20 feet behind the astronaut, on the floor of Hangar S, sat a technician at another console, feeding simulated problems into the system. The technician would start off saying, "Count is at T-minus 50 seconds and counting." From inside the trainer, over his microphone, the astronaut would answer, "Roger. Check your periscope fully retracted. Periscope retracted. Ready switch on. Ready switch on. T-minus 10 seconds. Minus 8 ellipsis points 7 M-6 ellipsis points 5 ellipsis points 4 ellipsis points 3 ellipsis points 2 ellipsis points 1 ellipsis points fire." Inside the trainer the dials in front of the astronaut would start indicating that he was on his way, and he was supposed to start reading the gauges and reporting to the ground. He would say, "Clock is operating ellipsis points OK, 20 seconds ellipsis points 1000 feet altitude ellipsis points 1.5 Gs ellipsis points trajectory is good ellipsis points 12,000 feet, 1.9 Gs ellipsis points inner cabin pressure is 5 psi ellipsis points altitude 44,000, G level 2.7 ellipsis points 100,000 feet at 2 minutes and 5 seconds ellipsis points." The instructor might pick this point to hit a button on his console. Marked oxygen. A red warning light marked OMERG2 would light up, and the astronaut would say, "Cabin pressure decreasing. Ellipsis points oxygen is apparently leaking." ellipsis points it's still leaking ellipsis points switching to emergency reserve ellipsis points the astronaut could throw a switch that brought more oxygen into the simulator system I point E into its computer calculations but the instructor could hit his oxygen button again, and that meant that the leak was continuing, and the astronaut would say, still leaking ellipsis points it's approaching zero flow rate ellipsis points abort because of oxygen leak. Abort. Abort. Then the astronaut would hit a button, and a button marked Mayday would light up red on the instructor's console. In actual flight the escape tower was supposed to fire at this point, pulling the capsule free of the rocket and bringing it down by parachute. The astronauts spent so much time hitting the abort handle in the procedures trainer that it got to the point where it seemed as if they were training for an abort rather than for a launch. There was very little action that an astronaut could take in a Mercury capsule, other than to abort the flight and save his own life. So he was not being trained to fly the capsule. He was being trained to ride in it. In a graded series of exposures he was being introduced to all sights, sounds, and sensations he might conceivably experience. Then he was reintroduced to them, day after day, until the Mercury capsule and all its hums, G-forces, window views, panel displays, lights, buttons, switches, and peroxide squirts became as familiar, as routine, as workaday as an office. All flight training had a certain amount of desensitizing built into it. When a Navy pilot practiced carrier landings on the outline of a flight deck painted on an airfield, it was hoped that the maneuver might also desensitize his normal fear of landing a hurtling machine in such a small space. Nevertheless, he was there chiefly in order to learn to land the machine. Not until Project Mercury had there been a flight training program so long and detailed, so sophisticated, and yet so heavily devoted to desensitizing the trainee, to adapting out man's ordinary fears, and enabling one to think and use his hands normally in a novel environment. Oh, all of this had been well known at the outset. Ellipsis points so much so that the original NASA selection committee had been afraid that the military test pilots they were interviewing would regard the job as boring or distasteful. Since they figured they needed 6 astronauts for Mercury, they had considered training 12 on the assumption that half of them would resign once they fully understood how passive their role would be. And now, in 1960, they began to realize that they had been correct or halfway. In any case, the boys were, indeed, finding the role of biomedical passenger in an automated pod, the role of human guinea pig, distasteful. That much had proved to be true. The boys' response, however, had not been resignation or anything close to it. No, the engineers now looked on, eyebrows arched, as the guinea pigs set about ellipsis points altering the experiment. The difference between pilot and passenger in any flying craft came down to one point: control. The boys were able to present some practical, workmanlike arguments on this score. Even if an astronaut were to be a redundant component, an observer and repairman, he should be able to override any of the Mercury vehicle's automatic systems manually, if only to correct malfunctions. So went the argument. But there was another argument that could not be put into so many words, since one was forbidden to state the premise itself, the right stuff. After all, the right stuff was not bravery in the simple sense of being willing to risk your life by riding on top of a Redstone or Ellis rocket. Any fool could do that, and many fools would no doubt volunteer, given the opportunity, just as any fool could throw his life away in the process. No, the idea, as all pilots understood, was that a man should have the ability to go up in a hurtling piece of machinery and put his hide on the line and have the moxie, the reflexes, the experience, the coolness, to pull it back at the last yawning moment. But how in the name of God could you either hang it out or haul it back, if you were a lab animal sealed in a pod? Every signal they received told the boys that the true brethren at Edwards looked upon them as glorified klutzes, to use Wally Schirra's phrase. Schirra knew the Edwards outlook in such matters well enough. He had done some major testing of the F4H at Edwards for the Navy in 1956. But it was Dick Sladen who felt the condescension of the brethren most of all. He had come into Project Mercury straight from fighter ops at Edwards, and his pals there kidded him unmercifully. A monkey's gonna make the first flight. That was the typical refrain. when the boys went to Edwards for their briefings on the X-15 program and their weightless parabolas riding backseat with Edwards pilots they picked up a whiff of ellipsis points contempt ellipsis points. It hadn't helped any that Scott Carpenter and a couple of the others had taken over the controls on the F-100Fs and tried to fly the weightless parabolas from the front seat ellipsis points and had failed. They hadn't been able to fly the correct profile and produce the weightless interval. Of course, with a little practice they could have no doubt mastered it. Ellipsis points nevertheless. Ellipsis points, rightly or wrongly, some of the boys felt that rocket pilots like Crossfield were high-having them. And what about the Society of Experimental Test Pilots? The SET was the main organization within the fraternity. Several of the boys didn't even qualify for membership. The SET required that a member have at least 12 months experience in the first flights of new aircraft, probing the outer limits of the envelope. The SET was not about to accept astronauts, until they had done a hell of a lot more than volunteer for Mercury and sign a contract with life. On the upper elevations of the pyramid the brave lads they could sense it were viewed as 7 green rookies, and all the while there was the infuriating question, are astronauts even pilots? Dick Slayton, who was a member of the Society of Experimental Test Pilots, had been invited to address the annual conference in Los Angeles in September 1959 on that very subject, the role of the astronaut in Project Mercury. The meeting happened to come just 2 weeks after Life had started its sunburst of stories categorizing the 7 astronauts as the best and bravest pilots in American history. No reader of Life would have recognized the Dick Slayton who went to the podium in a hotel convention hall to speak to the Brotherhood. From the start his tone was defensive. He said he had some stubborn, frank comments on the role of the pilot in Project Mercury. There were people in the military, he said, who wondered whether a college-trained chimpanzee or the village idiot might not do as well in space as an experienced test pilot. A monkey's gonna make the first flight. He knew there was that kind of talk going around, and it annoyed him. These people were confusing Mercury with the Air Force man in space soonest or Army atom programs, which were essentially man-in-a-barrel approaches. His audience looked at him blankly, since such had been precisely the origin of the Mercury program. I hate to hear anyone contend that present-day pilots have no place in the space age and that non-pilots can perform the space mission effectively, he said. If this were true, the aircraft driver could count himself among the dinosaurs not too many years hence. That was hardly likely, he went on. A non-pilot might be able to do part of the job. But in those critical moments, when it was necessary to keep your head and make observations and record data while cantilevered out over the bottomless gulp ellipsis points, who else could cope with it but someone made of the stuff of the professional test pilot? Slayton possessed a forcefulness that people often failed to detect at first. His remarks may not have convinced many skeptics within the Society of Experimental Test Pilots. Nevertheless, they became, in effect, the keynote address of the campaign that began inside NASA. By now, September 1959, Slayton and the rest of them realized that, as Glenn had first divined, the astronaut course was like a new branch of the service and that in this new branch no one outranked them. Certainly Robert Bose didn't outrank them. Bose was a Navy lieutenant who had been designated as the astronaut's training officer. Bose was neither a flight instructor nor an aeronautical engineer but an industrial psychologist who had been chosen precisely because the training of astronauts was regarded not as a form of pilot training but as a form of psychological adaptation. Bose was no older than they and ranked below them even in the regular military, so one of the boys' first moves was to see that Bose, as training officer, functioned more like a trainer on a sports team and, in any case, not like the coach. They began telling him what their training schedule was going to be. Bose became a coordinator and spokesman for the astronauts in matters of training. Gordon Cooper had been frowned upon a few months before, when he complained about the lack of supersonic fighter planes for proficiency flying, but now the boys took up his complaint within the corridors of NASA, with Slayton and Skira leading the way and Bose arguing their case for them. Soon they had 2 F-102s on loan from the Air Force. The ships were somewhat the worse for wear, however, and absolute junkers, in fact, in the eyes of the 7 pilots. The Air Force had sloughed these wrecks off on them like hand-me-downs. The poor condition of the F-102s wasn't the worst of it, however. The galling thing was that the F-102, which had been one of the first in the Century series, was by now a back number. It would go supersonic but just barely, Mach 1.25 being about top speed. Wally Schirra knew how to formulate the argument on this score. Wally was not merely an expert prankster, he could also turn stern and bang the table and conjure up the aura of the right stuff and its privileges and prerequisites without once uttering the unspoken things. Wally would say to the brass, "You're presenting us to the American people as the 7 best test pilots in America, and we are among the best, all the PR aside, and yet you're not even giving us the opportunity to keep up our proficiency. Before I joined this program I was flying fighter aircraft capable of Mach 2 or better. And now we are supposed to keep up our proficiency with a couple of old clunkers that will hardly go Mach 1 even, when they're in half decent shape. It doesn't make any sense. It's as if you decided to prepare a major league ball club for World Series competition by having them take a year off to play against a bunch of old crocs in a Parks and Recreation League in South Jersey." Wally was terrific in moments like this, and by, the boys would get a couple of F-106s, which were second-generation F-102s and capable of Mach 2.3. In the meantime, they tried to make do with the F-102s. But, hell, even flying F-102s was a big step beyond the original training agenda which assumed that proficiency flights of whatever sort would be of no use for the astronaut in Project Mercury. Nor had this assumption yet died. Wally and Dick or no Wally and Dick. At the Woods Hole conference Vos described the advantages of the F-102 flights in sustaining the astronaut's decision-making abilities, and an aviation psychologist from the University of Illinois, Jack A. Adams, could scarcely believe what he was hearing. "Frankly," he said, "I cannot see how decision-making, or any other type of response, for that matter, in the F-102 can transfer significantly to the comparatively unique responding required of the astronaut in the Mercury vehicle." Then he added, "The astronaut's task is actually more like a radar observer's job than a pilot's." Another aviation psychologist, Judson Brown of the University of Florida, was just as baffled. "It has been frequently mentioned that skilled pilots must be used for Mercury, for the X-15, and the Dinosaur projects. Clearly, the use of skilled pilots seems to be of much less importance for Mercury than for the other two. There is a serious question whether positive transfer will occur from pilot training to Mercury capsule operation." Inside NASA, however, this position was no longer tenable. From a sheerly political or public relations standpoint, the astronaut was NASA's prized possession, and the 7 Mercury astronauts had been presented to the public and the Congress as great pilots, not as test subjects. If they now insisted on being pilots, great or otherwise, who was going to step in and say no? The boys sensed this, or, as Wally Schirra put it, they realized they had a fair amount of prestige around the country. So next they began whittling down the number of medical and scientific experiments they were expected to take part in the guinea pig stuff simply by characterizing them as useless or stupid and cutting them out of their schedules. Here they tended to have the support of Jill Earth's chief of operations, Walt Williams. Williams was a big, hardy, powerful-looking engineer who had been one of the true geniuses of the X-series at Edwards, the man who had turned supersonic flight test into a precise and rational science. Williams was a flight line engineer. He didn't have much patience with matters of flight test that were not operational. The one engineer who didn't mind letting it be known that a straw power, as it came to be called, was getting out of hand was one of Williams's lieutenants, Christopher Columbus Croft, Jr. Chris Croft was a hard-driving young man, 36 years old, urbane and sharp-witted, as aeronautical engineers went, and he was scheduled to be flight director for Mercury, but he didn't yet have the clout to do much of anything where the astronauts were concerned. The 7 men pressed on. They were tired of the designation of capsule for the Mercury vehicle. The term as much as declared that the man inside was not a pilot but an experimental animal in a pod. Gradually, everybody began trying to work the term spacecraft into NASA publications and syllabuses. Next the men raised the question of a cockpit window for the spacecraft. As it was now designed, the Mercury capsule had no window, just a small porthole on either side of the astronaut's head. His main way of seeing the outside world would be through a periscope. A window had been regarded as an unnecessary way of inviting rupture due to changes in pressure. Now the astronauts insisted on a window, so the engineers went to work designing a window. Next the men insisted on a hatch they could open by themselves. The hatch, as currently designed, would be bolted shut by the ground crew. In order to leave the capsule after splashing down, the astronaut would either have to slither out through the neck, as if he were coming out of a bottle, or wait for another crew to unbolt the hatch from the outside. So the engineers went to work designing a hatch with explosive bolts so that the astronaut could blow it off by hitting a detonator. It was too late to incorporate the new items into the capsule the spacecraft that would be used for the first Mercury flight. That vehicle was already badly behind schedule, as it was. But they would be in each craft thereafter ellipsis points. And why? Because pilots had windows in their cockpits and hatches they could open on their own. That was what it was all about, being a pilot, as opposed to a guinea pig. The men hadn't stopped with the window and the hatch, either. Not for a moment. Now they wanted ellipsis points manual control of the rocket. They weren't kidding. This was to take the form of an override system. If the astronaut believed, in his judgment, as captain of the ship not capsule, that the booster rocket engine was malfunctioning, he could take over and guide it himself like any proper pilot. How could they be serious? The engineers would say. Any chance of a man being able to guide a rocket from inside a ballistic vehicle, a projectile, was so remote as to be laughable. This proposal was so radical the engineers knew they would be able to block it. It was no laughing matter to the 7 pilots, however. They also wanted complete control of the re-entry procedure. They wanted to establish the capsule's angle of attack manually and fire the retro rockets themselves without any help from the automatic control system. This suggestion made the engineers wince. Slayton even wanted to redesign the hand controller that would activate the hydrogen peroxide thrusters to make the capsule pitch, roll, or yaw. He wanted the hand controller to operate the pitch and roll thrusters only. Yaw would be controlled by pedals which the astronaut would operate with his feet. That was the conventional set upon aircraft, a 2-axis stick plus pedals. That was the way pilots established attitude control. Life magazine and the worshipful public and the worshipful politicians and all the others who had already exalted the 7 astronauts did not care in the slightest whether they functioned like pilots or not. It was enough that they were willing to climb atop the rocket at all, in the name of the battle with the Soviets for the high ground, and be exploded into space or to the Harp farm. It was not enough for the men themselves, however. All of them were veteran military pilots, and 5 of them had already reached the higher elevations of the invisible ziggurat when Project Mercury began, and they were determined to go into space, as pilots and as nothing else. Control in the form of overrides at the very least was the one thing that would neutralize the recurring taunt within the fraternity. A monkey's gonna make the first flight. In his speech, before the Brotherhood, Slayton had brought that out into the open with his crack about the college-trained chimpanzee. That had seemed like a Slayton sortie into sarcasm and hyperbole. He made no reference to the fact that such a college actually existed. But in the deserts of New Mexico, about 80 miles north of El Paso and the Mexican border, at Holloman Air Force Base, which was part of the White Sands Missile Range Complex, NASA had set up a Project Mercury chimpanzee colony. There was nothing secret about it, but it attracted little notice. The chimpanzee program had been devised mainly to satisfy the medical Cassandras. From the moment a joint Armed Forces National Research Council Committee on Bioastronautics had visited the new NASA facility at Langley in January 1959, there had been doctors warning that the weightless state or high G forces, or both, could be devastating and that animal flights should be mandatory. So NASA had 20 veterinarians training 40 chimpanzees in a compound at the Air Medical Research Laboratory at Holloman. Eventually one of the beasts would be chosen for what amounted to a dress rehearsal of the first manned flight. The idea would be not only to see if the chimpanzee could stand the strain but also to see if he could use his brain and his hands normally throughout the ride. Chimpanzees were chosen as much for their intelligence as their physiological similarity to humans. They could be trained to do fairly complex manual tasks, on cue, particularly if one got hold of them when they were young. Once they were trained to do the tasks on the ground, it would be possible to give them the cues to do the same tasks during a space flight and see if the weightless condition impeded them. Early in the game the vets decided that rewards, mere positive reinforcement, would not be sufficient for the job at hand. The only surefire training technique was operant conditioning. The principle here was the avoidance of pain. Or, to put it another way, if the ape didn't do the job right, he was punished with electric shocks in the soles of his feet. The Holloman veterinarians, like most veterinarians, were compassionate men who were interested in relieving pain in animals and not in inflicting it upon them. But this was war. The chimpanzee program was an essential part of the battle for the high ground. It was no time for halfway measures. As congressmen told you every day, national survival was at stake. The veterinarian's brief was to get the job done with the utmost speed and efficacy. There were several ways of training animals, but only operant conditioning, based on concepts developed by B.F. Skinner, seemed anywhere near foolproof. In any case, the psychometer stimulus plates were attached to the beast's feet and they were strapped into chairs, and the process began ellipsis points, and when the apes did well, you gave them hugs and nuzzles, to be sure, first taking the precaution of making certain they weren't in a mood to bite your goddamn nose off. Oh, the apes knew a thing or two. Their intelligence was only just below that of man. They had memories, they could figure out the situation. At an early age they had been seized in West Africa and separated from their mothers by this new species, the humans, and removed from all familiar surroundings and put in cages and shipped to this god-forsaken alien landscape, the New Mexico desert, where they remained in cages ellipsis points, when they weren't in the hands of a bunch of human ball breakers in white smocks who strapped them down and zapped them and put them through insane exercises and routines. The beasts tried everything they could think of to escape. They snapped, snarled, spit, bit, thrashed at the straps, and made runs for it. Or they bided their time and used their heads. They would go along with a training task, seeming to cooperate, until the white smoker seemed to let his guard down and then they'd make a break for it. But the resistance and the wiles were of no avail. All they got for their struggles was more zaps and blue bolts. Some of the brightest apes were also the most intractable and resourceful. They would take the electric shocks and then seem to give up and submit to fate and then try to tear the white smokers a new asshole or two and make a run for it. With these implacable little bastards it was sometimes necessary to give them a tap or two with a rubber hose, or whatever. Then, at last, the sophisticated part of the training could begin. It took two main forms, the desensitizing or adapting out of the fears that a rocket flight would ordinarily hold for the animal. Just confining an untrained chimpanzee in a mercury capsule would have driven him berserk with fear, and placing the animal in a procedures trainer, a replica of the capsule he would be inside in flight, and teaching him to respond to lights and buzzers and throw the proper switches on cue and having him do this day after day, until it became a thoroughly familiar environment, as familiar, routine, and workaday as an office. The vets took the chimpanzees by airplane to Wright-Patterson for rides on the centrifuge the Air Force had there. They would strap each ape into the gondola, close the hatch, and pipe in the sound of a Redstone rocket launch and start him spinning, gradually introducing him to higher G-forces. They took them for parabolic rides backseat in fighter planes to familiarize them with the feeling of weightlessness. They put them in the simulator for endless hours and endless days of on-cue manual task training. Since the chimpanzee would not be wearing a pressure suit in flight, he was put inside a pressurized cubicle, which in turn would be placed in the mercury capsule. The monkey's instrument panel was inside the inner cubicle. Therein, day by day, month by month, the monkey learned to operate certain switches in different sequences when cued by flashing lights. If he did the job incorrectly, he received an electric shock. If he did it correctly, he received banana-flavored pellets, plus some attaboys and nuzzles from the vets. Gradually the beasts were worn down. They were tractable now. The operant conditioning was taking place. A life of avoiding the blue bolts and gratefully accepting the attaboys and pellets had become the better part of valor. Rebellion had proved to be a dead end. The apes had begun their training at the same time as the astronauts, in the late spring of 1959. By now, 1960, they had been through almost every phase of astronaut training, other than abort and re-entry emergency sequences and attitude control. Some of the apes could operate their procedures trainer like a breeze, almost as rapidly as a man. The vets had every reason to be proud of what they had accomplished. On the outside the animals were as mild, tractable, smart, and lovable as the best little boy on the block, although inside ellipsis points something was building up like code blue in the boiler room. About 800 miles west of Holloman Air Force Base, in the same latitude of the Great American Desert, was Edwards. The X-15 program had begun to pick up some momentum. There were even journalists coming to Edwards in the midst of this, the era of the astronaut and talking about the X-15 as America's first spaceship. There were 2 men on hand at the base writing books about the project. One of them was Richard Tregaskis, who had written the bestseller Guadalcanal Diary. The X-15, America's first spaceship ellipsis points. Could it be? A year ago it would have seemed impossible. But now the Mercury program was beginning to lag. NASA had talked of making the first manned flight in mid-1960. Well, it was now mid-1960, and they didn't even have the capsule ready for unmanned testing. NASA's prime pilot for the X-15 project was Joe Walker. He looked like a young tow-headed version of Chuck Yeager, the country boy who loved to fly. He talked like Yeager. Well, hell, who didn't around here? But with Walker it came naturally. Just as Yeager was from the coal country of West Virginia, Walker was from the coal country of Pennsylvania, and Walker liked to do that Yeager thing, where you mixed up a lot of hollow talk and the mother liked to bloat up on me and with post-war engineers about parameters, inputs, and extrapolations. As a matter of fact, Yeager had let it be known that he thought Walker was the pick of the litter at Edwards now. Yes, Walker looked and sounded like a younger version of Yeager but in fact he was 2 years older. Yeager was still only 37, and Walker was 39. Walker was 7 months older than Scott Crossfield. So aside from everything else, Walker didn't have time to cool his heels. If the X-15 and X-20 programs at Edwards got stalled, while all the money and attention went to Project Mercury, it would be bad news. Edwards had grown, until it was about 20 times the size it was during the heyday of Yeager. Fanchel Barnes's Happy Bottom Riding Club was long gone. The Air Force had taken her property by eminent domain for the building of a new runway. There had been a bitter fight in court, during which a base commander had accused Fanchel of running a whorehouse, and Fanchel had told the court that she had it on good authority that the old Peckerwood had instructed his pilots to accidentally on purpose napalm her ranch. Fanchel had gone into retirement, with her 4th husband, her erstwhile ranch foreman, over in the town of Boron, to the northeast of the base. There were now about 3,000 Air Force personnel at Edwards and about 7,000 civilians, some with NASA, including Walker himself. Yet the high desert was so vast and so open that it swallowed up all 10,000 of them with no trouble at all, and the place didn't look terribly different, except during the afternoon traffic jam, when all the civil servants got off work and sped toward the air conditioners that awaited them in their tract homes. Walker and his wife and 2 children lived in Lancaster, a desert town about a half-hour's drive west of Edwards. Walker had built a house in a tract that some inspired developer inspiration was the choicest item in the real estate boom of the period had named White Fence Farms. You had to build a white fence around your house in order to live there. That he did. As for the farm part here you had yourself a problem, unless you farm Joshua trees. The developer's idea, in his sales pitch, was that you could build chicken coops at the rear end of your lot and have a second income. At that, Walker's place looked like a little bit of heaven compared to Bob White's. But then, on the surface, Walker and White were different in every respect. White, who was a major, was the Air Force's prime pilot for the X-15 project. He was the eternally correct and reserved Air Force blue suitor. He didn't drink. He exercised like a college athlete in training. He was religious. He was an usher in the Roman Catholic chapel of the base and never, but never, missed Massachusetts. He was slender, black-haired, handsome, intelligent and even cultivated, if the truth were known. And he was terribly serious. He was not a beer call fighter jock. Not many people picked out Bob White to just shoot the breeze with. White and his family lived on the base itself at 116 13th Street in a miserable grid of military housing plots known as the Wary Housing Section. Or it had been known as Wary at the outset. By 1960 it was usually referred to as Weary Housing. Children grew up there thinking that Weary Housing was the real name. Parked out front of White's place was an unpainted Model A Ford. The Air Force, being the newest branch of the service, was strong on instant tradition. This old junker, the Ford, was bestowed, as an ironic sculpture of the right stuff, upon whomever was the #1 Air Force test pilot at Edwards. Scott Crossfield, the prime pilot for the manufacturer, North American, had completed the first phase of testing the X-15, checking out the power system and basic aerodynamics. White and Walker had been chosen to push the rocket plane to its outer limits, which were envisioned as speeds in excess of Mach 6, or about 4,000 miles per hour, and, more important, an altitude of 280,000 feet. Just where space began was a matter of definition that had never been fully resolved. But 50 miles up was generally accepted as the boundary line. There was very little atmosphere left at that altitude. In fact, once a ship reached 100,000 feet, there was not enough air remaining to provide aerodynamics. The X-15's target of 280,000 feet was 53 miles up. White and Walker had begun to fly the X-15 with the so-called little engine. This was, in fact, two X-1 engines built into a single fuselage. They provided 16,000 pounds of thrust. The X-15 was the most evil-looking beast ever put into the air. It was a 7.5-ton black chimney with little fins on it and an enormous blocky tail. The black paint had been created to withstand the heat generated by friction, when the ship went up above 100,000 feet and re-entered the denser atmosphere below. Everyone was waiting for the delivery of the big engine, the XLR-99. This was a rocket with 57,000 pounds of thrust, or 4 times the base weight of the ship. Once the XLR-99 was installed points well, Walker just might become the first man to cross the boundary into space. The engine's 57,000 pounds of thrust were only 21,000 pounds less than that of the Redstone rocket, which eventually was supposed to take the astronauts on their first flights. As a matter of fact, it was the development of the Redstone, as a missile, that had first given NASA engineers like Walt Williams the idea for the X-15, back in the early 1950s. How, then, could there be so much excitement over Project Mercury and so little over the X-15? Here was the thing that got to the boys after a while. No matter how nonchalant they tried to appear, the Mercury astronauts were national heroes without ever having left the ground all because they had volunteered to ride on top of rockets. While Walker and White and Crossfield, like Yeager before them, had already ridden rockets, from the X-1 to the X-15. And they had ridden them, as pilots. Your own brain was the guidance system for the X-15, and your own hand maneuvered the ship. In the Mercury Redstone system, a bank of computers was the pilot, and the astronaut was a passenger. Why couldn't everyone comprehend such a simple fact? Was it because the astronauts were seen as America's front runners in the race with the Russians? Well, if so, that was pretty ironic. By now, mid-1960, the astronauts were supposed to have gone up in their first ballistic flights. That was the whole point of choosing the Mercury system. It was dirty but it was quick, supposedly. But the Mercury capsule wasn't even ready yet. There had been one delay after another. It was beginning to look unlikely that there would be a manned launch before 1961. The X-15 project was now actually ahead of Project Mercury in the attempt to reach space. On May 7, Walker had cut loose the X-15 on its first real speed run with the little engine and reached Mach 3.19 or 2,111 miles an hour, just a shade faster than Mel Apt's world record of 2,094 miles an hour in the X-2. On May 19, Bob White took the X-15 on its first bid for maximum altitude with the little engine and reached 109,000 feet, which was 17,000 feet under Ivan Kinchelo's record in the X-2. And that was another point that everybody should have known about points and didn't. Kinch and Mel were now dead. Mel Apt died just a few minutes after he set his world speed record, the victim of a demon that was waiting especially for rocket ships reaching speeds of Mach 2 or more in the thin air up around 70,000 feet, instability in the yaw or roll axis points followed by an uncontrollable tumble. Sometimes it took the form of inertia coupling, which usually occurred when a pilot tried to bank a rocket ship and it snapped into a full roll and then began pitching and yawing and rolling violently. This would throw it end over end. Some pilots felt that the formal term inertia coupling added damned little to your understanding of the phenomenon. the ship simply uncorked, as Crossfield liked to put it, and lost all semblance of aerodynamics and fell out of the sky like a bottle or a length of pipe. There was no way to maneuver out of the rocket plane tumble. The pilot took a furious beating from the G-forces and from being thrown about the cockpit. The more he experimented with the controls, the worse fix he was in. Yeager had been the first rocket pilot to go through this particular hole in the supersonic envelope, and it was during the flight in the X-1A in which he set a speed record of Mach 2.42. He was battered and unconscious and fell 7 miles before hitting the denser atmosphere at 25,000 feet and coming to and managing to put the ship into a spin. That was good, a mere spin he knew how to get out of, and he survived. Kinch went into a tumble during his record flight and came out of it at low altitude, as Yeager had done. That was just 20 days before Mel entered in. Mel went into the wild tumble and tried to eject, but wasn't able to complete the sequence in the X-2. Yeager had always figured it was useless to try to punch out of a rocket plane. Crossfield called it committing suicide to keep from getting killed. Inertia coupling nearly killed Kip Murray in 1954, when he set an altitude record of 94,000 feet in the X-1A, and it had hit Joe Walker twice, once in the XF-102 and again in the X-3. When he talked about it, Joe Walker would say he got out of it each time through the JC maneuver. He'd say, in the JC maneuver you take your hands off the controls and put the mother in the lap of a supernatural power. And, in fact, that was the only choice you had. The way Walker talked about it, with his big mountain boy grin on, it was ellipsis points, just like talking about sports ellipsis points, but every prospective X-15 pilot had seen the onboard film from Mel Apt's flight, and it was not a droll experience to watch that film. The camera had been mounted just behind Apt in the cockpit. It was a stop-frame camera that took 1 picture per second. In one frame Apt and his white helmet would be upright in the cockpit. In the next you would see his head, body, and helmet keeled over, crashing into the wall of the cockpit. In the first you saw a mountain ridge framed in the cockpit window, as if he were headed down in a dive, and in the next you saw empty sky. He was going end over end like an extra point kick. The film seemed to go on forever. It was eerie looking at it, because you knew that at the end that little figure bouncing around in the white helmet would be dead. Life magazine was writing about how Dick Slayton had once been in an inverted spin in an F-105. No picnic, to be sure, and yet the rocket pilots looked at inverted spins as their friends on the way out of supersonic instability. People were impressed, because the 7 Mercury astronauts were willing to risk having Redstone rockets blow up under them. Christ! Rockets had already blown up under good men. Skip Ziegler's X-2 exploded, while still attached to the mothership, a B-29, killing Skip and a B-29 crewman. The same thing had very nearly happened to Pete Everest in the X-1D Ambedge and to Walker himself in the X-1A. Walker was strapped into the X-1A, under the bomb bay of a B-29, at 35,000 feet, 70 seconds from launch, when a fuel tank exploded in the rear of the rocket plane. Walker got out, climbed back up into the B-29, passed out from lack of oxygen, was revived by a walk-around oxygen bottle, went back down into the burning X-1A, and tried to jettison the rest of the fuel so as to prevent both ships, the X-1A and the B-Ambedge 29, from burning up. The rocket plane was finally dropped, like a bomb, over the desert. Walker received the Distinguished Service Medal for his trip back into the burning ship. That was back to August of 1955, and the newspapers talked about it for a little while, but now no one remembered, or comprehended, that all of these things had been adventures in manned rocket flight. With the big engine already on the way, the XLR-99 Ambedge, well, it was likely that, if NASA would just pour the money and personnel and emphasis into the X-15 project and the X-20 project, the United States could have orbiting spacecraft in reasonably short order. Ships, vehicles with a pilot who took them aloft and brought them back through the atmosphere with his own hand and then landed them ellipsis points on the dome of the world, at Edwards. It wasn't merely that the Mercury plan of a man in a pod splashing down in the middle of the ocean under a parachute was dirty, primitive, and an embarrassing way for a pilot to come down, as the Edwards pilots saw it. It was also needlessly dangerous. A slight error in trajectory or timing and he might hit the water scores or hundreds of miles off target, and any man who had ever flown a search plane knew how hopeless it could be to spot a small object in the open sea, particularly in bad weather. It could even be argued that the X-15 pilots were a year or so ahead of the astronauts when it came to training for spaceflight. The Mercury training program had borrowed a lot of X-15 training without flying. Each X-15 flight was so expensive about $100,000. If you figured in the time and wages of all the support personnel it was impractical to have a pilot use the X-15 itself for his basic training. Using the new piece of engineering technology, the computer, NASA built the first full-scale flight simulator. The realism of it was uncanny. Of course, they couldn't simulate the G-forces of rocket flight so they had dreamed up the idea of using the Navy's human centrifuge at Johnsville. Up above the centrifuge arm there was a balcony, and this balcony was known as the throne room, because arrayed upon it was a lineup of green plastic seats with high backs. Each had been custom-made, molded to the contours of the torsos and legs of a rocket pilot. Each had his name on it. A. Crossfield. Scott Crossfield's first name was Albert. J. Walker. R. White. R. Rushworth. F. Peterson. N. Armstrong, and so forth. They looked like royal mummies when they were lined up like that, and they were already there in the throne room when the shells of J. Glenn, A. Shepard, W. Skira, and the 4 others joined the tableau. The astronauts took centrifuge training that had first been worked out for Walker and the X-15 pilots. The astronauts' procedures trainer was a modified version of the X-15 simulator. NASA even rigged up an inertia coupling trainer for the astronauts, a device called the Wild Mastiff that spun you.